Good afternoon. I'm Chair Sue Oliva, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the September 2023 Historic Resources Commission meeting. The HRC is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by North Carolina general statutes, the City of Asheville's Unified Development Ordinance, and Buncombe County Ordinance. We are authorized to hear requests for certificates of appropriateness for alterations, demolitions, new construction, and other work within historic districts, or for the alteration and demolition of historic landmarks and other duties, including preliminary review of subdivisions as specified in the ordinance of the HRC. I will now ask commission members and staff to introduce themselves.
Claire Thomas, editor.
Maria De Sassi, architect.
Amy Moxley, architect.
Sue Oliva, historian.
Will Hornaday, Albemarle Park.
Emily Kite, architect. Annie McDonald, architectural historian.
Alexander Ellenbogen, architect.
Janice Ashley, legal advisor to the HRC.
I'm Alex Cole. I'm the HRC staff liaison, and I would just like to introduce Stephanie Dahl, our new planning director, is here with us today.
Jackson Marks, planning technician.
We will consider the minutes from the August meeting of the HRC. The minutes include findings of fact and conclusions of law. Are there any corrections?
Can I make a motion that we adopt the minutes from the August board meeting, commission meeting?
Second.
We will now begin. Yes. All approve? Aye. Any abstentions? Motion passes. We will now begin the evidentiary hearings for the items listed on the agenda. As a quasi-judicial proceeding, the HRC is not setting policy, nor are we soliciting public opinion on the desirability of an application. The HRC hears and considers evidence presented and applies the standards set forth in the guidelines and standards of the specific historical district for that application. The HRC must make its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence to determine the facts of the hearing. The HRC will use judgment and discretion to apply the standards contained in the relevant guidelines to the facts. The commissioners, in voting for an item, will not have a fixed opinion, not susceptible to change, have a conflict of interest, have engaged in ex parte communication regarding the application. Rules for speaking. This meeting is open to the public, but participation is limited to interested parties who wish to provide comment testimony regarding the proposal. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and how they relate to the relevant historical district standards and guidelines, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. At this time, I will administer the oath for all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony.
Well, if you're planning to speak, please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Now we will move on to our first public hearing item. Do we have any motions to continue old business? No.
Thank you, Chair Oliva, and members of the Commission for being here today. As you all know, we've been working on review of this particular hotel development project for some months now. I know that there is a lot of information that the architect would like to go over with you, as well as quite a number of people here who are present for public comment. So I'm going to be fairly brief in my staff report, and my feedback is written into the staff report by building, if you're looking at the list, and most of the feedback per building is really the same. So I'm just going to kind of jump around to the enlarged elevations that were submitted and just go through my most up-to-date comments. So this is just a slide to reorient everyone to the site. We're in the heart of Biltmore Village. Photo on the right is taken looking northeast if you are on Hendersonville Road of the existing building. One thing of note related to the existing building before we jump in, and I missed this detail, it was brought to my attention that that particular building was identified in a recent, there was a recent highway project on Swananoa River Road, and whenever those occur, there will be a historic resources survey analysis, and as part of that, in 2018, as part of that study, it was noted that this building was built in 1968, so it technically meets the threshold for being considered a historic building by federal standards. So it was identified in that report as potentially contributing to a district. There's not actually a National Register district in Biltmore Village. It's kind of complicated, but there's a multiple resource nomination for the district. So it's like little pockets, of the cottages and then a few buildings scattered throughout if you look at that multi-resource nomination. So this was just a reassessment of this general area, and that was one thing that came out of it, was identifying potentially newer contributing buildings, and I just wanted to give that caveat. It's not listed as a contributing building in the local historic district overlay, which I did include some documentation based on a question at a prior hearing from Commissioner McDonald related to which buildings were contributing to the local overlay specifically. So I just wanted to clarify that while that has been identified and brought to our attention, it's not contributing at present to the local overlay because that has not been updated. So don't want to get too far in the weeds on that. We can later if we need to. I don't have concerns about demolition of this structure because I don't think architecturally it's contributing to the district necessarily. But that's part of the federal identification process is that 50 years or older of the buildings within a given study area. So I did want to just point that out before we move on and get into the meat of the revised plans. So this is the building 1 elevation. I'm still noting concerns on pretty much all of the building sections regarding the proposed facade height. I think the architect did a good job at the last meeting of really building a case for how they determine the facade height. But I think, if you're looking at this kind of more traditional commercial style building, you would measure to the top, the highest point of the parapet wall, which is not where the 30-foot benchmark is falling. I did talk to the architect this morning about all my, thoughts and feedback, and so he's, prepared to speak to my concerns as, anticipating what the commission likely would also have concerns about. So that's really just the gist of it for all of the elevations. This one is exceeding the 30-foot height in the very tallest part of the parapet wall. And then, we didn't really get into the weeds on the step-backed portion of this 4th floor. So that's something that you'll need to, I think, talk about in more detail today. I think it's 6 feet. I'll let the architect clarify. I think that's where it landed, was 6 feet or 7 feet step back from the parapet wall. This is the entrance building. I think this one, if you were defining facade height as being for this particular style of roof or building, that meeting the soffit or the roof overhang, that would theoretically that is 30 feet. So if you were in agreement with the facade height being defined as that measurement, then this building would meet that 30 feet. So then just moving around, this is building 2 also exceeding the height as far as measuring to the top. Same with, and this one's a little trickier, I think. In my mind, along even last time, I was looking at what the dimension is to the top of the gable ends, since that is the dominant feature on this building. And certainly the east side of the building will have an entrance. So I think that's something that you all need to talk about today in terms of how where you're measuring the facade height for this building. Because I think it's probably differing opinions on that, but I think that it would be the dormer gable ends, because they're extending so far down into the first floor. And then they did quite a bit of work on building 4 in response to all the comments and feedback they heard last time. I'm still struggling with this one a little bit. I think from a overall height and massing, it still feels pretty big, and it's still, feels like it's bifurcating the district more by not having kind of more interaction on Hendersonville Road. We didn't really get too far in the weeds on that last time, since we were talking a lot about the building, the facade height question, but this has been redesigned quite a bit, and then this is stepping around to the Boston Way elevation. So in addition to the overall height and massing, I did note to the architect this morning that I didn't get in my staff report last time. I noted that I was going to refrain from giving my more detailed design feature feedback until we got kind of more on the same page with the height question. And so I think we need to get into the design elements of the building today. While I certainly applaud the architect on this project, it's definitely one of the most architecturally interesting buildings that I've seen in recent years in our city. I still think that the architectural language in Biltmore Village is pretty restrained and a little simplified for it is obviously a village. So I did mention that to him, just saying this building is visually has a lot of really interesting stuff going on. I kind of think that there are some places where maybe just like the balconies and kind of the decorative elements could maybe just be scaled back a little bit to be more modest, like the other architectural detailing in the district. So that was really my kind of general comment, feedback in terms of the architectural or the architectural features go. Let's see. And I did ask for some additional elevation drawings that you wouldn't necessarily see building 4 from the other side, but I still think it's important to see what that that will look like behind it regardless. Like, imagine if there were no other buildings there and you could stand really far away and see that. I think that's important, at least to me. I also wonder, like, when I was in Biltmore Village this morning, and I wonder if, the perspective renderings are wonderful, but how will this be like a big presence if you're looking like up from the plaza, and how does it fit in with that kind of axial alignment, and what impact will it have to that? I think is one thing that I was thinking about when I was in the district this morning. So, yeah, I think that was really, again, I know that my staff report looks long, but it's really like very much the same comments for each building. So just going to keep it pretty general unless you all have questions or want me to go into more detail myself.
Any questions for Alex?
Okay, thank you. All right, you ready to get you set up? We just had, or did you, was there a different cable? Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just plugging in some power. Can I use stage 3?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that was your power cord.
Alex, is it okay if I move this just over? Okay. I think we might have lost the signal. All right. Okay. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back. My name is Christian Sotil. I'm an architect, a preservationist, and a planner. And I feel like I've gotten to know this group a little bit over the last 6 months or so as we've been working on this project, and I appreciate the opportunity to be back with you this afternoon to share my summer with you. I'm joined today by our architectural team from Raven Architects, Jonathan Cook and Alex Campbell, Nick Schumacher from the Kessler Collection, Jason Hammond from Kessler Collection, and Matthew Lehman also from the Kessler Collection, who's here in Asheville at the Grand Bohemian in the Biltmore Village. So we appreciate them being here and really all the dialogue we've been able to have with folks about the project. So without further ado, what I'd like to do is sort of review where we've been, what we've been working on, and as we do that, address some of the comments and discussion that has come up and some of the things that we've talked about with Alex. We put a book together that's sort of the history of everything, so it's sort of the third volume of this trilogy. This is our third meeting here, and it really goes back 2 years before that. We've been working to analyze and study this project for 2 years, meeting with longstanding advocates of the village prior to even coming to you for the first time in May. So we put it all in one sort of master edition, which is here. But I also wanted to show sort of the progress from our June meeting to today and sort of how we've tracked through that work. Touching on a few key elements of the revisions that we had proposed and discussed in June. There were some broad strategies for the whole project that we had talked about as what we believed could be done and have now done those things. And it was really from the overall strategy, it was linking the number of stories proposed to be in compliance with the 1992 Village Development Plan, which are 2.5 stories along Kitchen Place, 3.5 stories along Hendersonville. And then building 3, which is closest to the cathedral, it steps down further to 2.5 stories below the height for that area. So the revised design, and this was sort of the rule of primary facades not exceeding 30 feet in height, and I do want to talk about that as we go because we've held that rule as central to all the work that we've done. We also, at a global level, we lowered the entire first floor by 2 feet. We had previously proposed for the first level to have the 20-foot floor-to-floor to allow for structural and mechanical and all the things needed to accomplish the building. We were able to lower that by 2 full feet to 18 feet. And then we lowered the entire building by another foot. So there's a aggregate 3-foot reduction of the entire project across the entire site that we were able to accomplish. The multiple expressions, we've come to know these buildings as, building 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We've kept that, and I would say that building 4, and you'll see, has in fact sort of grown into multiple expressions itself. So I think we're up to like 9 expressions now on this project. I'll show you that as we go. But we felt that is the answer to this site, and we've been faithful to that. Although the expressions have changed and evolved quite a bit. It took us actually a long time to figure out how to do that well and bring that back to you tonight for, with the final design. And then we had, as you may recall, way back, we had a central trellis structure, and that evolved into what we're referring to as an entry building on Kitchen Place that completes the Mercantile street front there. So those were our big design strategies. Building 1 reduced by an entire floor to be a 2-story facade on Kitchen Place with the setback level behind the primary facade. And this, we were able to affect this, so that lowered that by 10 feet. Building 2 was redesigned. It had a gambrel roof in the original design, and we converted that. That was the one that probably went through the greatest sort of identity crisis. It went from this gambrel roof to a mercantile character, and it presents a 2-story facade today on Kitchen Place with the setback level behind the primary facade. So effectively, that building was lowered by 17 feet. So that was a big change there. Building 3, closest to the cathedral, the one that we refer to as sort of saluting All Souls and completing that campus, that we also reduced by another level by recessing parts of our building program actually below grade in that area. We were able to do that. So that reduced that building by a full 10 feet from the original design. And then Building 4 on Hendersonville, this is the one that when we reviewed these concepts in June, I think we heard concurrence that 1, 2, and 3 were on a good path. And like the answer was there. Building 4, we weren't there yet. We needed to work on that more. We agreed. We actually had shared some sketches at that time, and we have done a lot of work on Building 4. So what I can say for the strategy overall for Building 4, that it has been redesigned to have that continuous roofline transition between its primary facade and its roof level that stays within the 30 feet. It's actually a combination of 28 and 30 feet. But what we were able to do was actually lower all of the outer corners of the building. So you'll see that we have stepped that down so that our corners are 2.5 stories as we move to the middle, which is 3.5. So I want to show you that as we go. Those are the summary of the strategies that were presented there, and really to make sure we're mapping it to the village development plan. And to be reminded too, we are in 2 districts. We're in 2 districts in this site, this block. So our frontage on Hendersonville, the purple, is high-density commercial. That is how it's identified, which is really the same zoning that you'll see across the street where there's a fast food hamburger restaurant. The Grand Bohemian is also in that same district. And so the Hendersonville road frontage is all in the high-density commercial district. And then the Kitchen Place frontage, the light blue, is the historic downtown commercial. So we have that split kind of running through the site. And then the design standards for each of those, which again, we've been faithful to, is to work with each of those sub-area design elements from the 1992 plan, which are 0 setbacks, large-scale development, full blocks, although, as you know, we see this as a series of buildings and not a full block building. I would say the Grand Bohemian that's there today is a good example of a full block building. It has one approach that it does all the way around. That's not what this is. It does call for parking facilities, multiple deck facilities to be on, I think it was envisioned would be above grade parking facilities. As you all know, we are committing to submerging the parking and having it entirely below grade, so it is out of sight, which kind of frees up the block from being a wrapped parking deck, which is what we would get. Storefront types at the sidewalk, 2 to 3.5 stories in height, and a language drawing from the commercial style buildings. So those are the guidelines for that purple zone on Hendersonville. And then on the Kitchen Place, similar guidelines, 0 setback, mid-scale development, surface or multiple deck style parking facilities, storefront types at the sidewalk, 2 to 2.5 stories in height, and a language drawing for the commercial buildings. So that was sort of our big reset with you all as we went through that May meeting and into June, and followed from there. I'm going to fast forward over these pages because you all know this history better than most. But recognizing the significance of this context and the diversity of this context, that this is one block, but it's really 4 frontages that are all very different and have different obligations. We've come to know this site very, very well. So we have, certainly the mercantile character along Kitchen Place. We have Boston Way with some of the service. That's actually where our service will be as well, kind of mirroring where the parking entry is at the New Morning Gallery. And then also working with the trees and sidewalks that are there. We've been working with Siteworks on the landscape to ensure that the existing trees can remain. That's the direction that we've taken following our input from you all. So we see this as a restoration project in a sense. We're putting back a block in the village that was lost to parking lots and drive-throughs in the 20th century. And so that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 is the friendly corner on Biltmore Plaza. 2 is sort of this finer grain jewel box. We now have an entry building between them. We have the Oriental Spruce at the corner, building 3 fronting the cathedral, and then building 4, which is kind of the bookend, the anchor to the existing Grand Bohemian, is what we call anchoring Hendersonville Road. So we've kept those numbers because that's how we've come to know them. These are the drawings we presented in June. What I wanted to do was show those drawings and then show the progress side by side so you could flip back and forth between them. So this was at the plan level, reducing the whole building floor plate by 2 feet and then sinking the building by 2 feet and then sinking the spa further. So our final plan then shows up with those edits have been incorporated into it. At the second floor, we had lowered an entire floor on building 3. We'd revised building 2 to a mercantile and developed this 2.5-storied entry building. And then we have the final plan for that. At the third level, this is where on Kitchen Place we have that mercantile frontage, and we were proposing setbacks for that half-story so that you'd have a 2-story facade, and we were proposing 6-foot setbacks for building 1 and building 2. And in final analysis, we were able to increase that number by some amount. What you'll see on the final is that we have a 6.5-foot setback on building 1 and a 7-foot 8-inch setback on building 2. So we worked with the team to accomplish as much of a setback as was really possible there. And we have done additive elements like this on previous projects, and we usually use 5 to 6 feet as a guide. So we felt like that this was going to certainly better that. Then building 4. Building 4 is the one. That was our big homework assignment for the summer, along with designing all these other new buildings. So building 4 is the L-shaped building. And what we had discussed with you in June was a generalized thesis for this building, which was to establish a single roof line of 30 feet and then have everything above. So this would be very much like the existing Grand Bohemian. We said, well, it's there and it's across the street, so that's a good starting point. And at this point, you're now actually looking down on the roofs of all the other buildings. So this is the part of the project that has a roof level. And our thought there is to do the 3.5 stories in that high-intensity commercial zoning, but stopping it short of the cathedral, of course, even though, of course, the zoning allows it. But from the very beginning, from our earliest conversations with the cathedral, we agreed that the building should not come all the way to Engle Street at that 3.5-story height. So that's our plan. What you're going to see in the final floor plan is this strategy that we came to, which was to actually step the corners of this building down. So the corner of Boston Way and Hendersonville is stepped down, so you have a terrace there and pull that facade back, similar to what we're doing on Kitchen Place. In this case, because we're actually in a roof line, we're able to pull it back further. And so it's substantial. I think it's 16 feet on Hendersonville from the roof face back to that element. And so we're stepping down the corner of Boston and Hendersonville. We're stepping down the other leading corner of Building 4 on Hendersonville, and then stepping down the transition from Building 4 to Building 1. And I'll show you in the elevations how that plays out. But that was, from a plan point of view, that's what you're seeing here. The site has been further studied with the team at SiteWorks, Suzanne Godsey and Stephen Lee. And we have, with this input, we've moved to the preservation of the existing sweet gum trees that are there, that are mature. And the reality is, it was interesting as we were working on perspective views, we had to pretend they weren't there so you could see the buildings. These trees are like 50, 60, 70-foot tall trees that fill out with canopies. So they are there. And in fact, I think from an architect's point, I think it's a great way to envision new infill that's in a mature tree, a treed environment is a good way to start a project. So we've been working with them on the preservation strategy for all of those trees. So final elevations, annotations. Again, I wanted to do a side-by-side, but sort of putting that in context with the cathedral now that all of this has been redrawn. Here you're looking at that kitchen place elevation, so Building 1 in its new form, the new entry building, Building 2, and then Building 3. Of course, the Oriental spruce is right here, which is not shown in this drawing, and then the relationship to the cathedral. Now, if we take that same view and pan to the right, we're here now, we're seeing Building 1 adjacent to the, and I keep saying this one way or the other, and I'm not sure what's right, McGeechee or McGahee building, and I've heard different takes on that. So McGeechee seems to be the one, but I've heard both. They both sound plausible to me. But seeing it there in relationship, and also the old Biltmore Village office building, the Hunt building. So those are, just sort of putting the new design in context with those existing structures. And then back to Hendersonville Road, looking at the new form of Building 4, where it's been broken into pieces itself. So we see Building 3 on the corner here now, which has come down by a floor, which caused us to reproportion the facade slightly. And then that steps up to the 2.5-story segment, then up to the 3.5-story, then back down to the 2.5. So you see that relative to the cathedral. And then a commonality here is that the top of the lowest gables of the cathedral define the ceiling of this village, which was the same principle used when the Bohemian was done. So if you draw a line across the cathedral from the top of the low gables, that becomes the maximum height of anything. But really the evolution has been looking at how to step up to that height and then step back down. Now looking back to the cathedral from Kitchen Place, this shows one Kitchen Place across from the new Building 1. So they're very much sort of neighbors now and being two-story expressions with the church sort of in the background. So putting the facades back to back, these are the facade drawings we looked at in June when we met with you to kind of review the strategy. And these were conceptual sketches, and we've done the design work now to bring them forward. But I wanted to put them side by side so you could see sort of where we were going and where we've gone. So that's the facade composited for Kitchen Place. This is what we set out to do, and this is what we were able to do. And in doing that, just kind of point out a few things, because we have talked about the 30-foot rule of the facade. We, as we had suggested in June, are proposing that should be the normative height of a parapet, it's 30 feet. We have taken the approach of adding architectural embellishments above the parapet, for example, at the corner or above the bay window. Those I would call features, parapet features, but the parapet height we have maintained at the 30-foot line. It's 30 feet above finished floor. So that was our approach to doing that. And when we look at the blow-ups, I'll show that. But that's really what we had proposed to do, both for Building 1 and for Building 2. The entry building, we'd looked at doing with a 2.5-story expression and brought that roof down a bit further to 28 feet, and then did dormers above. So that's the resultant view of Building 1, the new entry building, Building 2, and the material and tonality of these buildings has all gone to a warmer, darker red brick, polychrome brick, and we can talk about colors and materials. In fact, I brought all the materials with me, so we can talk about that as well later on. And Building 1 as well would be a darker brick, a mid-tone brick. This shows the spruce. Turning the corner on Angle Street, this was what we had looked at in June. The 2.5 stories on Angle Street, the tree, Building 2 coming down 17 feet, and then the facade today. So what we said we were going to do and what we've been working on. So that's our composited elevation to give a sense of how all these pieces work together. Building 4, now on Hendersonville Road, Building 4 is sort of the building that really occupies that frontage. That's what we showed you in June, and I think we all looked at that and said it's a lot of roof. We had a continuous roof line at 30 feet, and we had actually looked at a sketch of maybe coming back to the gable dormer idea to create a variation. So we folded all of that into our thinking in proposing this design for the facade that takes in the conversation, the discussion we had about the corners and relating to New Morning Gallery, relating to the annex of the Grand Bohemian that's also in Hendersonville. So this shows us step-down corners, both at the corner of Boston and Hendersonville, and then also at the transition of Building 4 to Building 3. So we have roof lines now that are in the 2.5-story scale, and then our 3.5-story element roof line then can step up beyond that. On Hendersonville, we proposed this with the 3 gabled dormers, and we have set those back into the roof as we've done that, so it's not a continuous plane with the wall below. So we've held sort of the rule of 30 feet here, which we had said if we had a continuous roof line of 30 feet. As we studied this elevation, we are at 30 feet for the step-down pavilions, and then 28 feet for the center section because it has a slightly different roof character. So there is a continuous roof line from end to end, and then it gives us the ability to start to develop a language for the roof forms and the dormers. Coming back around now on Boston Way, this is the other side of Building 4, and here we took the same approach.
Did I bump something? That was me, my bad.
Okay. The same approach of the step-downs here, and this is how this would work on Boston Way. So you have the step-down corner at Hendersonville and Boston, then up to the 3.5 stories, down to the 2.5, and then down to the 2 with the setback on Kitchen Place. And here we used shed dormers in lieu of the gable dormer, just again to create variety. And it feels more appropriate on Boston as more of a side street. So the idea really is to try to create a degree of diversity for this building because it does have more frontage. We've put in the sections side by side, just so you have all that data. The blue lines are the sections from June. The CAD sections here are the current sections, kind of show the relationship of those elements. Again, as I said, for Building 1, for example, we're using 30 feet as the normative parapet height, recognizing there are small percentages of that will go above that. The setback is 6.5 feet for Building 1. Building 2, the setback, same idea, 30 feet for the normative height, the setback 7'8". The entry building is a 28-foot cornice and then the roof line with the dormers. Building 3, that's the one that came down a story, so it has a 12-foot facade expression on Angle Street and then the roof line with the taller dormers. And then Building 4 actually has multiple sections, so we've shown 3 of those, and they're, in a sense, they're interchangeable, although they're not when you see the facade, because we think we have a good design for the facade, but they all are kind of operating on that same principle, that the center section has the 28-foot roof line, and then it either has stacked dormers or gable dormers or shed dormers. So those are variations that can work within that roof line. And then our step-down corner has the 30-foot line, and then we let that roof line go up a bit to conceal the terrace and in that setback form there. And we've studied that three-dimensionally, and I'll show you. So Building 4 has a bit more diversity in its section language, but we've shown those three variations, building off where we were in June. And then that takes us to the enlargements for each particular element of the building, which you have here, and they're keyed to the overalls. This is why it took us a while to get back here. We were trying to come back in August, and we got into this, and we realized we have a lot of work to do. And I want to thank the Kessler team for allowing us to do that work, because this is slow cooking, and there's no quick way to do it. We realized we had changed these buildings so much we didn't recognize them anymore. We really needed to fall in love with them again and really design them properly. And so this is where we are, and we are really excited about the design. So this is the friendly corner of Building 1, right at the corner. And then this is its facade along Kitchen Place. And I will say this too, one thing that we've done is we have looked carefully at the, I would say, elevated detailing of the historic structures of Biltmore Village. If you look at the O'Teen Bank building, or you even look at One Kitchen Place, these buildings, or the McGeechee building, they have really carefully thought out, more granular details, and we believe that's appropriate. We believe it's very easy in modern construction to leave the details out. I mean, that's sort of the easy way, but we think we have, and we know there's always different perspectives in design, but we've really sort of brought the detailing language even closer to the village than it was before. That was a big part of what we've been doing. So, for example, some of the brickwork that you'll see below the bay window is directly referential to One Kitchen Place, or some of the embellishments above the archway here directly referential to the O'Teen Bank building. We feel like this caliber of detail is warranted in this context. There is an elegance to the historic structures that are there. So we have certainly detailed it with that intent very much in mind, and we think that's right. We think when it's all said and done, that makes it more rewarding and more beautiful. So they are thoughtfully detailed, we would propose to you. Now, on our setback element above there, we would want that to be very simple, almost as though that was a modern addition that was added later, and dark and recessive, and it's not meant to draw attention. So that's been our thought process as we've gone through. This is Building 2, the old Gambrill building, which became a mercantile building. Also studying its proportions carefully and developing a language for it that we felt was appropriate. I know staff had a comment that our light fixtures may be a little bit too contemporary for that structure, and we can talk about that. We certainly could change those to a more traditional fixture, but we're sort of walking a line of adding new buildings that are, in a sense, building on the history of the village. So, but we've tried also to vary lighting design from building to building, so there's not a one-size-fits-all. And again, we have done some architectural embellishments. Above the 30-foot parapet is the normative parapet, and then we added some corner features, and we added a center feature. We could cut it all off, but we don't think it would make it better. So we stuck to the idea of 30 feet is the normative parapet height, and then architectural features above that. The central building. This is a place that does a lot of pedestrian interaction. So again, we've sort of added a mix of stone and brick detailing to draw some attention to some of those key elements, the haunches at the jack arches, some of the surrounds around windows. This would have the terracotta, Ludowici terracotta tile on the roof, very much in spirit with the context of the cathedral and some of the other commercial buildings that have that partial mansard roof. This is a new proportioning for Building 3. we have a brick foundation. This is very referential to the parish hall of All Souls Cathedral, which has a brick base, then the gravel dash upper level, and then the tall accentuated dormers. And in this case, I would suggest these three dormers really are dormers. In fact, that the dominant roof line is the main mass of the main roof, and these are dormers. So we've measured it that way, but that's for you all to discuss. And that's, again, how we had proposed it in June. Finer grain dimensions and details. These are more detailed. Again, I do want to come back to that. We've worked really hard to look at the protocols for chamfering and beveling and woodwork that is prevalent in the village, and particularly nearest the cathedral, so these don't look sort of half-hearted, that they hold up under scrutiny. Little details like strengthening corners, cutting rafter tails. So that's building 3, and then building 4, this shows a composite with the step-down corners and the central section with the 3 gables. And then taking a closer look at the corner. What we are doing with the corner, we have an 18-foot floor-to-floor, and we're seeing an opportunity. Actually, we had a chance to talk briefly earlier with Jesse and Amanda at the Preservation Society, and we were talking about this building and ways to mitigate. We have cantilevered these corner elements also to create a shadow line and to break up horizontally. And we think we've actually dropped it below the floor to floor, and we think that actually starts to bring it back into scale, and that may be even something that could come down further. So it's not actually 18 feet, but it's actually currently in the drawings, it's 16 feet of clearance there. So we're sort of working with every facade to create pleasing proportions so that the eye focuses on a good balance of the ground level, the second level, and then the roof level. And then coming around onto Boston Way, which uses the same idea of the 2 step downs, the center section, but here we have stepped back shed dormers. So really follow the planes of the dormers that they're adjacent to. That's a closer look at that. So we've taken those context elevations that we reviewed earlier. We have constructed a series of perspective views from some of the key points that we had talked about in June with the group. So I want to go through those with you now. This is that view on really at the top of the park, at the top of the plaza, looking toward the cathedral, looking up Kitchen Place to the cathedral, and the relationship of the mercantile buildings. And really what you see as you look down the block with the 3 expressions, Building 1, the entry building, Building 2, and then this is the Oriental spruce. As I mentioned, in reality, there's actually, the tree canopy dominates most of this, but if the trees, edit the trees, this is the roof line. And you can see here too, that step back element is meant to be quieter. And we've been studying this from a modeling and a coloration point of view as well. I'm going to share some of that with you. That's brand new information tonight. So now coming all the way back out of the core of the village onto Hendersonville Road, this is that view from Boston Way looking toward the cathedral. There was a question about how does this building step down toward the cathedral? How does the cathedral reveal itself? So as you come up Hendersonville Road, it's really when you cross Boston Way is when the cathedral starts to come into full focus. Currently, of course, it's a parking lot, so you can see the whole cathedral. It's really impossible to add buildings without but it is important to say, so how and when does the cathedral reveal itself, and is that a beautiful view? Does that happen successfully? And we felt with this view that the step down from the 3.5 story to the 2.5 to the lower 2.5 to really 2 story of Building 3 sort of opens that view successfully to the upper architecture of the cathedral. So that's that view, and that's happening right as you hit Boston, heading south on Hendersonville. Also, it shows you this, the step down of the corner there. Okay, so this is back in the village core, looking up Kitchen Place toward the cathedral, and you can see the rhythm of the three facades that sort of create texture on that sidewalk. And then back out on Hendersonville Road, coming toward this block, coming toward Engle Street, heading north, this would be the facade of Building 3 with its, the three dormers. And then we're seeing the step down, and then the three gable dormers, and then the step down, and then on to the other buildings. And then moving further into that same view, closer now to the crossing of Boston and Hendersonville, this is a view showing how Building 4, now being broken really into 5 pieces, how that would relate to the New Morning Gallery, and really relates much more specifically to the annex of the existing Grand Bohemian, that same sort of facade strategy of 2 stories with a roof level is how that would present itself. So we wanted to study each of those views carefully to share back with you. This is circling back into the village. Our color and material palette is born out of the precedents that are here. And there's really a variation. Of course, there's a general trend toward darker colors, but then you have buildings that have features like the Oteen Bank building or the McGeechee building that sort of add character to that, limestone often, or terracotta. So we've played off of that same, those notes in some of the architectural detailing. Some of the character of elements like awnings and balconies and shutters. So we provided those details, the doors that would conceal the entry to the below-grade parking, some of the board and batten detailing, door and window specifications were provided, storefront specifications, wood doors and metal windows. And then we have a palette for each building, and I have physical samples if you want to see any of these up close, but we've worked on this palette over time now, and we've brought in the approved Biltmore Village colors into it. So building 1, 2. The general character of our fixtures is more, we think, more in the spirit of this European feel in the village. The one I mentioned that the staff pointed out maybe a little too contemporary is this one, which we have used before on a project and think it's a very fine fixture, but certainly we could edit that. This is Building 3, closest to the cathedral, and Building 4. And in fact, there was a comment for the entry building in the staff report, and what we showed in the elevation was a bit of a larger, more of a warehouse fixture. What we are proposing, that was drawn, and then as we studied it, we're proposing this smaller, more decorative fixture for that location. So I wanted to point that out. And this speaks to sort of that polychrome, the limestone against the brick that you start to see in the core of the village. So that's the package in total. I appreciate you all letting me go through that in detail. I do have a set of CAD elevations. I want to thank our team at Rabin for, they've really worked very carefully to take these sort of the slow cooking drawings, the hand-drawn design drawings, and brought them carefully into a working model for the project. They've been working around the clock to bring this to you. And so I want to point out a few things, but then also kind of wrap up with an animated view. So we have a full working model now that was put together, and it all flows from the design drawings. So I asked them after Alex shared the staff report to go ahead and add a few dimensions to the elevations that are there, so we can address any of those questions. So, for example, this is Building 3, which has its roof line. Its primary facade is actually only 12 feet tall, and then we have its the steep roof. The top of that roof is 32 feet 2 inches. So we have that data for you. If there's any specific questions, we've gone ahead and added that to it. We've also want to address the facade on Kitchen Place. This is one of those things where elevations aren't always the best tool because, you know, you can always see things horizontally into infinity. There's no human person that will ever see this facade in the background, but we put it in. And the 3D model, I think, will also, you know, kind of help us all see that. But this is in the background, above the roof lines of Kitchen Place, you would see what would be the interior of Building 4. So you can see that added in. I brought a copy of that to be added to today's record, so all that data is here for you. So you're seeing that in the background.
Zoom back in on building 1. Is there now a railing added on top of the parapet?
The railing is set behind the parapet, and that's in the design detail drawings to meet the, you know, the required safety height. So. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, and again, you know, the CAD drawings are, I want to be clear about this, the design drawings are sort of the lead pieces on the design. It's, you know, in building a model, and they've done a tremendous amount of work to bring these finer grain details into the model, but the drawings, the detailed drawings for the approval are following from the set that we just reviewed. So there may still be some things to tune up here. But by and large, it's a very sophisticated model. And I'm excited to see it, and particularly in that Jonathan was able to build a animated sequence to walk around the whole building with you this afternoon. So this is exciting for all of us to see. But are there any other specific questions? I think I've been through the drawings that we were going to go through.
I have one question. Actually, I'm sorry, two questions. The first is, will there be any fill required for the site? Is there a floodplain issue?
Right. We will actually be excavating, not filling.
You're not,
on the
there's no
site.
fill, okay.
Yeah.
My second question is, and you've answered this before, and I cannot remember the answer. What is the height to the gable peak of those lower gables at the cathedral?
So that's a great question. There's a lot of drop in the village. So from our point of view, it's 54 feet. Because,
2,049.
right, as you get closer and closer to the cathedral, it rises. So if you measure it at the cathedral, I think it's 49 feet. But if you measure it from where this building site is, you know, as a plane, it's 54.
So it's, but it's 49 to the height at the, okay.
At the cathedral, which
Yeah.
is, you know,
Which is elevated.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That clears up. I had a question in looking at the Hendersonville Road elevation. It seemed like the new building was substantially smaller, but that helps explain that change in grade. Thank you.
Okay, well, this is exciting.
Jonathan Cook with Raven Architects. We've been working very closely with Christian as the main liaison for the project. But yes, we are very excited to show. Let's see, I think I just need to hit spacebar here, and we may or may not get music, but that's. We'll see here.
Makes me curious what song you picked.
No music.
So as you can see, we're approaching Kitchen Place, so we're looking at Building 2, and we're looking at the entry building. So we move along there. And then as we pan to the right, we can see Building 1 with its, which would be the restaurant open to the street with the corner that opens up to the street to sort of be a sister to the Chamford corner at the McGeechee building. And really these are the ideas. This is truly a two-story building expression with the setback level being darker in color. Then we move into Building 4, which has these two, the step-down corners, the central section coming around the corner, Boston and Hendersonville. And looking across the facade of Building 4, which is really, this has been one of our biggest efforts in terms of design since we were last with you, is breaking this into 3 pieces and then stepping those pieces together. And then we come to Building 3, which really kind of hunkers down as we approach toward the cathedral. And then sort of seeing that composition on Hendersonville as we pull back. And Hendersonville usually has a lot more traffic. That's the only thing.
I did
This
get
looks
that.
good.
Trains going across.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah. And this also shows the relationship of the cathedral to the new project spatially. So,
Yeah, it may or may not loop, but yeah, we're.
thank you for that. Well, I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you all for allowing us to take you through all that detail, and happy to answer any specific questions or anything I may have missed in what I presented.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
You said you had brick samples, you had material samples with you today? Could we see those?
Why don't we can bring them over here. So we've been looking for sort of complementary ranges of colors that will allow us to have slightly different bricks for different buildings that all stay in the darker range. In some cases, we would mix those two, so we have, I have this on the right where this rose would go with the strap. So this would be an example of a polychrome facade. So building 1 was really where we got turned on to doing that in a darker polychrome range. So when you see those facade enlargements and you see the patterning, that's where we moved to the lighter brick to create those subtle accents to it. So those are the families of bricks that we're proposing that are in the package. As well, we have the paint samples, the color ranges that are in those students together. And then the supplemental finish that we're working with a low UC tile using the fire flash tile, which is closest to the tile in the cathedral. So that would be on building 3, building the entry building. And then we're using a presidential shingle for building 4, which is in the H mark, which is the standard color for building 1 village. Copper would be the material used for downspouts and flashes throughout the project. This is an example of the full red, but it's a flash red that we used there. A little bit more, more textured there. This is some of the stone elements give a sense of that coloration relative to the brick. But generally, as you can see, a darker, more recessive palette which is, we think, appropriate to the village.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Please step forward and speak into the microphone.
And please make sure to also say your name and that you've been sworn in.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Mitchell. I have been sworn in. Do you need advice?
Get this out of your way.
So I just wanted to state for the record that am a former commissioner here in this body. My service ended about 2 years ago now, I believe. It's flown by. To my recollection, in my 3 years of sitting at this body, I never saw such a complete presentation with such forethought and analysis and responsiveness to questions from the board or the public. I believe this is the third meeting these folks have come before you all this time around, and my involvement with the Kessler Group on this project goes back about a year and a half or more. It started with informal conversations with a neighbor. It progressed to letters arriving in the mail inviting us to participate in the design process, look at sketches and other items that had been put together collaboratively with a number of local architects and other preservation-minded folks in the community, from my understanding. Thereafter, there were a series of meetings I attended, and in every instance, the project has, in my view, gotten to be better and better and is in conformance with the standards applicable to the historic district. Furthermore, these folks have invited myself and others, I wear many hats in Biltmore Village, I think a lot of you are aware of that, to participate in informal gatherings for criticism, critique, applause, what have you. And there's what we see, and that I encourage all of you to take every bit of thought and effort and diligence that the developer has put into this and move forward with approving and certifying this is an appropriate project. Otherwise, I also wanted to commend the professor for wearing a coat, tie, and sweater tonight.
It's chilly up here.
You know, coming from Savannah, I'm sure it is. But it's been a great working relationship with these folks all along from my perspective, and we may be able to bicker about small design details and finishes and so forth, but those of us who are right across the way are very happy with what we are seeing and hearing both here in this venue and otherwise. And that's all I have to say.
I'm Jessie Landell from the Preservation Society. I want to echo what Ben said. This project is, they've come a long way. They've been listening and making changes. They met with us today, and we're really appreciative of all of that. A lot of work has been done to create beautiful drawings, and a lot of time has obviously been spent considering Biltmore Village. We do still have some concerns about the project. The massing of the proposed building doesn't feel like it's quite there in terms of fitting into the historic district yet. The first floor height on the proposed building is taller than the heights of the first floor on the existing buildings in the district. And so that sort of emphasizes the larger scale of the building. And we'd encourage the architects to look at options to make the height of the first floor appear to match the first floor of heights throughout the district. And you can see a good example of this on the rendering that I have here. It's the perspective view of Hendersonville Road at Boston Way. And you can kind of see how it doesn't quite fit the rhythm of the other buildings with the height of that first floor. Also, the setback floors, especially on buildings 1 and 2, I'll talk about that a little bit more, but that doesn't seem to fit the scale for the neighborhood. While the hand-drawn elevations and sections and renderings are beautiful, we don't always feel like they give a true sense of how the building will look, and that's especially true for those top floors I was talking about. We did get a little bit more in the elevations today, but those top setback floors sort of fade away in the beautiful drawings we have, and in real life, those are going to be there, and we're going to be able to see them, and so we're concerned about that. So we'd like to see some more scale drawings that show the height and appearance of the proposed building and the relationship of the proposed building with some of the existing buildings. I do think we got a little bit more of that today at the very end of the proposal, but we haven't had much time to review those and be able to give feedback on them. Specifically, a couple of things I want to point out. Buildings 1 and 2, again, those setback third floors. In general, we feel like those setback floors are not in keeping with the standards. And it seems like from the model they just showed that building 4 sort of accomplishes what they were going for more with setting those top stories back far enough that you can't see them from the street, whereas with buildings 1 and 2, it looks like they're quite visible. Building 3, the height of this building is still a little unclear to us, but I just want to comment that this building should be the most conservative due to its proximity to All Souls, and we suggest that that building should not exceed 30 feet at all. And building 4, the mass of this building appears much larger than the existing buildings in the district, and so we're concerned of how it blocks the view of All Souls as you come down Hendersonville Road, which I think we saw a little bit in the renderings at the end. So those are our comments. Thanks.
Good evening, Glenn Stack. I've been sworn in, Preservation Landscape Architect here in Asheville. Been here practicing for about 20 years. I've been in Biltmore Village for about 12. My office is now formerly at Hendersonville Road 30. Hendersonville Road, one of the structures identified as a precedent, and now at 1 Village Way. So I submitted testimony at the last meeting. I don't know if that was circulated, but I'd be happy to distribute that. My work is specifically in cultural landscapes, so we work nationally just with historic sites, historic properties. And I will say, I think this project is, the timeline, the trajectory of this is working the exact way that it should, to look at and be responsive to the features of the district. From the standpoint of the district, I speak on behalf of the cultural landscape. The Secretary of Interior standards changed in the 80s from the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic buildings to the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties to be more inclusive of the landscape. That includes shore trees and vegetation, which we care about, but also elements like spatial character, views and visual spaces, which, from my vantage point, still need to be considered, and the comments that have been put forward so far are, addressing those issues, those concerns, and I would commend and recommend that the Commission continue to take spatial character and views and visual spaces into consideration. Specifically, the program for this building is still a very large program into a space that is nationally, significant in terms of its scale, its design, its proportion. So all of those things, please consider in the view sheds shown, that the view sheds represent what you see as you're moving down Hendersonville Road, that they represent the character of the landscape as it is today. From that standpoint, I don't have any comments specifically on the fenestration or the details. I think those are working well. And I would argue that we need to be careful about false historic and the selection of details being considered there. But the level of detail and fenestration, I do believe, is beautiful and is moving in the right direction. My largest concern is one on spatial character and the mass and scale of this building. I still feel simply that it is too large for the program. I am concerned if the building is being recessed, that its finished floor elevation, still unknown to me, is a concern given the flooding issues and the environmental issues of the district. Lastly, on behalf of the trees, the 1980s rehabilitation of the sweet gums were a specific design element of the village. The care of those sweet gums during construction still has not yet been adequately defined. the protection of the root systems, and we know there are root systems all over the place in the village, and consideration as the project continues forward should consider air spading, root pruning, all of, compost teas during constructions. All of those details should be worked out, and I'd encourage the design team and the commission to hold that portion of the project to its greatest level of significance and speculation. So, spatial character, vegetation, my comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name's, this will bend, right? My name's Kevin Westmoreland. I own a restaurant at 3 Boston Way and own that building as well. We've been in front of this commission a few times for small changes to our building, and in those conversations, a lot of talk goes back to the original plan, the 1895 plan, and the McGeechee building, I think, was 30 years past that. The Biltmore Oteen Bank was 30 years past that, or 35 years past that. It was built, those were both built later, considerably later. Had we come into the HRC era, they might not have been allowed to be built because they just are so different from the original cottages and the Biltmore Company sales office. And as I remember it, and looking from the train station to the cathedral that we see right there, the whole idea was the vanishing perspective to make the cathedral look bigger. It's not a big church. It's a small church. It just looks big because of the way it was designed. I love the work. I love architecture. I'm a fan of architecture in all different ways, but that building diminishes the cathedral. It doesn't enhance it, it diminishes it. It is a big, I think I hear the words mass and that sort of thing when I see the village. The village buildings were and are small, simple in most ways. They got a little more complex as they got closer to the cathedral, but nothing was ever this size. I think the biggest building down there was probably the Biltmore Company office, but even the bigger commercial buildings over where, near the old post office, were much smaller than this. And they were single long buildings with a second story. Nowhere near this height, nowhere near this mass, nowhere near the shadow that this is going to throw on this area. And I just asked, I've lived within a half a mile of this building for 59 years of my 61 years. I walked the village when I was 3 and 4 years old, walking to the entrance to the estate. And it always felt like it was on a human scale. And if this building's built, we'll live with it, and it'll probably be beneficial to us as a restaurant. So that part is great. But on the other hat that I wear, which is a member of the community and a preservationist at heart, it seems out of scale to the village and the plan. And I just ask that you consider that great work. Seriously, a lot of work. I cannot imagine the hours. I can't. And I appreciate what that took to do this, and that you took into account what you were asked by the commission. So thank you for that. But I'm just asking that, consider what the original plan was like, and that all of those architectural things that are in the village now and are protected weren't there in 1895, and it leads to a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, a mishmash of architectural styles down there. And so that's all I have. Thank you.
Eddie Dewey with Dewey Property Advisors. I've not been sworn in. I didn't. So I'm happy to now.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'll make this quick. I I represent, or part of the ownership, leasing, and management of the Biltmore Station. Additionally, other buildings that we are part of in Asheville include the Grove Arcade, the Crescent Emporium building, the Wedge Studio building, other historic buildings in the market. I'm a developer, but I'm not a ground-up developer. I'm an adaptive reuse developer. And I just want to express my overwhelming support for the project. I think I'm not one to build new. I like the old stuff, but we have an opportunity to put a world-class historic building in place for the future in a community that you don't see this kind of development. We don't see it here. We don't see this quality or any of it. And I think if George Vanderbilt was sitting here today, he would approve this. So I'm a fan, and I hope you guys will consider moving along with it. Thank you.
My name is Michael McLaughlin, and I'm a member of the congregation at the Cathedral of All Souls, and I speak as an individual member. As you can imagine, in any congregation, there are lots of different viewpoints. In my professional life, before I retired, I worked at the National Endowment for the Arts for 32 years, and I was the program manager for the Save America's Treasures grant program that you probably know is the federal support for conservation of collections and preservation of sites and structures. I started working with the Kessler Group about a year ago when they invited representatives from All Souls to be part of this process. And I don't have to tell you what a transformation there's been over a year. They've been incredibly responsive to any of the concerns that we brought forth from the cathedral. And specifically, I think the frontage on Kitchen Place has changed in all good ways. I think for a new building, they've done exactly what we as preservationists like people to do, which is not to try to make fake history, but they reference real history in ways that are both literal and imaginative. The windows, what I guess is building number 2, the commercial building, I think has probably had one of the biggest changes and really references, I think, very well the other commercial buildings across the street on Kitchen Place. The building that faces All Souls, of course, concerns us the most, and I'm quite comfortable with where that's landed. As Christian said, the dormers reference clearly the dormers in our parish hall, but don't copy them. And then on Hendersonville Road, I understand, it is a big building. It's a big building on Hendersonville Road. I'd argue that the most pleasant block on Hendersonville Road right now is the block between the 2 Bohemian hotels, which are big buildings because they're landscaped and they're well maintained. You cross Boston Way and you're between a parking lot and a Hardee's. That feels like you're on the interstate. So even though this is massive, I have confidence that Kessler will take good care of it. So I appreciate your time.
Hello, my name is John French. I have been sworn in. I'm with BPG, and my first thought about y'all is I heard, thank you for your service. I'm from New Orleans, and my wife served on the HRC there, and I always called it a sentence and not a service. So you all, I feel for y'all. So our group owns a lot of land in Biltmore Village. Mainly the block of Kitchen Place, which will be fronting this, but also land on Brook Street, Swan, Fairview, and All Souls Crescent. So we will be very affected by this. We love the village. We love the integrity of the village, the historic nature of it. It's one of the reasons I'm here. I'm a part-time resident of New Orleans, part-time resident here. But the village is a jewel, and it must be protected. And I'm glad y'all do what you do, and I'm glad that the village is part of your purview. Some sections of New Orleans are not included, and it's easy to see how bad it can go fast. My next comment is about the existing bank building. And I heard it said that, I guess because it's over 50 years, it's considered contributing. And it reminds me of the two-story McDonald's restaurant in the Garden District of New Orleans on St. Charles Avenue, and it will soon be 50 years. And to think that 50 years makes something contributing is just hilarious. They plan to tear it down rightfully. The best thing that the existing building could do is vaporize and disappear if it wanted to contribute. And as a result of this project, that will essentially happen. When I first started hearing about this and seeing the initial renderings, I was a little put back. It seemed like maybe a little bit too much, but through lots of interaction and involvement, I've seen the changes that have been made, and I'm sold. This group, you see a lot of out-of-town developers come in and make a lot of promises. Well, they've talked the talk and walked the walk. We've seen what they've done. They're not fly-by-night. They're not going to promise us something, cut it short, and disappear. They're here, they're invested in the village, and they have a lot of integrity and a lot of good faith that they've earned. And so my last comment is, when it comes to something like this, I like to think, well, what are the minor distractions or negatives versus the positives? And don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But I really can't even apply that here because the negatives are so small and so significant, I can't even think of what they are. Okay, there's a bit of mass, but they've really done well with the setbacks and the step downs, and they've had a lot of respect for the neighborhood. And we are fully in support of what they're doing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Reverend Sarah Hurlbert. I'm the Dean of the Cathedral. I was sworn in. I've been trying to figure out some of the energy behind all these conversations over the last several months. And the image that I came up with was a baby. And frankly, that's what I think the village is. It's a baby that everyone is trying to protect, and everyone is trying to see grow into something that is good and wholesome and strong and appropriate. And to that end, when we stand at the beginning and the end of our services on the porch here, it kind of feels like there's a hole in the baby's chest over here, right? Because there's a parking lot and a little tiny building, and it just kind of makes things feel lopsided a little bit. And so in looking at what Kessler folks want to do, it feels to me to begin to truly balance out what is that main thoroughfare down the spine or the breastbone, if you will, of this baby. And that, to me, that sort of balance brings beauty, and it brings a symmetry that I think brings peace and ease as you walk through the village. Now, you all have this Solomon-like job in front of you. And of course, we have people with lots of different interests, right? We have people who have been here forever who have grown up, and so this baby is like their sibling. We have people who are doing business here, and we've got the hotel folks who have been doing business, are very good neighbors, and they want to turn this sort of lopsided space into a place that's both beautiful and profitable as well, right, as a business. And so, again, you all have this sort of position of Solomon trying to find the just and proper way forward. And what I've seen over this past summer has been the wisdom of Solomon growing in the group. It has gotten better and better and better. And of course, you all have a way better job than Solomon did because everybody loves the baby, right? Everybody here loves this baby and wants the best for the baby. And so I've just been incredibly impressed by the collaboration that's happened. And as someone who lives and breathes and stands in the cathedral all the time, I'm excited to see the balance come into play, to feel like the baby is getting a full breath in its lungs, and to see something that I think is going to beautify everything that it looks at. And I still will say it's definitely going to beautify Hardee's on Hendersonville Road. But I'm very, very happy to see what has happened here because of the collaboration of this group and the passion of the group. And I'm excited to see what the kid's going to turn out to be. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll close the floor for public comment. Commissioners, any comments?
I'll start.
Okay.
I usually start. I certainly would, thinking about my own design work and those times where you get really pushed by other people's critique. And at the end of that, you go, it's a good thing we didn't stop where we were 3 or 4 months ago or with the first thing that we drew, because it really does get better. And it's usually because of that feedback that you get from other people. So I think there's a lot about what you've presented today that is more successful than where we started. And I think some of that has to do with the massing and the scale of the buildings. I think we're not going to escape the high density nature of what's allowed to happen on Hendersonville Road. But the modulating those heights and stepping back those roofs and stepping down at the corners and breaking up the really flat sort of straight line facade of that building on Hendersonville Road is working in a way that it wasn't working months ago. And it feels more like smaller buildings hooked together than a one big massive building, which I even think is more successful than the Grand Bohemian buildings that really do feel like one big thing sort of set down on the block in a very different way than this is feeling. And so I appreciate that that is moving ourselves in the right direction. I also think that this, in general, the scale works pretty well, and I think we've gotten a lot more integrity about how we're defining height and where we're measuring height in general. We were pretty inconsistent with that earlier on in the process. So for me, this has moved pretty far in a really good direction. If we can come to terms with the fact that it's allowed to be a high-density thing as it fronts on Hendersonville Road in a way that feels like a lot for that space that's been empty for a long time, and we've all grown very accustomed to the fact that it's been this empty sort of peak at the cathedral for probably as long as many of us have lived here. And so that's just sort of different, but it feels sort of like it's allowed to be that. And I don't know, how do you tell them to do something that's lower density when it's allowed to be 3.5 stories and it's allowed to be high density? So for me, that's where I'm stuck. I think I'm a little bit nervous about the idea of saying we're done and it's like vote time, because it feels like while we've come a long ways in getting into the computer and getting some real dimensions and some real details, that this is a massive set of documents that's going to build this building that aren't drawn yet. And so there's a lot of details and a lot of things to specify and a lot of things to clarify with dimensions and things like that, that I think when we vote for a CA, that we're accountable to that, and it's not yet there. So I don't know how we get from where I think we're headed in a really strong direction to that place where we vote on something that's sort of permanent-ish, when we've got a lot of, I'm sure you've got 400 drawings still to draw. I just did that yesterday with something else, 600, geez. Anyways, but So that's where I'm at. I think I'm just still a little bit nervous that even though there's, feels like really good progress and we're starting to see some things that have some definition to it, that it still feels like a big jump for me to get all the way to the finish line, sort of today. Anyone else?
I feel similarly. I have a very strong sense that that the applicant, the design team, and the ownership team are hearing what we in the community have said and responding in a way that is appropriate and consistent with the design guidelines. I do want to address the issue of a false sense of historicity and, what are appropriate levels of design, detail, and ornament. And I think it's worth noting that the issue of a false sense of historicity is kind of, that die is cast in Biltmore Village with a lot of the new construction that has occurred. This building is simply continuing the trend promoted in the design guidelines of using historic styles. There are different approaches to design review in local districts, and we see this across Asheville's districts. In Biltmore Village, the approach is very much supportive of creating this. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been to Helen, Georgia, but creating something that is kind of falsely historical. The design guidelines specifically say for ornament and trim for historic styles, which I believe this proposal, is consistent with. Ornament and trim should be applied in a manner similar to that used originally. When constructing, wood trim and frames match the historic dimensions. I mean, it seems to me that what is proposed is consistent with the design guidelines and the intent for new construction in Biltmore Village. How I feel about that personally as an architectural historian is beside the point. It seems that this is the consistent trend for new construction in the village.
I wanted to speak for just a second. I agree with preservation's point of view of that first floor being out of the rhythm. Even the Oteen Bank disguises that first floor a little bit more as a single story. And the lack of activation on three sides of the building besides a parking entrance, I think I'd like to see more of the block used and activated, so not just along kitchen, right? Kitchen. That's where I wanted to start, is the activation and that first floor recognition. And I did have a little bit of, I can't quite tell from the drawings what that view is when you're headed north on Hendersonville Road and you have the sloping roof, and then what happens above that. I can't, it's all, that is in the clouds in the drawings, and I'd like to be a little clearer, more, that's an important view, as is the view beyond the railroad tracks, because the church is what you see, not just from the primary point of view from the train station, but as people now approach, I think 3.5 stories crowding Hendersonville Road is going to greatly sort of take the centerpiece of the village and diminish its presence. I'm being very protective of the church, and I feel this is a lot of attention, which attracted to the structure still with, you know, a number of a collection of pieces from other buildings, whereas most of the buildings, longer buildings, contain a single voice for their function. So that's where I'm on it.
I have a few things as well. So I'm still struggling with understanding how the building 4 central section is 3.5 stories. When I look at it, I'm counting 4.5 every time. So perhaps you could speak to that a little bit more. And then the balconies that we see in the perspectives looking down Kitchen Place, they seem out of context as well. The images that were presented do show some balconies, but they're voids and recesses in the facade and not an additive feature added on. So if there is precedent for those, which you said that you looked around the village and did take details, be interested in hearing more about that as well. Those are my comments.
You want to speak to the levels question? Yeah.
And the question is specifically in regard to building 4?
Yeah, you on
Middle section.
the slide that you showed the blue previous building sections and then the current gray and black sections, that next one.
So building 4 is,
Different than?
this is the variations of building 4 in the central section. It has a 2-story expression on Hendersonville, and then the upper 2 levels are in the roof line. So it's 2 stories and 2 half stories. You might say it's 3 stories. We're referring to it as 3.5, and that's the one that really follows the model of the existing Bohemian
Where
there.
the floor plate at the top goes in.
That's right. The floor plate recedes and becomes dormers. In the case of the, parts of it are hip and gable dormers, parts are just the single gable, and then some are shed. Also, if I just point this out, this was a comment from Preservation Society, and one that I think we are mindful of, and after hearing tonight's, I think in final study, certainly I think it's a very productive comment, is the expression of the first floor on Hendersonville is something that we in fact have already brought it down. It's 16 feet, and I think there's probably room to bring that down a bit more to kind of look at that proportionality between the first level and the second level. I think that's a really that's an insightful comment, one that we certainly hadn't fully considered. I think we'd instinctively started to lower it a bit, but I think we could probably lower it a bit more, and I would certainly think that that's feasible.
Even just the proportion between the 2 floors, but as you sort of read that line as it goes down Hendersonville Road, I think one of the things that caught me in the perspective is, you're taller, and then New Morning Gallery really sort of drops and then pops back up again. And so there's this sort of, you see this kind of a scale there, and I think that's one of the things, the stronger that we can really kind of carry that scale.
Yeah, this horizontal.
Through, so that we don't sort of swallow up New Morning Gallery in between there. From just a massive scale standpoint, I think it's worth studying. That poor guy's going to be surrounded by all the hotels. Just sort of all around it.
Thank you.
Other thoughts from other commission members?
Yeah, I have something. I'm a new commissioner, so this is the first meeting I've sat in on where this has been discussed. And we've heard a lot of statements about how responsive the developers have been and how patient they've been with making all of these modifications. And although this is my first meeting in which we are discussing this plan, I do agree with that as well. I agree that these developers are definitely showing great integrity and patience in working with us and with the community. And from an architectural standpoint, I mean, these buildings are stunning, they're gorgeous. But I think it's important. I know we've heard a lot of statements, many statements along the lines of, you know, this looks so much better and they really listen to us. And, you know, I agree. However, you know, considering that this was a town commissioned by George Vanderbilt himself to be a working company town for employees of the state, it's just such a big building and such a big plan of development for such a historical village that I think it's important that although they've been doing such a great job in modifying these design plans, I don't feel comfortable settling for good enough. Sort of in agreement with what one of the other commissioners was saying earlier. I still don't feel comfortable. I think you guys have done such a great job adhering to our suggestions as a commission that I am anxious and excited to see what, you know, you come up with next, because I think there could be some more improvements to bring it down to a smaller scale.
I'd like to commend your communication skills with the neighborhood. I think it's been fantastic. I think we have watched this building really transform in a really wonderful direction. I think it's going to be a nice addition. I have a couple concerns about the massing and also the noise of the building, so to speak. I think if it could be quieted just a little bit, it seems like there's a lot of detail going on. I don't know what the answer is. I think for the rest of the buildings have a little bit more simplicity, and this has it's full on. And I also agree with several of the other commissioners. I don't think we're quite there yet. So we're close. I think we're close. It looks wonderful. The drawing's beautiful. It's a lot. It's a lot for right there. And I just think if it can quiet itself somehow and become part of the neighborhood that way, I would fully endorse that.
Alex, this is maybe just a sort of a technical, like a logistics kind of a question. Most of the applications that we review are way smaller in scale. And when they get to the place where they're presenting to us, it's it's pretty far along and it's pretty done. And even in the case of sort of new construction, new residential construction, it's, you know, 1 or 2 meetings typically. And they've got some pretty dimensioned drawings that are pretty well refined in terms of the detailing, and there's a lot of complexity to this. And we have had other applications where there's been a departure from what was approved during construction for some reason or another, and that in those applications there's a lot of clarity around the fact that what we approved is the thing you're supposed to build. And so how do we get to a place without requiring 6 more trips to HRC or wait another 6 months until all the drawings are finished to get to that place where there's enough here that is refined and clear and detailed and hard-lined that there is that same kind of accountability that we would expect from projects that are much smaller in scale, that are much farther along, without requiring the sort of continued iterating and the continued dragging out of this process. And I can appreciate the time and effort that it's been for y'all. And of course, you knew going into it, it was going to take 400 sheets of drawings to get this thing to construction. But for this process, how do we both be efficient, but also have enough information to really be accountable in a CA kind of, to get to a CA?
Sure. So I would just say that I think this commission has evolved over time into being a very solution-oriented commission, and has, worked with applicants when they've, been giving feedback. And of course, it's up to the applicant whether or not they want to request a continuation. And so, if they want to continue to, take feedback, and, maybe it's the next meeting, maybe it's not, we don't have a way to predict the future, unfortunately. So certainly, while we're always mindful of the applicant and trying to, make sure we're, trying to minimize the amount of meetings for all involved, unfortunately, with a project this big and complicated, it just is, as you mentioned, even with our single-family residential projects, oftentimes take at least 2 meetings. It's a rare occasion that there's just one. And so it really is just kind of working through the feedback based on the design standards, which just want to reiterate that's important to just keep tying your, I know everyone gives their comments kind of in a very general way, but making sure that you're being clear which standards you're referencing back to, so that they feel like they can, better make their case next time versus just kind of or this. And I think the hard thing with this project too is that there's differing perceptions of whether or not this is in scale with the district and whether it's not, and where's the meeting place, and so I think that's where the push-pull seems to be happening just from listening to the conversation. And so when I talked with Christian this morning, I relayed to him our technical statutory requirement that the commission needs to make a decision on a CA application within 180 days of receiving the application. And we're kind of bumping up against that window, and that's, I think, a technical thing that if they had to then start the process over, we could figure out how to do that if we get beyond that. But the October meeting is the last meeting before we would bump up against that window. And that's something for, I think, legal and our permitting staff to iron out from a procedural standpoint. But I just wanted to make you all aware that we are getting close to that. We are also, I know I've reached out to Chair Oliva and Vice Chair Hornaday about potentially moving the date for the October meeting to the following week, because I have a conflict the week of the next HRC meeting, so that theoretically would give us slightly bigger window, very slightly bigger window for them to do revisions. Obviously, it's only a week and a half, so that was a long answer to your question, but I think it just unfortunately, or however, I guess in some ways it's good that we're working back and forth, because I think, as you pointed out, it does typically end up in a place where the commission feels like it very clearly meets the design standards, whereas in the initial phase it may not have. And so I think that's obviously the goal that we're all working towards, but there's not a way that we can say, this is our cutoff line, unless the applicant wants you to say, okay, make a decision today, or make a decision in October, or whatever that is. It's really up to that. It's up to them.
And I'd like to reiterate what Alex is saying about the standards. Because this is such a big project, it's easy to talk about mass, and I just wanted to get a little bit, I'm not quite there. We have to do better at saying, this is the standard I'm struggling with. What is that standard? What would help them to get either closer to that standard, or are you leaning towards saying, I don't think it can meet that standard, but we've got to, often we will pull out, or staff might pull out some, but these are 4 books in the Biltmore Village guidelines. It's a very complex standard. It's different than our other historic districts. That's the other thing. We don't often have them in the Biltmore Village district. The guidelines are different. And so, just to the extent that you can try to articulate that a little bit more clearly, it might help move them towards, what is it that you would be able to say? And even, often when the public speaks, they don't know to speak in terms of the guidelines. But if someone's making a statement from the public, it is your role to say, can you tell us what standard that you're really, can you tell us the standard and the guidelines? So that's what I want to say.
May I comment also? I'd just like to say, along with everyone else, I'm just incredibly pleased with how far this project has come along. I'd just like to remind everyone, including all of us commissioners, that this is a large hotel. There's only so much you can do to make it look like a small building. So you can only push those comments so much and push those requirements so much. So just bear in mind that, I believe it's also our responsibility to make evaluations that are well-balanced, that make sense. Of course, they have to meet the standards, but we do have to be judicious in how far we want to push a particular detail. And of course, it would really help the applicant if they had very specific feedback from us. But I just also want to remind everyone, you don't want to kill the baby, trying to make it perfect. It's important to just remember, this is a big hotel. There's only so much you're going to do to make it look like a very small village. So I think they've come a long way. They've done quite a lot. In my mind, I'm not sure there's much more that's needed to be done, but I'm happy to see further developments. We've certainly heard commentary today that a little bit more work is needed, and if the applicant can make sense of those comments and improve the project and make it even better, that's wonderful. But there's only so much we can push this.
Thank you for that comment. And Janice, thank you for reminding us about referring to the design guidelines. It's easy to say we think it should be more respectful. Well, what does that mean? In looking at the design guidelines for historic styles, when developing designs in the historic styles, refer to historic documentation of other buildings in the district to identify elements that may be used. Moderate flexibility in interpreting this historic design vocabulary is appropriate as long as the resulting design is in keeping with the original character of the village. Use building forms that match those used historically. Use roof forms that match those used historically in the sub-area. Building materials, ornament and trim. One of the principles of design review for historic districts is that we are not promoting good design, because good design depends, it's a very personal and subjective thing. We are here to ensure compliance with the design standards. And if we are disinclined to approve an application, we need to demonstrate how it does not meet the design standards. My gut feeling in looking at the evolution of the building as one applies the design standards is that it meets those standards. How I feel about it is beside the point.
I just want to say that from my perspective as staff, they're not dissimilar, but I applied the standards for contemporary because I feel like this, while it is broken up into different expressions, it is still one big building, and there's a lot about it that is not necessarily straightforwardly mimicking, architectural styles found in Biltmore Village, historic architectural styles. And so I think maybe it's somewhere in between.
That's an interesting differentiation, because my inclination would be to use historic, the guidelines for historic styles.
The ones for contemporary styles only take it like a little tiny
No.
step further. It just says that there's
No.
really more leeway in ornament and trim, basically,
Yeah.
is kind of one of the differences that's there. And so that's, they're not dissimilar. And I tend to agree with your statement that it's not meeting the design standard.
Yeah.
Yes, that's my southern double negative.
Okay.
It's not incongruous, as the statute says.
And just to clarify, the contemporary standards are within the design
Right,
guidelines
right.
of
Yes.
this workbook
Yeah.
guidelines, chapter.
Well, you basically can take two routes, right? You can either take the
Right.
contemporary route and they just aren't that different.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be. The standards don't say it has to be one or the other.
Right.
It just makes
Doesn't even
you
say
think
you have
that,
to
but they're
pick,
not
so you
really
can
that different if you
smush
read
it all
them.
together.
One example is the setback for that upper story on buildings 1 and 2. And I agree with what the Preservation Society said, that the setback for, on building 4 seems to be more successful because it is deeper. However, there's nothing, I don't see any specific guidance in the design standards that specifies what a successful setback might be. And I know I brought this up at the last meeting, what is that setback? The purpose of the setback is to break up the facade, to recede that upper story. It is not, whether or not it's intended to make that upper setback story invisible, I think is up for debate. Even the recessed upper story on the S&W building, which this body approved, is visible from some vantage points. So where do you have to stand for that to be an appropriate and successful setback? We don't have a standard for that.
And I would say that in the animation, it reads very differently than it does in some of the sketches, because we're able to see the color, that dark color of that setback level on the kitchen place side that is matching the roof. You sort of have to take a second and realize it's not roof, in a way that was very different of a perspective for me than in some of these renderings that don't add that sort of layer of information. And so for me, I think that there's very little in the standards to reference to say that these buildings are not doing that. And for me, it's about the clarity around some of those things that we're not yet seeing in the documents, and the specificity of those things that talk about how we're going to color that layer up there and the dimensions. And I think a little bit of an editing pen on some of the architectural detailing, because there is just a lot going on. And one of the things that becomes a distraction to those views of the cathedral is a lot of sort of unnecessary fussiness along the way that would distract you from that sort of a view. It's not to say that it shouldn't be beautiful in its own right, and that you're allowed to and you're told to emulate a lot of the historic character of the district in the buildings that you're proposing. I just think there's we sometimes go too far and then we come back a little bit from where we were in terms of how all those details work together.
So it sounds like, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go.
Gosh, I'm not really sure where to begin. But first of all, just thank everyone, the comments that we heard from the public and your deliberation. And I realize this is a long road, and we've been on a long road, and we actually have a long road to go, as as Emily mentioned, this is a 400-page set of drawings that need to be created. And we have to go to the TRC, and we have to go to the city council, and this is not the last of it. And so I recognize, the question here, and we share the same thing. How do we sort of log things that we know need some work, but also allow things to continue to progress so that we do have a project one day? And in some jurisdictions we've worked in, there's a two-part approval process. There's part one, which is sort of everything, height and mass. This is beyond that because we do have details, we do have materials, and in some cases there's an approval, but then final details to be reviewed by staff as a condition. So as I'm just sort of thinking out loud with the dilemma, in a sense of, if I brought you a 600-sheet set of drawings, it's like, wow, we're committed. But at the same time, to be able to honor some of the comments and the questions and the things that you all have said, that they can become part of the record, that can become something that we can take on board as we continue to move through the process. So if there was an approval with conditions that identify, we request that you simplify certain details, or study balconies with the staff to ensure there's a good precedent for that. Or if there's a sort of taking note of some of these smaller things, but there is sort of the broader question that, yes, this is a project that will have a 600-sheet set of drawings, and so having sort of that ability to coordinate with the historic preservation staff, which is something that we often find ourselves doing on larger projects, might be an answer to being able to allow the project to continue to progress forward. Because as I said, we have a long way to go, and I've learned and appreciated everything I've heard tonight and made little notes, but coming back and having another several-hour meeting with you all when we still have so much more to do, maybe there's another way, I guess, that would make sure that these conditions are noted so that we know that they can be addressed.
Well, did you get a copy of Alex's staff report?
I have it, yes, of course.
So you've seen the total height things that she mentions, the fenestration, so I think that's a good, obviously, a place to check off how you're addressing, and that might give the commission some comfort on how the guideline standards are being met. And as Commissioner McDonald said, that it's not up to our aesthetic to choose beauty or not beauty or super beauty, because this is all, it's wonderful. It's all wonderful. But I think that would be helpful on how we can say that even where the zones are split, how you're addressing the height and bringing down the height to meet the total 30-foot.
I think he did, though, that was his presentation, was those two things, to me, at least, that's what I heard, and was, here's how we measured the facade height.
Was that from the May?
No, this is the revised plan.
For the today's revised plan, okay, I see.
And then the other issue, I think, is the design elements, the architectural features. And so I just want to say, if there's, other places that do issue approvals with conditions, we also do that here, but it's for things that aren't subjective. Like, staff doesn't have the authority to make subjective decisions.
It feels like a big lift for us to just push all the design detailing to a condition.
Yeah.
For Alex to sort out, there's just
For staff.
more, like a lot.
Alex, is there a history of the HRC issue? Because what they're asking is basically a concept approval. That two-part approval process is you approve something in concept that is essentially the building footprint, massing, envelope, height, roof form, location, on the site, and then they come back later with some details, with a lot of details, but where that concept approval allows them to move forward possibly through other permitting processes. Is that something this commission has done?
No.
Okay.
And it really can't go through the rest of the process, right? Like, they can't, they're not gonna be able to, like, it's a conditional zoning. And
So we're
in order to go to.
we're the roadblock to TRC, not TRC.
I don't know if I'd call you a roadblock.
Well, we are,
Historic Commission
because
approval of the plan.
our box has to be checked.
They- and they're, and
Yeah.
they, and they
And you
have.
have the final decision on the meeting the guidelines, so there's no
Right.
point in going on to another
Right.
part of the process.
Right.
If they
Well,
don't have the design.
I mean, I sort of like this idea, though, because it would, because I don't know that I'm hearing large dissension around massing and the overall sort of thing of
Well, then
it.
maybe it's one more meeting then, because I don't,
Well,
we
maybe.
can't issue, like, we've never, like, that's not really a.
What you described, Annie, is not anything that we've done. And in fact, I'm kind of struggling with the idea that this is a conceptual plan
Right.
at this point, because.
Well, I mean,
Because we have seen so much
Because I
detail.
look at these
That's
details,
gonna be
you know.
boxes on a,
Yeah.
a model. This
Yeah.
is more, we heard some people say this is more plans than we have seen.
Fair enough, yeah,
So,
understood.
I've seen houses drawn in hand by somebody that's not an architect, that it was enough to meet your review in a historic district and be able to apply the standards. So I guess I'm still waiting to hear, what are you, from these, why can't you, what is difficult, or what standards just are not clear from
I
this
am-
level of drawing? That's all.
I am prepared to make a motion to approve it, because to me, it meets the design standards for Biltmore Village. But what I'm hearing, it sounds as though other commission members aren't there yet.
So how do you feel about the 3.5 stories on Hendersonville Road and that it meets that design standard?
Depending on how you define a half story, it's not the full floor plate of the full story below. So to me, those are half stories. So it looks like,
So it's 2 half stories.
basically,
So that's
yes.
1 story. So you're still half a story over,
Well-
in my mind,
I think it's more if you think about it from a form perspective.
from a form perspective. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and because it's also, it's allowed to be on Hendersonville Road 3.5 stories, right? So,
What you basically have is 2 and 2 half stories.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're,
Because like the consistent thing in the staff report is height, building height.
Yeah.
That's consistent in the comments throughout. And so
Yeah.
that's been the elephant in the room through everybody's comments here.
Yeah.
So I think that is the big thing that has to be discussed here.
well, maybe these drawings are detailed enough.
I
And if we're
honestly-
happy.
They are, you saying?
Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they're more detailed than I thought they were.
When I put when I draft my staff reports, I'm usually anticipating what I think the commission will discuss as part of what I put on paper. And so knowing that we would be discussing building height in general, that was noted for all, facade height was noted for all the building notions, if you will. So I think that they have, as you all pointed out, on all the elevations, but on building 4 in particular, has come a long way to really reading as less dominant along that streetscape. So, I'm not, I feel like I agree with Commissioner McDonald, but I would understand if there are commissioners who don't feel like they're comfortable with the scale of the building, because that's what we're talking about, is like the overall scale of this project. And I know, as some of you have pointed out, it is, and one thing I talked with Christian about this morning is, what is the feasibility of a smaller project on a lot in an urban environment like this? And that's not something necessarily you can consider. You have to consider the design standards, but I think, we all think about things practically also, just as human beings. so, it's just something I've been pondering all along, and not that that tips the scale for me by any means. It's just kind of a reality, I think. And, yeah, I think it's, to Annie's point, it's not meeting the guidelines again or the standards, so.
And sometimes the standards aren't very specific. Annie was saying, it doesn't really talk about the step backs and what those are supposed to accomplish and what's successful. That's when you go to the very general standard, which is this congruous with the historic district, with the street pattern, which also includes newer buildings now, not just the small original village buildings. So again, just trying to pull out what you see, and I'm not pushing you to make a decision tonight, just trying to think more, as Alexander was saying, if what you're stuck on is the one that says should not exceed 3 stories, and there must be one that says, except on Hendersonville Road, should not, again, where we're not in a perfect shall not, but it's should not. So what it can mitigate, you can consider, does it mitigate the, if it's beyond 3 stories, how is it mitigated? Does it, okay, there we go. High density area, 3.5.
So I'm hearing a little bit of a change.
Yeah, I think there's some comments about the sort of proportioning of that first floor on Hendersonville Road that I don't know that there's a way to sort of solve it in the context of this meeting necessarily. And that might be unless there's more consensus around concerns about the number of stories. And to the extent that we, the general detailing around the buildings and where the windows are, and we haven't dug into really big detail about that, but it feels like that is sort of studying every single thing, or do we, if there's not enough specificity in the guidelines that tells us, because it feels generally congruous.
It's a little different than Montford, where we spend a lot of our time, where it really says every single feature has to match the historic style.
So a lot less, it's like 3 pages, and that's it for all of it for new construction.
Well, and I think in part because this district, the way it evolved historically, has had so many different kind of, the commercial buildings across the street, they were later to the district, obviously, and then the OT Bank building was one of the later, like 1930s building. And then there's been other fill over the years too. So, there's some 40s and 50s stuff in there, and then obviously 1960s. So there's, there's certainly, I think that the design standards took that, that was part of why they were written in this way, that allowed for some creativity, I think, to happen and how new design responds to the historic character of the district.
And the first floor was mentioned, well, I think, Will, you had a question about that. There was public comment. I thought the applicant.
I think it's in the go in the right direction.
Yeah. You thought there was something that you might be able to work on with that the first floor.
I think we could reduce the expression of the the step-down corners of building 4 to 15 feet
like that art, that sort of
where
pattern that you're
the
creating.
cantilever comes out and then it goes up. I think that, that just listening to that comment, looking at the design, I think that would be a good design addition to the building. I think you all can visualize what that would do, but I think that would certainly be a condition that we could take forward.
Is that a reasonable condition?
I think so. The only thing I could think, though, is really the overall, the design features. Not all of you said something about that, but that was a concern of mine. Because I do think while the standards would allow for some flexibility, I do think that they could be kind of simple. Some of the design elements could be simplified a little bit. You worded it well, Sue, when you were
Quiet.
Yeah, quieted. I
Quieting.
thought was an interesting way to put it. And I'm not saying that means I think they should eliminate at all the architectural
No.
detailing. I just mean it, maybe it can be a little bit simplified in some areas of the building, But that's subjective, and that's not something that
Well, and I think to the point of the standards, there's encouragement throughout the standards to replicate and to emulate what's already detailed in the district, which is different than other districts. Oftentimes, when we've got new construction, we do want to stand it apart. We're pulling it away, additions are pulled away from the corner, so you can clearly, we're doing a lot to make sure the historic stuff stays intact as compared to new construction, and that's really not what these standards are saying.
Right.
There's a lot more encouragement and expectation that you're going to fit into that fabric in a much more direct way.
Right, I know Christian's got the images pulled up of the different details that we referenced, and so they did do a lot of work in terms of thinking on how they wanted to incorporate design elements found in the village, so.
Yeah, if I could just speak to that a little bit, I would say, I think we struggle in our time because details are usually removed. They're removed, and they're removed, and they're removed, and we end up with buildings that are really very boring. And it's really hard to put details into buildings. And we've really, this is such an important site that we've put our heart and soul into it. I really don't want to water it down because I feel like it's deserved. It's interesting, the AIA just held their conference here in Asheville, the 3-state conference, and Richard Morris Hunt started the AIA. We're working next door. So we have, we're an important site, and we're participating in a historical continuum of a village with 125-year more history. So I don't want to water it down, but I will also say the drawings, I think, can sometimes make it look noisier.
Yeah.
Because you're seeing all the lines. But in this mode of design, for example, I'll just use a photo here as an example. Not this one. The darker colors, I think, absorb detail. That's really what I wanted to say. That it's hard to get the detail in there, but then I think it's just the nature of Biltmore Village. The recessive colors sort of swallow it up. So, but when you walk the street and you see it, you're like, then you were meant to be there as a human being. That up-close pedestrian detail, if we can get refinement down to 1/4 of an inch, we have to do that, or we don't do that enough today in any mode of design. And this is a design opportunity in a village that was based on a theme. It's the only European village in the United States, so it has these unusual aspects to it, but it also has excellent design, and it has quality, and it has texture, and it has human scale. So that's what we have attempted to bring forward in the details that we've created, and I recognize that line drawings may make them feel maybe a little louder, but I think in reality when they're executed, and I see that over and over as we walk through the village, we look at the granularity of detail. It's what makes it so rich. It's what makes it worth being there, and these buildings don't hold back. Even the newer ones don't hold back too much. It's just phenomenal. So we're inspired by that. We've hopefully communicated that in the work that we've done, and are committed to delivering those details in the project.
Madam Chair, I'm going to propose a motion, and if anybody wants to move to amend it in any way, we can then discuss it. But I would kind of like to see, we've been discussing this for 2.5 hours, and I am prepared to make a motion that I support, not just to move this along, but because I believe the project meets the design standards for Biltmore Village. So yes?
It's just that if we don't know the sense where everybody's going,
Yeah.
you take a vote, that vote stands. And so if the applicant would have, we've talked about maybe they don't want to come back some more, but really what we were talking about is if they're coming back again, just try to get as specific as you can so we can address it and maybe that one more time. You could do what you want. I just clarifying, I'm not sure if the rest of the commission is as clear. And I guess they can always, if you vote to approve, it's not a vote.
And some members may vote to approve and some may vote to deny, or there may be a motion, an alternate motion proposed. I'm not exactly sure, and since we follow Robert's rules, if you know, the motion may fail.
If a motion to approve fails, then it's a no.
Yeah, and then they have to wait an entire year before they come back. So that's, we typically are like trying to.
So do
Where
we,
we're going was whether the applicant wants.
is this another straw poll? We've done straw polls in the past, recently. Can we do that again?
I don't like to call them straw polls.
Can we get a sense from all of the members how they might vote if I made a motion to approve? Okay.
Sure, I think I would vote along with you, but I would want like a couple of conditions.
Okay.
The first being is if you can lower that first level, like ceiling, like with 15, 16, as a condition, I would want that. Yeah, but other than that, I think I'd be willing to.
It would be the exterior expression.
I don't think that, I mean, we just started talking about conditions, and Emily, you'd asked about that. I don't think that's a condition that can be approval subject to that condition. For Alex to, I don't think, to review drawings that maybe change that first floor. That's more of a condition than I think is within staff approval. So what I was thinking is, if it was more about, what do you want to see for the next time that's very clear, that would come back. Am I right, Alex, that would be outside your?
I think it just means that it would change, like the cantilever part would just change, like maybe a foot or two? Is that
Right, we might, to address that specific item, the exterior expression where the cantilever is, we could lower that on those step-down pavilions, so it would relate that roof line more, and that would be a definable condition.
That's beyond.
I don't think that would be a big enough design change to me, because you
Okay.
can see what it looks like now, and just, I mean, I think it's easy to imagine what it looks like, maybe lowered. I don't know, how much do you think it could be lowered, I guess?
I think we can lower another foot and still work with the windows and the glazings. It's, so, just as a point, just to address something that we heard tonight, I think
Usually
that's
conditions
something I would want to do.
Let her review the windows, the final materials, things like that. I had not recalled a design change in elevation, but.
Well, I think if they're saying it's gonna be a foot lower, and the commission is okay with that, and that's what you.
Well, yes, that would be a more specific.
We would just make a condition that the revised elevation.
Was reduced in that, yes, it would have to be that specific.
I have a question. With respect to that requirement to reduce it, it's not actually a floor-to-floor height you're asking him to reduce, it's just an exterior facade
Right.
detailing.
I think that was something that he talked about with the Preservation Society as part of something that would make it feel like more of a pedestrian scale first floor versus, that it's 18 feet, right? So that it would just be slight, it would help make it feel.
It's really a small change, it's a small aesthetic change.
Yeah. So others have comments on how they would vote?
Yeah.
Are we doing a poll or?
Well, it's kind of just get input.
I still don't
Yeah,
feel
Alex
comfortable.
is
I don't
typing.
have any specific feedback, though. What I don't feel comfortable with is the large scale of the building, that I don't know enough about all of the details to name something specifically. I'm just, the large mass of the building, I would say, I would deny at this point.
You're good. Yeah, I would be ready to approve. I'd like to say about addressing the whole issue about having too much detailing. I'm thinking the commission on one hand is asking him to break down the scale of the building to be more in keeping with the village, but on the other hand, we're saying it's too fuzzy, it has too much detail. Adding detail is something that helps break down the scale. So I just want to also, all of us to be mindful of giving conflicting direction. So having said that, I don't have a problem with the level of detail now, and I would be ready to approve if you're asking how I would do that.
I'm going to make a motion? Or were you going to make a motion?
I was going to make.
She wants the motion.
This motion is like 3 pages long. We might have to, tag team. We might have to relay race this.
exhibits.
need a
so-
cough drop so you don't lose your voice.
Okay. Alex, I've noticed that you have added some text to this. Can I start?
Yeah, it was just adding the exhibits that
Okay.
were entered into evidence
Okay.
today, so.
Madam Chair, based on the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, the application and project description of 4 pages, Exhibit B, the new construction worksheet of 4 pages, Exhibit C, the photographs of 5 pages, Exhibit D, the site plans of 4 pages, Exhibit E, the floor plans of 4 pages, Exhibit F, the renderings, 3 pages, Exhibit G, the color palette and material images of 4 pages, Exhibit H, the window and storefront specifications of 3 pages, Exhibit I, the arborist report of 3 pages, Exhibit J, conceptual plans and drawings of 28 pages, Exhibit K, contextual design studies, 13 pages, Exhibit L, owner's affidavit, Exhibit M, the Biltmore Village Multi-Resource National Register nomination, 39 pages, Exhibit N, plans with relabeled elevations of 6 pages, received May 1st, 2023. Exhibit O, the second owner's affidavit, received May 1st, 2023. Exhibit P, the Biltmore Property Group, no, the CAD drawings, I need a line. The CAD drawings of 2 pages received May 3rd, 2023. Exhibit Q, the comment letter from Ben Mitchell from Biltmore Property Group of 2 pages received May 4th, 2023. Exhibit R, the roof plan, parking garage floor plans and additional elevation drawings of 5 pages received May 5th, 2023. Exhibit S, the demolition site plan received May 5th, 2023. Exhibit T, the awning, shutter, and board and batten siding details of 4 pages received May 9th, 2023. Exhibit U, the additional drawings and photographs, 5 pages received May 10th, 2023. Exhibit W, revised plans of 34 pages received May 24th, 2023. Exhibit X, local historic district description and inventory of 16 pages added by staff on September 6th, 2023. Exhibit Y, the additional section drawings of 2 pages received September 7th, 2023. Exhibit Z, the 2018 Historic Structures Survey Report, 171 pages, received from the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office, September 11th, 2023. Exhibit AA, memorandum from Glenn Stack of 2 pages, August 8th, 2023. Exhibit AB, the Glenn Stack's curriculum vitae of 9 pages, received August 9th, 2023. Exhibit AC, revised plans of 35 pages, received May 24th, 2023. Exhibit AD, revised plans of 83 pages, received August 23rd, 2023. Exhibit AE, revised plans of 4 pages, received August 31st, 2023. Exhibit AF, material samples, received September 13th, 2023. Exhibit AG, the 3D modeling images, received September 13th, 2023. And the commission's actual inspection and review of the subject property by all members. Does anybody not? I move that the commission approve the certificate of appropriateness application based on the following. That the application is to recombine parcels and demolish existing non-contributing structures and surface parking lot. Construct a 2 to 3.5 story, 99,915 square foot hotel with brick, gravel dash, pebble dash, smooth fiber cement board and batten and shiplap and stone siding and Ludowicky graduated tile roofing in fire flash color. Windows will be Hurd SDL aluminum clad in a variety of fixed and double hung styles. Western window system steel multi-light casement and custom wood transoms. Pedestrian doors will be Marvin wood, metal, and glass in a variety of colors. Garage doors will be Rytec double wall aluminum. Multiple window and door openings will have canvas awnings with iron support arms, base plates, and decorative finials. Other decorative elements include wood brackets, exposed wood rafter ends, Juliet balconies with metal and wood railings, half timbering, brick inlay, stone corner insets, painted framed panels with pressed copper ornaments, an ocular window, wood shutters, and copper gutters and downspouts. Construct a 39.
That's old. Delete that
Oh, yeah, I see that, okay.
Okay. Sorry to throw you off. We're on a roll.
What did you delete?
Start at passenger.
Passenger drop-off area will be paved with pine haul rumbled cocoa with 2 concrete driveway aprons. Sidewalk along Hendersonville Road will be replaced with new 6-foot wide pine haul rumbled FR, what is that? Full range brick sidewalk with 6-foot 10-inch wide planting strip with small shrubs and Coosa dogwoods. The new section of brick sidewalk will extend from existing sidewalk to pedestrian entrance on south elevation. The existing planting strips and mature trees will be retained and preserved. As much existing brick sidewalk material and granite curbing as possible will be reused to construct new sidewalks on Angle Street, Kitchen Place, and Boston Way. New ADA curb ramps will be constructed of pine haul rumbled full-range brick, lighter colored pavers, and dark colored metal truncated dome plates. All existing trees being retained will be adequately protected during construction. 1 London plane tree, I'm not going to read that, will be planted along Boston Way. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before any work may commence. Number 2, the design standards for designing in the historic style of Biltmore Village found on pages 7 to 11 and the new construction and contemporary styles found on pages 13 to 15 of Book 3, Chapter 4, Site Design found on pages 23 to 24, Chapter 5, Color on pages 43 to 44, Chapter 6, Illumination on pages 45 to 46, and Appendix B, Street Planning Plan on page 151 of Book 1 of the Biltmore Village Historic District Design Standards adopted October 1st, 1988 in Chapter 5, Proposed Plan and Character of Biltmore Village found on pages 53 to 58 in Chapter 6, the pedestrian environment in the Biltmore Village Development Plan adopted on July 1st, 1992 were used to evaluate this request. Number 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. The new building is harmonious in form, material, and scale with a village character. The primary facades are pedestrian interesting at the ground level, per the guidelines. Significant areas of glass to display goods, services, and activities to provide interest to the street. The new building is similar in massing and scale with historic structures in the sub-area. Primary facades do not exceed 30 feet. Facades are divided into portions similar in scale to historic facades by varying setbacks, roof forms, and materials. The overall building forms and roof forms closely match those used historically. The building incorporates materials that are similar to those used historically for all major surfaces. Main entrances are oriented toward the street. Setback patterns and building alignments established by the traditional setbacks from the street are being maintained. Existing mature trees are being maintained and preserved. While the standards indicate that planting strips be planted with grass and street trees, Hendersonville Road is an NCDOT maintained road, and large maturing trees will not be allowed within the planting strip along that side of the development. Thus, the planting strip will be landscaped with smaller maturing shrubs. All sidewalks and curb ramps will be brick. As much existing brick as possible will be reused for construction of new sidewalks. New structure is consistent with the provisions of the 1992 Biltmore Village Development Plan. Number 4, that the action and improve.
Can we go back to item C and just add something about the elevation on Hendersonville Road not exceeding 3.5 stories?
The new building, okay, correction to item number C. The new building is similar in massing and scale with the historic structures in the sub-area insofar as its elevations are divided appropriately to reflect historic design patterns. The primary facades do not exceed 30 feet and 3.5 stories along Hendersonville Road. The facades are divided into portions similar in scale to historic facades by varying setbacks, roof forms, and materials. Is that acceptable? Number 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Biltmore Village Historic District. That is my first motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following condition. Revised elevations of Building 4 will be submitted for staff review and approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Did you say no? You have to say no again.
No.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate
We're available for
the deliberation. No, we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
So take a little break.
Keep all here.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Yeah.
In the future, if you miss a meeting, you can sometimes catch up with meeting minutes, but I should 2 minutes for the last 2 meetings. I don't know, like 30 pages worth of notes, so.
I had my
Sue, are you going to call a formal break? I did here. I did.
You want to be on more committees?
It was a mouthful. Luckily, it's all done for us, so it makes it a little easier. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, I had already looked at it. I was prepared. The pauses were for comedic effect.
When you got the double day.
No?
We did.
Okay.
Just sitting there. We're back.
We're back. Okay, next is Montfort, 246 Cumberland Avenue. Alex?
All right, thank you very much. And thanks to all the very patient people waiting in the audience. I'm going to be really brief with this one too. This one is also third time going before the commission. Jackson, I don't know what's going on with this. Maybe it's me, and maybe I wasn't. Thank you.
How does he do it?
What would I do without this person? I wonder.
Walked by and bumped it.
Well, I'll just keep talking since we've got at least 3 working screens. But so this is, as a recap and after the fact request, there was a swimming pool project approved for this property back in 2018. That included a low brick wall around the perimeter of the pool decking that had approval for a metal picket fence on top of the low brick wall surrounding the swimming pool. There are 2 parts to this. I don't want this to get lost, but also the paving material, the actual pool decking material was different. It's different now than what was approved. As requested by the applicant and the commission, we solicited technical advice from the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office, and the letter is in the folder. If you read the letter, they were looking at consistency with Secretary of the Interior standards against the character of the Montfort Historic District. So I think the letter is very well written and super helpful. And I don't know how in-depth all of you have gotten with Secretary of the Interior standards, but they're basically like the federal standard that then is really the basic kind of underlying standards for all local historic district standards are basically built upon that foundation. So it's really helpful in terms of the letter, I think clarifying what the commission had been struggling with and saying we affirm that it's not consistent with the historic district, the character of the historic district, but then, with less emphasis, I think if you read the way I read the letter, that it's in a rear yard. And I can safely say that in my now almost 9 years of doing this, the commission has not treated rear yards entirely different. They haven't just said anything goes in a rear yard, I guess, is my point. So there has been some latitude for things like swimming pools in the rear yard in the first place. They still have to be in character. They still have to be consistent with the design standards and therefore the character of the district. And I didn't take a really firm line before because I really just wanted the commission to try to, hash this out. But I am taking I didn't say in my staff report, I just said that the pool decking is compatible and in keeping with the historic district, but I don't think that the walls are. I don't think that had this been proposed in the first place to the commission with walls instead of the fence, I don't think that the commission would have approved that in the first place. So we're really looking at this as if you all were reviewing this if it weren't built. And so, yeah, I am at this point not recommending in favor of approval of the walls. I will say that, and Janice do you want to talk about the issue that was being emailed about?
We'll let the applicants.
Okay, okay. All right, any questions for me?
Which part of the wall was there before, that's associated with the parking pad? It's the first L that's bleeding off the edge of the page, right?
Right,
Just
like the
that
wall
box.
that wrapped around, that was really the retaining wall
Mm-hmm.
on that left-hand side, if you're looking at the photograph, was what was part of the previous approvals. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah,
the
yeah.
driveway goes back and the grade drops down to where the pool is, so that wall that goes around on the left-hand side of this photo, that was approved.
So that's the east wall, so the north and east is new wall.
That's south.
Which way south?
To the left.
Okay.
South is left, so
So
you're kind
south
of going
and
out of the
east.
top left of this picture.
that entire section going out that's not a retaining wall, that was all new and built without approval.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Alex?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Applicant?
Hello, my name is Jesse Swords. I'm an attorney at Allen Stahl and Kilbourne, and we represent the applicant in this matter. First, I want to congratulate you on having such a great day. I can't tell you the last time I was compared to a biblical king known for wisdom and judgment, but that's great. I have not spoken with you guys before, so I just want to give a really brief personal introduction so you know how I'm coming at this. My dad has been retired for a long time, but he was an architect. He designed mostly hospitals. But the important part is I grew up with his commentary on all kinds of buildings around. I was also an art history minor in undergrad, which, none of that to say I have anything approaching expertise or any kind of credentials, but I do understand that what this board does is important and valid. And at the same time, as an attorney, I also think it's important for this board to know, as I'm sure you do, that y'all's authority is defined by statute and city ordinance, and the boundaries are important. And the standards you apply are also important, and I think they should be applied consistently, which is a hard job with things like design. It's hard to fit design stuff into legal boxes, in my experience. All of that said, I just have a couple of things I want to add to the record tonight, and I think I can keep it pretty quick and matter of fact to respect y'all's time. The first thing is a letter, and I don't have enough copies for everyone, so I don't know if there's a way for me to use the projector here. And also, I don't know if I can put this.
You just have to take the HDMI cable out of my laptop and connect to yours.
Oh.
Do you have a laptop?
I don't, but I was wanting to use the.
You want to show it on the projector?
Okay. And it's actually a couple pages long, so you're not going to quite be able to get it all, but I'll hand copy to you.
They have digital copies of the letter.
This is a letter from you. I'm sorry, I have your return.
So I'll hand you all copies that's addressed to you, and there are two more copies that you found. So what this is an objection in the record. This letter is outlining our position, and essentially the gist of it is state statute, your rules of procedure, and city ordinance each provide a 180-day time frame for action on any certificate of appropriateness. Our client's application was uploaded on March 10th. It was marked complete by the city on March 13th, and those are 187 and 184 days in the past. So the objection essentially is that any further proceedings by the HRC are legally improper, and this also lays out a summarized statutory interpretation argument that essentially what that means is our client's project must be approved by operation of law. So I'm happy to answer questions you may have about that. But if not, I can move on to the next item.
I want to speak to that for the HRC. This was essentially given up to Alex and me in an email this morning, this idea that the application had run its review process. And because of that the application needed to be approved. I promptly responded in my email that it's the city's position that we are within the review period. The first time the application was considered by the HRC was in April of this year. That is 155 days. Even if that is not agreed that that's 180 days, the applicant themselves in July requested an extension, requested a continuance to this meeting pending that information from the SHPO, to which the HRC agreed, and we have received that letter on August 18th, 2023. And now that letter is in evidence before you. So it's my opinion as a city attorney that this is not within the purview of the HRC to determine whether the 180 days or not has been met. What is in the purview before you tonight is the certificate of appropriateness, and if the certificate of appropriateness should be approved or not. And as Alex said, the standard for after the fact is you're looking at it as if this was a new application, and that's our position. Also, the statute does not state what happens when, if the 180 days does run. And there's no case law, but to think that that automatically means an after-the-fact application is approved is not a reasonable interpretation. So that's the city's position, and for the HRC tonight, we can just move forward. Of course, you can submit this to evidence, but I do think you have the ability to continue and consider the certificate of appropriateness.
May I say something also for clarification? Because I remember that meeting, and I remember the request, the specific request for SHPO commentary on the appropriateness of the wall. And the reason it was deferred, or that the applicant and property owner requested deferral until this meeting is because the attorney present at the time was not able to attend the August meeting. Is my recollection of that correct?
I think also in July, we said that the SHPO might take up to 30 days to reply. I don't know if they have 30 days, maybe it's 15, but we didn't anticipate to get a quick answer, and it was very important to the applicant. And Mr. Swords is in the same firm as the attorney, Derek Allen, that presented before, so it's the same firm that's representing, not new representation, that requested the SHPO letter, and that did take until August 18th for us to
Stipulated that they have up to 30 days.
So it may have been that, the attorney couldn't make it in August, but September seemed to be when that information, you would have it and be able to consider it.
Thank you.
If you get a chance to read my letter, I respond to each of those points. First of all, the statute is very clear that the filing date starts the period running, not the first time it's heard by this board. And as to the statutory interpretation argument, it's laid out in the very last paragraph. The high points are essentially where a land use regulation is ambiguous, and here it doesn't spell out what happens when we pass the 180-day mark. However, when a land use regulation is ambiguous, there are certain statutory interpretation principles that a court will go through, and I will just boil them down to, if there is more than one reasonable interpretation, the court must find in favor of the interpretation that favors the free use of property. Here, I don't think it's actually unreasonable for automatic approval to be the interpretation, because the obvious purpose of the 180-day time frame is to prevent this board from rejecting projects just through inaction. So we don't really need to argue the legal points unless Janice has further commentary. The real purpose of this objection is to preserve the record on appeal in case we have to take this further to Superior Court. Actually, I don't know if it goes to the Board of Adjustment first or then Superior Court.
No, it goes straight to the court.
Okay.
again, I reiterate, that is not a question for the HRC to determine. It's not like a board of adjustment. So I would say if your next point is, we'll have it in the record, but if your next point is to make, really to speak to the certificate of appropriateness.
Yes, so my next point is, in response to the letter on the technical preservation advice. First, I want to note that the rules of procedure for the HRC state that y'all can seek this advice, and I'm quoting here, any such advice obtained must be presented by said expert at the certificate of appropriateness request hearing. Just want to note for the record that the author of that letter is not here. So we object to it being formally included in the record and the evidence for this hearing. However, I do have a response. I will hand Janice, and I'll have a few copies in the room. This is an affidavit by Jeff Dalton. You may know them. I'm not sure how many fans he has in here, but it walks through a couple of things about the letter, and it also, perhaps even more importantly, there's an Exhibit A. So if you want a moment to review, I'll let you take a moment now.
Well, is Jeff Dalton here?
He is not, but the rule in the procedure is speaking directly to advice received from the...
Well, in a quasi-judicial procedure, we can have evidence that's admitted. It's up to the commission what they want to accept as evidence or not. You on behalf of your client, requested a letter from the SHPO. Now, and it has been admitted into evidence because it was part of the request, and now you're filing an objection to it. You're also filing an affidavit, and what I always advise the HRC is you can accept, you can give whatever weight you want, but what the weight you're supposed to give is to a specific, so if Mr. Dalton were here, you would give that testimony a greater weight than an affidavit from him. But it's quasi-judicial, so you can accept this if you want, but I'm just, in terms of how much you weigh things, it is preferable to have the person who's making this kind of statement here present.
So I actually can't speak to what happened at the last meeting. You know, I want to stress that these are kind of technical, legal objections to this letter. So
Can you clarify for the record that you're with the same firm as
Yes, I
Allen, as Derek Allen, who represents this client and who was at the July meeting and requested that this board approve seeking a letter from the SHPO?
Well, like I said, I'm from the same firm. I can't speak to what happened at the last meeting. I had not heard that from him. I heard it from you for the first time in your email this afternoon. So, I did look at the meeting minutes. Whoever writes those, by the way, deserves a Pulitzer. I mean, it's very detailed. I did not see the relevant portion, but I did look at it briefly. Anyway, that's beside the point. What I have handed up is an affidavit by Jeff Dalton. The affidavit, recites, who he is, what his experience is, what he has reviewed, and then states his opinions. So I would tender this to the board as expert advice. Request that you accept it as such.
That's a determination by the chair, and you don't have to accept it as expert advice. Again, my advice to you is that this is not even being presented in person, so.
Okay. So
it's opinion.
Have you had a chance to read it?
And you would have to.
Yeah, take as much time as you need. I may have misspoke. Expert evidence is technically what I'm proposing here. It is duly sworn and notarized.
This is just a letter from somebody. We don't know that he's an expert. There's not anybody here to cross-examine him because he's not here. So this is, again, it's a legal argument you're making that is outside of the purview of this hearing, which is about the certificate of appropriateness. So maybe when you can get, are you going to be speaking about your client's application and certificate of appropriateness and how it meets the standards or not?
So this affidavit, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. All of the decisions of this board have to be based on competent, substantial, and material evidence in the record. This is expert testimony by an architect who has been licensed for 25 years. It provides opinions supporting this project and how it conforms to the design requirements. So it is relevant. Regardless of the opinions stated, I want to turn your attention to the Exhibit A. And I don't know if it's practical at all to pull up the actual application materials for this this other permit, which was 21-06354PZ. It was for a backyard renovation at 37 Watauga. And as stated in the affidavit, and as you can simply see from the exhibit and from the application, which is in the city's records, the similarities between what was approved at 37 Watauga and what we are asking for at 246 Cumberland are striking. 37 Watauga was a backyard renovation with a pool. It added multiple freestanding walls that match the exterior finish of the home. They were also integrated with existing and I think additional retaining walls that were around the pool area, which is the same thing going on at 246 Cumberland. And, I can't, not with my training, certainly, I can't quite wrap my head around how the certificate of appropriateness application for 246 Cumberland is significantly different from 37 Watauga, such that 246 Cumberland would not be approved by this board when 37 Watauga was. So that is really my presentation. Let me look at my notes real quick.
I think the difference is that this was approved by us, and what was built at 246 was not.
I understand that distinction, and I understand that that's been an issue. I can't turn back time and tell my client what to do. Yes, but I believe the standards that apply are the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. They are the Montford District, design guidelines. And it is unfortunate that we're coming before the board for an after-the-fact approval, but I can't change it. We picked this up where it came to us, which was at the stage our client was issued a notice of violation. So I also actually do want to note with the letter, the technical preservation advice letter, I do want to note that the conclusion, of incompatibility is tempered by some statements about, this project wall being located entirely in the rear yard. I also want to note that you can't see it in the materials in Exhibit A, but if you were to pull up the plans for 37 Watauga, you'd see that the walls at 37 Watauga are along an alleyway. They're not even, it's more of a corner lot. So in that way, the Dunbar residence, this wall is in the rear yard, which I would hope this board would look on more favorably than something in a corner lot. Unless you have any questions.
I do.
Okay.
So you noted that the retaining, or that the wall at 37 Watauga is along an alleyway, is that correct?
Yeah, I wish I had printed out the plans, but it was, you know, we don't have a large format printer, so it would have been so tiny. I don't know the name of that alley off the top of my head, or,
Is the wall at 37 Watauga along a property line or close to a property line?
so if you look at, let me see if I can orient to Exhibit A here. So you can see right here, this is one freestanding wall. You can see it's not at a property line.
Okay.
It is, I believe, the same wall we're looking at here. It is screening the pool.
Okay.
It's next to the driveway. I believe it's between, I think there's also like a garage with a apartment on top.
Have you reviewed the minutes from where this wall was approved?
I personally have not, but I'm sure they are.
So the justification for the board's decision in that case is unknown to you?
Well, I suppose.
Because this board applies the design guidelines on a case-by-case basis, finding facts that support the decision to approve or deny. So we do not know why the HRC approved that wall when it came before the board, correct? We do not know right now.
We could look it up. The design guidelines that apply.
Are you
the
requesting a
same.
continuance to the next meeting?
I'm not.
Okay.
But the facts remain, the similarities here are this is a freestanding wall. It is surrounding a pool renovation. It was approved in conjunction with some existing retaining walls.
Can you tell us how it meets the Montford design standards? Because that is the burden of proof that the applicant must meet. How does the wall at 246 Cumberland meet the Montford design standards? We asked the applicant at the last meeting to provide additional documentation. We have not received that.
So if you look at the affidavit of Jeff Dalton, one of the things he states in there is that he concurs with the statements made in the detailed description of the project, which was submitted to the city back with the application.
Does your expert witness, who is not here to be cross-examined, have anything to say about the discussion that this board had at the July meeting?
Well, he does not. He's not here to be cross-examined, and it's not in the affidavit. However,
Because there was substantial discussion at the July meeting about facts and about evidence and about historic precedents for retaining walls, freestanding walls, and fences in Montford. That information has not been provided to us.
one piece of information is this 37 Watauga application.
For which we do not have minutes or other substantive material that can influence our discussion. If you cannot demonstrate that the wall at 37 Watauga meets the design standards, an approval by this board is not substantive.
So when I submitted the application, I drafted this detailed project description. It addresses the design guidelines in the bullet pointed paragraphs toward the end. It references the guideline for rear yard fences, which may be up to 6 feet high and 100% solid. That is item 10 on page 37 of the design guidelines. The project wall is located entirely in the rear yard on a non-corner lot. It is 100% solid, and it is stepped with the existing grade to maintain an approximate 5-foot height. So although there's not a distinction between fences and walls in the design guidelines, my initial take on this was that it should be a minor work approval because it is essentially a brick fence. And the design guidelines provide that although wood and metal are the default materials for a fence, other materials can be approved. And this is essentially a brick fence.
Where are there brick fences in Montford?
So there,
This is a question that we asked in July. First of all, the design standards on page 37 say acceptable materials for all fences include metal pickets, wood pickets, wrought or cast iron or loop wire. The next sentence says walls may be stone, brick, or concrete. A brick fence is not a thing in Montford. The design standards are clear that fences are of one set of materials and walls are of another set of materials. What we asked at the July meeting was, where is there historic precedence per guideline number 4 that says site new fences or walls in locations that are compatible with the traditional historic relationships of fences and walls to historic properties. We asked specifically for information where freestanding walls this tall are historically present in Montford. The circumstances around 37 Watauga are specific to that case. We review things on a case-by-case basis. So we asked for evidence demonstrating historic walls of this height in this location, not along a property line, in a rear yard. We do not have that information.
so, and in order to find that information, I would have to go tromping through everyone's backyard.
And we suggested to the applicant at the July meeting that he reach out to the Montford Residents Association to see if they had any guidance on how he might find out such information. There are ways to do that without tromping through everyone's backyard, but that apparently has not been done.
So the example we found is 37 Watauga, and although it is not brick, it is a material and a finish that
It is not
is
historic.
exactly the same as the exterior bottom story of the corresponding home.
It does not, it is
so-
not historic, and thus this evidence is not fully compliant with what is requested in the design standards.
So if you look at the next bullet point, it does actually address that design standard, which says that new fences and walls must be designed in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood and architectural style of the home. It states that the materials and aesthetics of the project wall match the brick exterior of the residents on the property. They match exactly. It also matches brick walls which were historically located on the property or were approved along with the previous certificate of appropriateness. So with respect, that statement addresses the design standard I think you're referencing, which is
I'm sorry, where are you reading from? The affidavit that you
I'm
just
reading from a
submitted?
detailed project description that was submitted along with the application. It's one of the application checklist items.
For 246 Cumberland.
Correct.
Okay, getting a little confused between using this as a precedence, and just to clarify, this is the first time that any example of something that might be called a precedence is being raised. This is just photographs, it's not a complete application, and Alex recalls that this was for a retaining wall. Just for your information, again, at some point I'm going to ask the commission how you're using these submitted materials in your determination, but we'll get to that.
So at this point, Alex, if you can, pull up the plans for this. I pulled them up through the city permitting portal. This was a full...
For Watauga Street?
Yes.
No, we're not doing that.
This was a
We're
full
not doing that. If you're
backyard.
making a case about a precedence, that should have been made a long time ago. So we can go on to, we're back to focusing on the standards that you referenced in your application. That's the appropriate way to proceed on this.
And,
So,
excuse
to-
me, Ms. Ashley, may I also suggest that it is the applicant's responsibility to present a complete application that we receive ahead of time so that we have time to review it in advance of the meeting. Randomly pulling up material during the meeting that may or may not be substantively, appropriate or useful is not meeting that burden of proof.
Well, I think, and there's also, it was requested at the last meeting that the minutes from the previous approval be included in the record, which they were.
Right.
This board can determine what they think is adequate to make it's your decision about the
Okay.
certificate of appropriateness. And last-minute submissions that you're being expected to rely on, you may or may not feel that that's sufficient.
Thank you.
It's
Okay.
your determination what's sufficient evidence.
Thank you.
And
So-
expert evidence or not.
So I am very familiar with the rules of procedure for a quasi-judicial proceeding, and I am submitting evidence during the hearing, which is well within that procedure. Again, what I'm talking about mainly, y'all had this from the beginning. It was with the original application. 37 Watauga is providing an illustrative example of a very similar project that was approved by this board. And while we don't know the very specific reasoning that was employed by the board when they approved this, I simply don't believe this is distinguishable in a legal sense from what's going on at 246 Cumberland. And so I submit to you that if this could be approved by the board, that 246 Cumberland should be approved by the board. We previously submitted all kinds of photographs of other walls in Montford. We have provided, additional photos of this, the 246 Cumberland project, walls elsewhere in Montford. The affidavit, is sworn testimony by a licensed architect with 25 years of experience, concurring with recommendations in the previous staff reports, and concurring with what is stated in the detailed project description. I would have printed out the full plans for 37 Watauga so you could understand the full scope of it, but as I said, we simply don't have a printer big enough. It was a very extensive plan, so it would have been illegible.
Is there anything you
Again,
can tell us about 246 Cumberland's wall? How it, which of the standards does it follow, in your opinion?
So my opinion is not necessarily relevant because I'm not an expert in this. However, I laid it out as I understood it in the detailed project description. The affidavit of Jeff Dalton concurs that the guidelines for fences and walls on page 37 and I think 38 of the design guidelines are the applicable standards. It actually disagrees with the technical advice, preservation advice letter, and the fact that that letter applied the Secretary of the Interior standards, which are, for one thing, completely new to this matter, and for another thing, they apply to landmarks specifically, which the Dunbar residence is part of the historic district, but it is not a designated landmark. So I think you have some pretty extensive information
But I
at
think
your
as
disposal.
noted, before the letter was requested from the SHPO, their advice is non-binding, which the commission was well aware of and agreed to ask for the letter. So I don't think they're not making their decision solely based on the letter. So I just want to make that clear.
I know that at the last meeting, in addition to the applicant's desire to table action until we received the letter from the SHPO, we also specifically requested examples of other historic, not recently constructed, historic freestanding walls that serve as precedents for our action on this case. I specifically requested that. And with all due respect, just because the commission approved a prior case does not mean that we will automatically approve a later case, because we review each application on a case-by-case basis based on the facts presented. We requested additional documentation to support the applicant's request. We have not received it.
This Exhibit A, I believe, is additional documentation, although the freestanding wall, I believe, or walls rather, were approved as part of a certificate of appropriateness.
It is
They
not.
are, this is evidence that this board has previously found that freestanding walls are consistent with the historic character of Montford District.
It is not the evidence that we requested.
I understand that.
I do
standing
not
before
feel
you
as though
today
we have
with what I have.
sufficient documentation to approve this application.
Here's what, you know, if the burden that we carry is to approve this and review it as though it's a new application that's not been built, we would use page 37 in the Montfort guidelines, which is for fences and walls. So here's where I'm at. Cite new fences or walls in locations that are compatible with the traditional historic relationship of fences and walls to historic properties in the district. I struggle with the fact that there's quite a bit of historic precedents in the district that show very low profile walls along property lines to define a property boundary from its neighbor. I don't see a lot of precedents in the district for large walls like we have in this particular application that are defining not a property boundary, but are defining the area around the pool separate from its property boundary. Most fencing and walls in Montford, and the evidence that was presented at the July meeting to that effect, were mostly property defining features. The other thing that I think is true is that in all examples that were presented, the wall heights was much lower than 5 feet and created less of a visual obstruction across the landscape, which is something in Montford that there's all kinds of reference to standards throughout the document about protecting the natural landscape and not modifying the topography. And that visual barrier of a 5-foot wall does that. It interrupts that general landscape, so that even though there are fences and walls in Montford, those lower, very massive walls that are stone or brick are low enough that your visual perspective is continuous across the landscape from property to property. Number 5, acceptable materials for all fences include metal pickets, wood pickets, wrought iron or cast iron or loop wire. Walls may be stone, brick, or concrete. I'm taking this wall and I'm putting it in the wall column and not the fence column. Yes. Because it doesn't say that fences can be brick. I think that's the place that we're looking to define ourselves between what is a fence and what is a wall. And so I don't think it's a fence, I think it's a wall. And lastly, designing new fences and walls in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood and architectural style of the house. I think that's where we land when we look at fences in the backyard. Again, we see fences and walls in Montford. Walls are much lower. They're still defining property lines in the backyards, or they're used to retain dirt, for parking, for sidewalks, to hold up stuff. And they're not freestanding, even in rear yards. And so that's sort of where I'm landing if I take just what's been presented for this application, and even if it was something drawn on a piece of paper that hasn't been built yet, that's the same list that we would use.
Sure, and I would just add that on page 40 and 41, the standards for landscaping and trees, those were used as part of the approval for the project for the swimming pool, because all of it was a built feature within the landscape, right? So that applies to this as well. And I would say, counter to saying that we've gone over 180 days, if that's your opinion, I think that this commission has given adequate time and allowance for the applicant to submit information to support the application. And I agree, I don't think that information that's been submitted supports the walls as they were built, personally.
That's interesting to me because the previous staff reports did recommend approval of this as consistent.
If you know the way that is worded, it says, for the following reasons, provided concerns are addressed. So we give an allowance for the concerns to be addressed as part of the discussion in the meeting. We don't, it would be atypical for staff to take, we just straight up deny, recommend denial of an application right out of the gate, right? The whole idea is for us to try to get to an approval for whatever the commission is reviewing. And so that's why, today, as you'll see in my staff report, the only thing I'm recommending approval of is the pool decking, not the walls. So that's, clearly the concerns have not been addressed, at least in my opinion. I'll, defer to the commission, but if there were, the standards would allow for brick fences if there had been brick fences historically. And I don't think that there's been any demonstration by the applicant to show us that we're wrong about that. So I think that's what we were asking for at the last meeting. And the kind of last thing was, hey, will you commission ask the SHPO for their advice, which the commission agreed to do, and they didn't necessarily have to invoke that statute to do that. They could have said, no, we feel like we have what we need to make a decision without that letter. So it was really to benefit the applicant, and it was their request. And so that kind of is what it is. But again, I don't think that's not what the commission would solely be basing their decision on.
And we also suggested to the applicant a solution for finding other examples by reaching out to other property owners in Montford through the Montford Residents Association. This commission has been, I think, generous in its consideration of the applicant's situation. And when we review projects and applications on a case-by-case basis, we do not have the facts before us explaining the decision behind the property at 37 Watauga, which is why we continuously have been asking for precedence that is historic as stated in the design guidelines. Now, we can discuss this continuously until 10 o'clock at night and we have other applications. What is our best next step?
So I would like to just address the siting concern that was just mentioned. I'm going from my recollection here, but I believe the design guidelines make a distinction between front and side yards and corner lots and rear yards when it comes to the siting of the fences. And in fact, if this were a 100% solid wood fence, it could have been approved at staff level as a minor work, and it would basically have been as of right. The only difference here is that this is a brick wall instead of a 100% solid wooden fence. In terms of how it affects the landscape and the views and all that sort of thing, I would submit there is no difference between this wall and a 100% solid wooden fence. So again, we have provided, I think, more than enough information to support this application. I respectfully disagree about that. And again, I'm working with what I have here. I don't want to disrespect this board or what you're doing here. I do fully understand that we are in an awful position of having to come and ask for an after-the-fact approval. But I can't fix those things. I just can't. So what we've done is provide this evidence, and respectfully, if 37 Watauga can be approved because it's consistent with historic precedent, 246 Cumberland should be approved because it's consistent. That's, I'm not sure there's a legal distinction between, this what you're asking for and this 37 Watauga. I might have to research that issue, but fact is 37 Watauga is there. It's in the historic district. It has a freestanding wall and matches the exterior of the home. It's situated around a pool. The other thing that I think has been mentioned before is, some kind of fence or wall is required by homeowners insurance. It is specifically mentioned in Chapter 160D, I think, that, historical preservation commissions, regulations, all that sort of thing, cannot, prohibit, something that is required by another code or, in this case, probably code and insurance. So that's another factor.
And there was a fence there that this
Yeah.
commission approved.
Yeah, just as a reminder, there was a fence that was approved. It was in existence, a metal fence that was approved. And actually, your co-counsel stated, well, my client wanted to have a sturdier fence because a metal fence, what was it, a bear could crush the metal fence. So that was in the original. It's in the meeting notes that this was a desired material because it was more substantial. But a fence was there and the fence was approved, or we wouldn't be in this situation.
Right, and I think the minutes from last meeting also addressed the privacy concern, the fact that, there were people tromping through the backyard and all that stuff, in addition to the fact that this is providing a barrier around the pool for safety purposes. So again, we're at the distinction, what's the difference between a 100% solid fence and what is built at 246 Cumberland?
Because it wasn't approved and it's not the right material. So, we could say for this architect, if he designs a house and he gets approval for that plan and then he just built something else, is that okay? It's not okay from the permitting committee, and that's what we have in front of us. So what we have to do is go back and look at the original guidelines to make our decision. It doesn't matter what they've done at other homes. None of that matters. What matters is what is in front of us at 246. That's it.
Right. And in the detailed project description, it does address the fact that the wall is designed in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood and architectural style of the home.
We don't have any proof of that.
You have photos of the home.
That's not the point.
That is part of the design guideline.
I think
But
what
that
they're
wasn't
saying is
approved.
what you submitted doesn't justify that statement in the description.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we haven't heard from the public.
Do we have any public comment? I'll close the floor for public comment. Are you ready to?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Seat for a moment, or just talk for a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot who you were.
No, I mean, the board, what is the board's, I'm interested to hear the board's opinion on this. I've been very vocal.
I don't
Others,
feel the standards follow that siding fences are, number 4, and fences and walls, siding new fences or walls in locations that are compatible with the traditional historic relationship of fences and walls in the historic properties in the district. I don't feel it meets that standard. And so I would move to deny the CA for the
Just
fence.
Just to clarify, there's the two pieces, there's the pool decking and the walls. So just to know that if there is a motion to deny and you're okay with the pool decking, you'll need to separate them out.
Are you okay with the pool decking?
Can I just
The
clarify?
floor is closed for just a second. Let's finish. We can bring you back in a second. Go ahead.
I have a question real quick. I just want, for 37 Watauga, just to confirm, we do not know why that was approved or not. We don't have any information on, okay.
And it's not historic.
Okay.
This is the first that has been brought up to this commission as a precedent-setting argument.
The pool decking?
I believe the pool decking is consistent with the Montford design standards.
I agree.
And I think it's not far off from what was originally approved,
Yeah.
and that's why
Yeah. So I would be inclined to approve the pole decking and separate the two out.
Yeah. I agree. Okay.
We're supposed to decide like whether or not we like accept this, like is it, we have to decide this or?
Well, I think there have been at least some statements that you
Responded.
didn't believe that that was sufficient evidence. It's, some commissioners have voiced how you think that, your opinion. So you can do that if you want, if you think it has any merit or not. That's up to you.
Respectfully, I just want to clarify, regardless of the weight that this board decides to give, I just want to clarify whether the letter I submitted and the affidavit and its exhibit have been entered into the record of this proceeding.
They're entered into the record. I don't think I heard that it was considered expert testimony. I would like to hear from the chair. That's your ruling. Do you consider this expert testimony? It's again, typically, yes, maybe they're an architect, but typically you have the opportunity to question.
Yeah, without the author of the letter here to cross-examine, we can't accept it as expert testimony without being able to cross-examine.
Madam Chair and Ms. Ashley, I'm sorry, I keep interjecting. In my experience, having served as an expert witness in matters of historic preservation, I was asked to attend the meeting. I provided a resume, I prepared a report, and my qualifications as an expert were discussed by the two parties, and I was accepted as an expert witness by the Board of Adjustment. There was a process for vetting expert testimony, not just accepting because someone has signed affidavit and is an architect.
So with respect, there are statements in the affidavit, which again are sworn statements, that I believe are sufficient for you to find that it is made by a qualified expert, and I have requested that you find that and accept it as expert evidence. Regardless of the weight you give it, that's up to you, I suppose, especially since he's not here to be cross-examined. But many of the statements in there stand for themselves. And again, I will request a ruling on whether this is accepted as expert
I have a question for our legal
evidence.
counsel. I understand is there any,
There's no requirement for you to accept it as expert testimony. I thought I heard you say, I thought I heard you say that you do not consider it that, and that's fine. We'll just
Okay.
leave it at that. If that's your opinion.
Yeah.
So he's requesting, and you go ahead and answer, Chair. I think you need to answer that question.
Yeah, I would like him here. I mean, you can bring him back.
We can't continue. I would not advise for this to be continued, given the applicant's argument that we're already beyond the review time.
Okay.
And then we would be, and I think just based on what was submitted before you last minute, is this, how do you want to, not just weigh it, but do you want to characterize it as expert testimony?
I do not want to characterize this as expert
Does the
testimony.
board want to vote on that?
Let's vote on it.
I move that we do not accept the affidavit from Jeff Dalton as expert testimony.
We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
As long as it's reflected in the record that I tendered this as expert evidence, and this is included in the record, I mean,
have you sent a digital copy so it can be in the actual folder?
We'll have it.
Okay, you've got it, all right. So since we've closed the public hearing, can I make a motion? Okay.
So there's not the second template for
Okay.
tonight, so you can twice edit yourself. You'll just have to read. You'll just have to read the one twice, and then read one of them for the pool decking, and the other one for the.
Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 3 pages, Exhibit B, Plans, 3 pages. Exhibit C, photos, 10 pages. Exhibit D, paver material images. Exhibit E, owner's affidavit. Exhibit F, Zillow image from 2021. Exhibit G, additional photos, 4 pages. Exhibit H, NC Historic Preservation Office letter, 2 pages. Exhibit I, NC Historic Preservation Office, 2 pages, received August 22nd, 2023. Exhibit J, Historic Resources Commission's November 2018 minutes, 43 pages, added by staff July 12th, 2023. Exhibit K, 246 Cumberland Avenue, finding of facts, 4 pages. Exhibit L, Historic Resources Commission, January 2019 minutes and finding of facts, 38 pages. Exhibit M, multiple listing service, feature sheet, 3 pages, received August 9th, 2023. Exhibit N, MLS, full agent display, 5 pages, received August 9th, 2023. Exhibit O, MLS, is this the right one? Residential Property and Owners Association discloses, 4 pages, received August 9th, 2023. And the commission's actual.
Wait, we have to add.
Oh,
You're not
and
considering the expert, the letter dated.
the Dunbar application of certificate for appropriateness dated September 13th, 2023 from Alan Stahl Kilborn. And exhibit Q, affidavit of Jeff Dalton, also exhibit, oh, that's all in there, the affidavit of Jeff Dalton. And the commission's actual inspection and review of the subject property by all members except. I move that this commission deny the certificate of appropriateness based on the following: that the application is after the fact approval request to replace previously approved paver pool decking and metal.
You have to separate them out.
Yeah,
You can either
okay.
separate it or say part approve and part deny, but you're gonna have to be very clear.
The commission, number 1, that the application is after the fact approval request to replace a previously approved pool decking and metal fencing around a previously approved swimming pool with brick paving and walls. The commission approves the paving around the pool deck paving,
Motion to approve the paving.
Brick painting.
and deny the, is that on the same one? And deny the wall.
Do you have to read more, was there more to read?
Yeah,
about the
all
law?
permits, variances.
Oh, okay, so, and
Well, I guess
deny.
we don't need that sentence because it's already done.
As said. All permits, variances, or approvals.
No, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah,
Leave the last
don't read that.
sentence.
Okay, I can't hear you. The design standards for landscaping and trees founded on pages 40 and 41, and fences and walls found on pages 36, 37, adopted on April 14, 2010, and amended.
Sorry, of the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards, these are a hot mess today.
Of the Montfort Historic Design Standards, is where those pages are found. Are adopted, wait, is it my own wrong one?
No.
Are-
You're on
Adopted
2.
April 14th.
Adopted on April 14, 2010, and amended December 9th, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. This application does,
So you can do the paving, just separate out
All
again
right.
if you have a reason to approve the paving.
the pool decking does meet the design standards for the following reason. The brick pool decking is in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood and architectural style of the house. Number 4, this application for brick wall does not meet the design standards for the following reasons. from the Montfort design standards, site new fences or walls in locations that are compatible with the traditional historic relationship of fences and walls to the historic properties in the district, found on pages 36, 37 in the Montfort historic, the design review guidelines for the Montfort Historic District.
I think you probably should refer to the landscape standard I
Standards.
pointed you to, that reads, in addition to the one for walls, on page 41, the standard for new landscape structures should be compatible with the historic neighborhood and material and scale.
As stated by staff. Number 5, the action.
Wait,
Right.
did you say something about the material of the wall or just the siding? I think you need to say something about the, well, I guess it's just as the siding, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 5,
Well, and it was an argument that at some point somebody called it a fence, but it's not a fence. I mean, it's not a fence because fences are made of whatever you read.
Can we also add something regarding the height? Because one of the things we discussed at length at the July meeting and this evening is that the height of walls in Montfort are typically low. So can we add?
Whatever you can find in the standards that you think supports that. I think
okay.
walls are not. And Mr. Hornaday, when we get to the vote, I think you should separate out very clearly and call it for the approval and then the denial.
Okay.
Design new fences and walls in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood and architectural style of the house. The historic character of the Montfort neighborhood has walls that are typically located along property lines, that define property boundaries, and that are low.
And or function as retaining walls.
And usually that function as retaining walls. Where they are freestanding, walls are low and do not obstruct sight lines.
Can you define low?
Yeah.
The examples that were provided at the July, by the applicant at the July meeting appeared to show walls that were no taller than 3 feet.
I have a question then for you though.
That the action, keep going, that the actions
Keep going or not?
proposed in the application before us for certificate of appropriateness are, we're talking about the pool decking, congruous with the special historic character of the Montfort Historic District. Do I have a
Certificate
second
of appropriateness for the paving.
for the pool material, yeah, decking? Do I have a second to approve that?
Second.
All in, okay, so we're going to split this up. So all in favor of the pool decking paving? All approve? Aye. Any opposed?
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued without exception for the pool decking.
What does that mean
Second.
without exception?
Well, it's on here, right?
Without conditions.
Well, without conditions.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to, you can just say approved.
Second,
Second.
Motion carries.
my
gotta
Okay, so we have to,
vote.
Did you all approve
All-
of that? I thought we did.
all approve?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we have to do the ball, right?
That the action and improvements proposed in this application before us for a certificate of appropriateness for the brick wall surrounding.
After the fact installation of the brick walls.
After the fact installation of a brick wall surrounding a swimming pool are not congruous with the special historic character of the Montfort Historic District.
Second. All approve? Aye. Any oppose? Motion carries.
Based on the foregoing findings and the reasons set forth in, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be denied for the wall.
Second. All approve?
Aye.
Any oppose? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time.
you.
Do y'all need this, or?
No, you've got a copy.
You got a copy?
Copies.
That's why I wore a corduroy jacket, because I know I get cold.
Do you need
I have so much, I ate 2 subs.
Do you need-
So much trash.
Oh, there's bad on the other side. Right there by the chips.
It's just a cookie. Right down the front of me. Come around and get that, don't you? Thank you.
The what? Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Help yourself. All right. We haven't adjourned. I'm just help. Hi.
Same to you.
We haven't adjourned or taken a
Yeah,
recess.
okay,
Can
so let's-
everybody just, do we need a brief, I mean, I feel.
Do we need another break,
But
guys?
there needs to be a motion you need to ask for.
I'd like to ask for,
All right, we got to shh, everybody.
I'd like to ask for a motion to recuse myself from this next item because it's involves my property.
So we say he's excused?
There needs to be a motion to recuse, right?
Yeah, you need to.
Okay, we need a motion to recuse.
I move to allow Will Hornaday to recuse himself for this application.
Second.
Motion's approved.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye. All approve? Aye. Any opposed? I will.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so.
rolling forward.
Yes. Okay, so this application is for sewer line improvement that's been in the works for the Albemarle Park Historic District for some time now. So this is just, you probably want to pull up your plans if your Chromebook hasn't died yet, to look at the plans in more detail if you haven't already. But it's a pretty straightforward request. There's a section there's going to be improved sewer line going from Charlotte Street up Cherokee Road. And most of it is on private property and most of the work will be underground and not affect any ground level surfaces with the exception of some areas that include like a gravel driveway where it will be, resurfaced. And then there's a little area that once it gets up close to the road, on the far eastern section on the right-hand side of that plan, then there's like an area of ground that will be disturbed, but then will be restored. And then where there will also be some new manholes, but all the new manholes will be flush with the ground. Most of this is, again, they're doing pipe bursting and then trenching so as to not disturb any of the above ground features. The reason why we brought this to the commission as major work is because in the past, there has been some discussion around the road resurfacing in this neighborhood. The standards indicate macadam was the historic material, and so there's been a kind of ongoing discussion around that about what macadam was, very technologically advanced then, but does that material actually contribute to the historic character, being that really we don't have what macadam was then? Probably the closest thing we think maybe we have, and we still don't know, but maybe chip seal, but then that's also a lower quality road service that, from what I understand from our public works staff, does have to be resurfaced more frequently than asphalt. There are some section of roadway in the is like in down where the gatehouse is, there's some brick that's underneath the asphalt that we know that the neighborhood would like to restore at some point, but that's not being impacted as part of this. It's just the section of roadway on the very far right of the drawing on the bottom that's going to have asphalt resurfacing. So we just brought it to the commission since that, that's happened, that communication around the road resurfacing has happened at the neighborhood level. At this point, in staff's opinion, it's a repair versus a wholesale. It's not as if our public works department is going to repave the entire road as part of this. It's really just this one section. And so obviously it would look really weird if there was some other material there, but also we agreed internally that it would probably make more sense to talk about that when Public Works is proposing a wholesale road resurfacing project in the neighborhood. Then we could revisit the conversation with the entire neighborhood in terms of what the consensus is around the whatever gets paved there in the future. So I'm not noting any concerns, but wanted to address that since it's it affects many properties, especially the conversation around what the long-term paving consensus becomes. So not noting any concerns. So that's really the short of this project. All right. Thank you.
We have an applicant?
Yeah, do we have an applicant? 3 days later, here you
My turn.
And you've been sworn in?
Hopefully I won't take you that long, or take me that long.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Darren Prosser. I've been sworn in. I work with MSD as an engineer, and I'm the project manager for this project in Cherokee Road. Just want to give you a quick history about it. And these pipes, I'm thinking, per the swale maps, were installed the early 1900s. It could have been installed sooner than that. So, we're talking over 100 years old now. They are 6-inch and 8-inch clay pipes, 2 3-foot section pipes. The clay pipe is, for its age, is relatively in good condition. The issue is it's undersized per the state. We are not allowed to have 6-inch pipes anymore serving more than 1 or 2 houses. So it has to be upsized to 8-inch. And this area actually is kind of like a valley. It services the manor, the rest of the apartments over there, all along Cherokee Road, up the hill from Cherokee Road, and the south side of Cherokee Road. So it's serving quite a big area, and it's only a 6-inch pipe. And we've had several SSOs, which is a sewer overflow. And the most recent one was, I think, just before I gave a presentation to everybody. I think it was January of 22. So, it's a constant issue. Now it's on our maintenance list, so we're over there cleaning and making sure that we don't have another clog. But I'm pretty much putting the pipe in the same location, and where that is, I'm pipe bursting. Where I can't put it in the same location is because there's been houses built over the top of it. We can try to replace it with static bursting, but we cannot guarantee the house will not settle. So obviously that's not something the property owner is going to agree on, so we have to put the new alignment around the house, and that's where we're digging. So then pipe bursting is in the areas where it'll start, is where we are digging already, and pipe bursting is a minimum disturbance to the surface. It is a pneumatic head with air pressure, and it bursts the existing pipe away, and it drags in another pipe. So I know there's a lot of structures that are within this area that we're trying to avoid. So we did pipe bursting along Cherokee Road where the swale, those historic swales are, to avoid running into them. And we're not getting into any historic trees. We are, however, removing, I think, 3 trees, 2 smaller ones on the Albemarle Manor property. And that's pretty much the only place we're cutting open. Per our easement requirements now, we are not allowed to allow trees to grow because of the deep root system. These roots get into the sewer line, and that's what creates a clog. So we're trying to avoid that. They could use shallow plants like shrubs and other smaller vegetations, but we try to keep these larger trees out of our easements. So I'm looking for your approval to continue this project. It needs to be approved by our board, but it could start as early as, October.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Public comment? No? Need a motion?
Public comment?
Public comment? Oh, sorry. Any public comment? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Jackson, could you turn this on? My name is Will Hornaday. I am the president of Albemarle Park Manor Grounds Association, and I'm in huge support of this event. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's magic.
So I'm, because there is sewage going into the creek, we smell it bad, it goes all the way down. So I'm looking forward to the repair at the, along the neighborhood. But we do have a concern about the road surface that at lower than 50 degrees, there's not going to be, can you put asphalt down after, if it gets colder than 50 degrees? Could be a question to ask the applicant, because, oops.
So that is true. When it gets below, and I don't know exactly when the degrees are, but when it does get below, the asphalt plants actually shut down. They will shut down November, if it gets cold by then, November to maybe January, February, and then they start making asphalt again. But what we'll do is they allow binder still, which is an asphalt material that we will bring it up to the surface and we will end up milling it. So everything will be brought to the surface. There shouldn't be any settling or anything.
Is it curb to curb? Like,
so the binder will just be in the trench that we're digging up. So the whole
I thought the
surface.
project was curb to curb
It is when we resurface. So what'll happen is the trench that we dig up, it'll be brought back up to surface with binder, and then we'll come back, when we go to asphalt it, we will mill it and then resurface the entire thing. So there will be no exposed trench. We will have asphalt material up to surface.
okay, and our concern might be, so it might not.
Procedurally,
I gotta talk to you.
Usually,
Bring me back. Go
let
like
him
this
raise his points, and then you can be
Yeah,
called
I'm
up
sorry,
to
this is
address them.
sloppy.
Okay.
So our concern is that it's going to be a dirt road for a time, but that sounds like that's not as bad of a problem. What we do wonder about is along that same curb, there's non-conforming piles of asphalt like this that is against the standards. And we wonder how that's going to be treated in the repairs, if that comes on the property owner's side, or if that's going to happen from MSD. And we also, is it the property owner's responsibility to apply for, due to everybody along this line is going to have to apply for a major work or minor work? Does that fall on the property owners due to no fault of their own, this project?
But wait, why would the individual property owners have to apply?
My entire front yard is being stripped in half of all vegetation.
But isn't that part of the easement agreements, the special provision of the easement agreements? Am I wrong? I thought that everyone had easement agreements as part of this project.
Yeah.
Okay, are we?
So
That's not part of the easement agreement. for anybody, I don't think, is the plants?
Yeah, I'm talking about the section of land that's affected by the easement.
Right,
That's part of what the commission's reviewing today.
right.
So, and it was my understanding that the easement agreements were all in place so that,
We don't have a landscape plan because we don't know what's gonna happen with that wall. They're driving trucks down that hill we'll talk in a minute, but, to shoot the line underground.
So you're saying some of the work that's being proposed, it goes onto your property, not in outside of an easement area?
It's in the easement, but we still maintain it as our yard. There's an access to an easement in our yard specifically, I guess.
well, so I think then you just need to tell the commission,
the
you don't think
applicant's
that there's enough information before the commission, if that's your opinion, because we don't have any information about what's happening outside of the easement.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Prosser about that first, and also about how to handle the curbs, because I don't want we're getting further and further away from what's in the standards for our neighborhood, which is,
I thought you just said they were gonna mill the road. That section that is.
right, they're gonna mill the road, and then, but the curbing along it, and then we're putting asphalt down, and the standards specifically say no putting new asphalt down in the neighborhood.
It says no new materials, but it's asphalt existing, and my opinion is that this is a repair. It's not meant to be permanent.
For 200, or what is that, 200 yards of,
I'm just giving my opinion. I think it's
Okay.
a repair, and and I'm not talking about whatever curbing you're describing. To me, that's part of the road. There's not really curbing in the district that was there historically. So if it's asphalt and it's to me, it's part of the road surfacing.
the curbing is.
I guess if you want to call it curbing, I don't know that that's.
What keeps the water from eroding the side of the road on the steep slopes. So that's what my question is about that, about the curbs and about the material for the, now I'm losing my mind.
The non-conforming asphalt, who addresses that?
Exactly. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Back to public comment.
Yeah, so,
Is there any more public comment?
Yeah, is there any more public comment? That's you, okay.
We're just making it up as we go.
If you want, if you want the applicant to address the first, you can control this the way you want.
Okay.
Just don't close the public comment. Just
Okay,
maybe
we're gonna-
answer one question at a time if you find that more helpful.
Okay, yes, let's do that. Okay, close public comment.
No,
Back to
don't
the-
close the public comment.
He's the applicant.
I know it's fine.
Okay, sorry.
It's fine.
it's been a long night.
Open the public comment.
Okay, so what we usually do is when we acquire the easements, we make agreements with the property owners on what needs to be replaced, what's going to end up being removed. And like I said before, the major thing that cannot go back into our easements are these deep-rooted trees. So we pretty much will try to match what is existing if it's disturbed. If the road ends up being disturbed, well, the road is going to end up being disturbed, we will match it, the existing. If the asphalt curb ends up being destroyed, we replace it. So it pretty much, we match what is there except for those long-rooted vegetations.
Okay. I have a follow-up question. So as part of this application, the land that it's covering includes these easement areas. So is that right?
Correct.
So what that work you're asking for approval, whether it's removing trees, changing whatever that's being done within the easement area, that's part of this application. That's your responsibility as the applicant to address or to meet with the certificate of
Correct.
whatever this, okay.
And we have construction easement too, which is a temporary easement. So, and that's just for equipment, spoils, material, and that's just temporary. So typically, we will leave the place looking better than, and It's not going to be in a historic, but in most places, we leave it better than what it looked like.
We don't usually get into the details of the easements, but I mean, we do definitely, like, if it were a zoning application, we would have had to have sign off by the property owners to tell us it's okay that they're moving forward with this application. So I don't know what we have, but I thought I just heard Will say we don't have an easement agreement, but I just want to be sure that.
Yes, we have.
I misunderstood that.
We have easement agreements throughout every property. Some of them come with special provisions asking for,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay, I got that wrong.
So wait, can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
So so why is there then, according to what Will's saying, is there not a special provision? Is there some reason that whatever is affecting above ground surface level at his property is different than the other ones that did have a special
He should,
provision?
I think he has one also.
Did I miss that?
And let me look through mine. I may have only sent you the special provision sheets for the tree removal.
Yeah, I think that's what we have, so that's why.
Yes, because that's what the original application was for.
Okay.
I mean, I could definitely send you all the special provisions. I mean, I've got the whole packet of easements here, so. But yeah, if the property owner requests something special, each property owner has a special provision sheet that our contractor and our inspectors have to review before the project begins.
And those special provisions need to meet our certificate of appropriateness standards as well. So if they asked you to do something, part of this review does that also
Yeah,
apply?
I think the main thing was just to replace a tree one for one, and when Alex gives me that list, I'm gonna tell the property owners, this is what you get to choose from, so.
So can I ask another question? Is the construction easement separate from the permanent easement?
The only reason it's separate is because it's temporary, but it's shown on the same plat. So after construction is done, the temporary easements go away, just the permanents remain.
And so, Will, what is your concern about what you were asking about every affected property owner having to get a separate approval for? I didn't follow what you were talking to.
For approved hardscaping repairs that could happen down the line. Because there is open
I
trench
asked
digging.
Darren, and he said it would be like the same, like for like surface, right? There's like
Right.
one gravel driveway that's being impacted a little bit.
Right, so everything will be replaced as is.
And the curbing will be, you're putting asphalt back down.
So that's why it was suggested to mill it. It's got the curbing along it. It will keep the curbing effective, but if we end up destroying it, we will replace it.
So the curbing won't be milled.
Right.
Okay.
So the inside of the lanes, or the lanes will be milled, not the curbing.
But what you're replacing it with will be conforming to the standards.
The road surface, you mean, not the curbing?
The curbing.
They're not replacing the curbing, he just said.
He said if it damages it,
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess that's a different,
we could cross that bridge later.
I mean, how much,
Just saying, nothing has happened in this neighborhood for the roads, the curbs, the swales, nothing. So finally, we have Darren here, and we would like to finally move forward and have something,
what does the district want the curbing to replace with?
it's in the standards, and it's written as native stone.
Native stone, okay.
Do you recommend that as a condition?
The public comments
Yeah,
are
let's- we
just.
could just talk it
So
through.
then, my issue would be is, say we took a 2-foot chunk out of that asphalt curb by accident, and now we have to put it back with 2 feet of stone? Is that what?
That's for the commission to decide.
So the existing curbing is asphalt, not
It's asphalt,
concrete
it's
or
probably
stone.
about, something like this.
Yeah,
big or whatever.
and you guys do that as.
And is it run the length of this work area?
No, it's just in
Just in
sections where they're having
sections where there are
drainage issues.
runoff
Yeah,
issues,
yep.
yeah. So at the most, it would be incomplete curbing, just where it already is incomplete curbing.
Is there already existing stone curbing in the district?
There's
Not along this road.
Yeah, Terrace Road. In a couple of places, I think.
There is.
But along this road?
All right. Got more?
What a night.
Raise your right hand.
Even sworn out.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So my name is Scott Riviere, and I live in the Albemarle Park Historic District. And I wanted to bring up a few points and some things I've been thinking about regarding this. I'm hearing asphalt, 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 and we as a district, worked with HRC and the membership, the Albemarle Park Meadowgrounds Association, to create the standards for the district and work in collaboration with the HRC. And some of us have been on the HRC board commission, and some of us have been chair at one time. And I'm looking at the landscape standards that we adopted, and for instance, we're talking about the asphalt. Here it says new curbs should only be introduced when warranted by erosion and should be of a native stone. Some curbs are defined by split top granite in many parts of the city and Albemarle Park. When available, this should be used for new curbing. The installation of curbs or drainage swales using built up or formed asphalt should be avoided. And we've talked in the past, and we've done a lot of research about having chip seal on the roads, and I know we're talking about this as a repair. And driveways and parking on page 30, it says all roads have been resurfaced with asphalt several times over. Any new construction should utilize embedded aggregate finish. And it goes on to describe the type of aggregate and has photographs in the guidelines or standards. And I'm just wondering, this seems like a huge opportunity to start to honor that part of the guidelines. My house is in the big part of the road that's where it's going through at the bottom and going into the curb and going up. And beyond my house, going up to the wall at Sunset, which is the other entrance, historic entrance to the neighborhood, the road is very badly coming apart. And there was someone here earlier attending who lives in the house just outside of our district who is coming to say, what the heck is happening with Cherokee Road? It's become a crater field that everybody's complaining about. But I assume in anticipation of it being repaved, that's why that's not happening. But it seems like this would be a wonderful opportunity to start to honor this aspect of the standards in the guide for the district, because not only the part that is being affected by the MSD, but continuing on and through other parts, all those roads are in extreme disrepair. And I sort of wonder why it seems like our trust in our relationship with Historic Resources Commission is about adhering and respecting the standards that we have. We have the only landscape standards of any district for a good reason. This is a very unique national treasure. Our landscape guidelines are a big part of it. And I'm wondering if homeowners are respect and adhere to these standards, why shouldn't any department coming into work into the district be respecting and adhering to it as well? And this seems like a time, rather than
eventually trying to find a way to work with the city to then repave again in some manner to start to come into compliance with the guidelines. How can we expect homeowners to respect and adhere to the guidelines when other departments come in and it's going against the guidelines? So that was something that's been on my mind. The MSD has been very good in coming to us, each of us, and working with us on our properties because they're coming through parts of 2 properties of mine, about, they're being very respectful about inventory and what they're going to replace and that kind of thing. And that part I appreciate. But the chip seal we're not reinventing the wheel where the chip seal is concerned, because they're doing it in different parts all throughout Buncombe County. There are lots of places in the area. We've done a lot of research, Will has it, and with the city about what's being done where and how they're doing it and the process. And this is something that is, we don't have to find out how to do it or how it works. And I just feel like I'd like to see the precedent set that we're honoring this aspect of our standards finally after all these years. I've been here for 24 years, and if not now, when? And as I say, it goes beyond what MSD is doing. The more could be done throughout. So I'm just asking to consider that. Because it's a unique, special neighborhood. We've worked hard for years. The Preservation Society in the neighborhood worked hard to save the manor, and we put up the locust posts and replicated the street. We've worked as a neighborhood in collaboration with HRC and neighbors, and worked very hard to restore it. And we were hoping that the brick swales will be uncovered and respected, and the brick around the manor with the unique bricks for the horses and the carriages that took care of that space, that all of these things come back. But I just, it feels like this commission could be instrumental in this unique opportunity to start to prepare come into compliance with the standards, with the roads. So, all right, that's it. Thank you.
Real quick, I just want to clarify for the commission that, our Public Works Department is certainly, they coordinate with MSD on projects like this whenever there's resurfacing involved. And the Public Works Department has a priority list that they maintain for road resurfacing projects that's like 2 years out or whatever. They have a certain way that they score streets, et cetera. There's no plan to pave any of the rest of this road or any of the other roads, at least in the next 2 years in this district. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that we can't just go and say, hey, Public Works.
Yeah, got it.
Unfortunately, that's not how things work. So my position in saying it's a repair is not meant to imply that I don't think that we need to be thoughtful about how the roads are resurfaced over time. But I do think that this is not the whole road. And we also our Public Works doesn't use chip seal. And so that has not been established as something that they would officially be okay with using and maintaining. We know from other people in the neighborhood that do not agree that chip seal should be the road surface. And so I think that's a bigger question to really ask, which we haven't had an opportunity to do, to go and engage the whole neighborhood. And so, and I should say too that, when we send out property owner notifications for major work projects, they're only for projects that are affected and immediately adjacent. So that doesn't mean that everyone in the district knows that this application is for you all. So public comment that could impact, I think, the long-term road surface. So I just wanted to make that known to the commission.
You know, from previous conversations, we are okay with putting chip seal on, but we, per city, per our standards, we have a certain footage of what we replace, and that's from our cut to our cut and 17 or 25 feet beyond. So that is our responsibility. You will have a mismatched road, which probably doesn't bother most, but the chip seal is probably the same, if not cheaper, and it has probably a half to maybe a third of the life of actual asphalt. So that's another thing you guys should take into consideration. What happens is it's more aggregate based, so if you get people up there plowing or have other issues with runoff, all of a sudden now that bond from that asphalt and that gravel starts breaking down, and that's why it doesn't last as long. So you'll have them up there again in the next 10 years replacing it. But like I said, I don't mind which way or the other, so that's up to you guys. I do want to have you guys look into the definition of repair or new with the curbing. Because if we do end up knocking out 2, 4, 6 feet, you know, what are we going to be responsible for? Because usually we just put what's existing.
Yeah, I think the commission has to make that decision. I mean, I think, in my opinion, we're talking about, I don't know, I mean, it's hard. It's not necessarily that different than the road resurfacing, you know, that it's intended to be not super long-term. If we can get Public Works to work with us and to resurface the roads throughout the district, or at least this entire road, or all of Terrace Road, or whatever, you know. So I don't think it's, in my mind, not meant to be the long-term solution, but the commission may disagree with, you know, my thoughts around this. But, you know, or you could say that because there's such short sections of curb, maybe it's fine to replace them as they go if they damage some, you know? And because I think the other sections, I don't know, I'm sure Scott and Bill could speak better to this, but I don't think, are any of the sections of curbing in the district long? Are they all kind of, sorry?
With curbing, there is some stone curbing going along the road that are individual stones. And then, of course, the swales, we want to finish uncovering them. One, I'm not saying MSD, but when the city comes in and re-asphalts the roads, there's something in their brain to just push everything as far to either side as they can, and up on Sunset too. And near my house, where there's what used to be a garage, there's the swale, it's dug out to catch the water that isn't brick, but and they came in and were putting the asphalt and they're pushing everything far away. And I said, leave this part because the water coming down the mountain goes to that pipe over there in this swale. And then he listened to me, and then he got in and he pushed all the asphalt into the swale. And then I was, digging it out. And then I've seen putting asphalt on Sunset, and then any that piles up, they just push it down the mountain. And I just want this to be a really neat, careful job where it's not just pushed as far as you can get it on the road. It sounds like you're going to be very careful.
Yeah, we hope that we will get into this.
Yeah, and the piles of asphalt, so.
Right, and I know that's problematic, and the fact that the milling hasn't taken place
Right.
over time, and I guess in my mind for this particular, I guess we part of what we have to do is trust that the applicant says they're going to do whatever work they're going to do with as much caution and care as possible. But I'll leave to the commission what you all want to stipulate for the curbing. I don't see it, or the paving for that matter. I don't see them as, I see
Yeah.
them as, they're saying they're gonna try to avoid the curbing. And this is, it's not a short section to you all, I understand, but in the larger road section, it's short-ish. So it's a repair that's not intended to say, okay, district, this is all you get forever. It's
Right.
just that the larger district and Public Works haven't agreed on a material that works for the neighborhood as far as meeting what you all think is appropriate for the character of the district. And then simultaneously that Public Works will agree to maintain, you know, and if it's chip seal, obviously that has to be considered as far as like if it's gonna, the lifespan isn't as long. Do you guys want to get 20 years down the road with the chip seal surface and then there be potholes and stuff? I live in the country, so I have chip seal that they just repaved and it's already breaking off on either side. It does kind of look less intrusive than asphalt, the dark black asphalt, but anyways, just saying those are things I
Right,
think
and
that
we worked on that a few years ago with the city. So we had a lot of information with the city that would work with us, and we had a lot of examples of different kinds of chip seal. But that's probably a discussion for another day, but this is a big part of the landscape there, and it would be wonderful if we could work together to start to come up maybe with something.
Yeah, and I've talked with our public works staff about that, like, let's talk about when they have a resurfacing project on their list, which, you know, that's all still a little bit, they have their system, but I'm not privy to the inner workings of that. But that point, we come to the neighborhood and say, hey, neighborhood, let's meet with you, let's all get on the same page as far as what the resurfacing treatment that's most appropriate for the district is. And then at that point, that's like, from there on, that's whatever the road surface is that, you know, checks all the boxes. And so that's why I was looking at this as more of a repair, since we haven't had an opportunity to get that across the finish line. And I know it's not gonna happen now because this isn't Public Works necessarily. I think they said they were okay with chip seal, if that's, you know, what the commission thinks is appropriate for this section. But again, I think we still have some unanswered questions with Public Works to talk through in terms of the specs for whatever specific material.
Are there also unanswered questions with in the larger context of the district as to whether everyone thinks that's what should happen throughout the neighborhood? You know, it feels a little bit hard for us to do these sort of little sections like that. I feel a little bit differently about the curbing. It feels like there's already stone curbing in the district. We're not talking about very big sections. It seems a little weird if we just break a 2-foot section of it and they put a 2-foot section of stone back. I mean, if you're gonna pave that section and you can put the stone through wherever there's curb there now that's asphalt, it'd be nice if someone would do that. I don't know if we can require that, because if nothing was gonna happen there, we can't just go tell Public Works to take an asphalt thing up and put stone down. So you can't just start scope creeping for whoever's gonna be out there when it's not stuff they've damaged or not stuff they've touched.
You could always stipulate in the approval that you know, should the amount of curb damage
exceed a certain amount or something,
whatever, and staff we could notify staff if there's damage to the curb, and we could look at it, and then we could always refer it to the commission, back to the commission if we.
And that feels kind of reasonable. That seems like an easy step in the right direction, whereas the asphalt feels like if we don't have strong consensus on the long-term practicality or commitment to chip seal from the neighborhood and Public Works, it feels a little hard to just do little chunks of it.
That makes sense.
But the curb, where we already know we have it, we use it everywhere around in the city, that if we do reach a point where we've damaged more than half of that in a stretch, then we should sort of revisit the conversation during construction and make a judgment call about it at that time, and just have a contingency plan that MSD realizes they might have to do some stone and do a whole section of it, so it's not this goofy little chunk.
And then the parts where we have, it's just individual stones. Like on the street below my house, it's got the big, thick asphalt piece going there. But could we, as a minor work, as a property owner, put in matching stone like the other stone and get rid of the big ridge of asphalt?
Theoretically, I guess I need to get a clearer sense of the right-of-way. What's within the right-of-way boundaries?
Well, I would just put it right where the,
Like behind the.
yeah, right behind it.
Yeah,
And
I
it would just be,
Yeah, I think that's fine. That would be fine, as long as it's not within the city's right-of-way.
no, it'd just go right where the beautiful mold of asphalt
Yeah.
is. All right, thank you. And I didn't mean this to draw this out, because this is a marathon.
Right.
evening.
I know, sorry.
There you go.
We still have 3 more things to do.
Yeah. I don't know if we ever closed the floor for public comment. I mean, I know we still had more
Well,
public comment, but it had.
The asphalt will be the last part of the project, so you have time to discuss it. If you go chip seal or with a stone, I'll just need a detail, just to figure out how to install it.
One question, what did you refer to the temporary paving material as?
So it's binder.
It's binder.
But it's asphalt material, but the plants will produce that during the wintertime. And it brings up a solid surface or a solid material up to the surface. So it'll be level with the rest of the road
And then it will be resurfaced at a later date with a material that can be determined whether it's chip seal or asphalt?
Correct.
Okay.
Binders usually put down as like a base course. of
Correct,
asphalt,
yeah.
and then you pave over top of it, but it would stabilize through the winter so that there's not a muddy trench.
But I'm not sure within the timeline of this application, we're gonna then go to do you know what I mean, with the construction of this project, right? Like
Where
not
we're gonna
saying-
get to the bigger conversation
Yeah.
about chip seal, I don't think so either.
There's not, you don't.
But it's likely you'd run into the winter and have to do a binder
Right.
course
So-
transition.
I mean, I'm assuming 3 months, but we've got our best contractor on it. It could be 2 months.
But even still, you're gonna hit November and the
Right.
roads are gonna close.
Correct. Unless the winter stays really warm, they'll stay open.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
I would suggest that we approve the application with asphalt and and a condition regarding the curbing that would allow us to, understand the kind of damage that gets, in terms of how much, if we get to a certain place where we damage didn't have to replace it, we put back stone. Where we can make an evaluation in progress and decide if it needs to come back to the commission or if there's a detail for stone that would be suitable.
Sounds like you're ready to make a motion.
Did you close the public hearing?
No, I haven't closed it yet. I'm going to close the public hearing now.
Now you can deliberate.
Which you already have.
Which this is.
It's a mix, it's a mix.
Free-for-all today.
It's been a mixed, yeah. Are we ready for a motion? Anybody want questions?
I think we have some extra exhibits.
That we need to collect that
No,
will.
We have what?
Do public exhibits count?
I'm sorry?
Exhibits from the public count?
I think he just showed photos from the design guideline
I think he
book,
did.
so that's fine. I don't.
Okay. Are we
Go
ready?
for it.
Are we ready for a motion?
This might be my first motion ever.
Really?
She's usually asking for them. We're usually asking for them.
All right, ready? Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Madam Chair, based on the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 5 pages, Exhibit B, site plan, 6 pages, Exhibit C, easement documents, 12 pages, Exhibit D, historic district maps, 2 pages, Exhibit E, aerial map, Exhibit F, project vicinity map, Exhibit G, tree removal documents, 5 pages, Exhibit H, tree removal site plan, received September 8th, 2023, no other exhibits, and the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is replacement of approximately 1,970 linear feet of existing 6 to 8-inch vitrified clay sewer line. All new 8-inch ductile iron piping will be installed by traditional open trench dig and replace construction. That doesn't sound like what we just heard.
Sorry.
Traditional open trench dig and replace construction, weren't they gonna do
They're doing both.
is it on here too? That method? Oh yeah, pipe bursting, there it is, okay. All new 8-inch high-density polyethylene will be installed by trenchless pipe bursting method. All new manhole covers will be flush with the ground. All ground level features being disturbed, including gravel driveway paving, rock, sod, and/or mulch, and asphalt right-of-way paving will be restored to existing appearance. 1 mature ash tree and 3 mature poplar trees may be removed to accommodate sewer line improvements. All removed trees will be replaced by same or similar species from the Albemarle Park planting list, and all new trees will be replanted as close to the original locations as possible outside of the existing sewer easements prior to the end of fall 2024 planting season. All tree replanting will be in accordance with special easement provision agreements between MSD and affected property owners. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. Number 2, the design standards for trees found on page 22, roads and paths on page 28, driveways and parking on page 30, and public utilities on page 43 of the Albemarle Park Historic District Landscape Design Standards adopted July 8, 2015 were used to evaluate this project. This application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. Sewer line improvements will have minimal above grade disturbance and visual impact on the landscape. All impacted above ground surfaces will be repaired with matching materials. Trees being removed to accommodate sewer line improvements will be replaced with the same or similar species from the Albemarle Park planting list. Replacement trees will be planted as close to the original location as possible. That the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Albemarle Park Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Based on the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions. Damage to existing asphalt curbing along the area of improvements will be reviewed with,
Just say if any damage to existing asphalt curbing occurs, staff will be notified to determine next steps on replacement, or you could say, or, I don't know.
as stated by
But
Alex.
I mean, even though, I guess, I don't want to make them come back to you if you feel like there's some determination you could make on a threshold. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
we know that the stone curbing is appropriate and is what the standards indicate, so.
Well, if more than 50% of the asphalt curbing is damaged, they would replace the length of asphalt curbing with stone.
That's good.
Okay, is that okay?
Is the applicant okay with that?
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
I think that is a standard for substantial destruction, like when you do like a building rehab versus.
Yep.
Yeah. replace 50%.
Yeah, there's precedent for that in other code language. Okay. We have a second?
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Lord. You want?
I got you. Keep it going. Can I go on?
All right.
We need a door.
I just think everybody, maybe 5 minutes, and then, we'll
Yeah.
run to the finish line.
Do we need a motion to accept Will back to the board?
Oh, we're supposed to do a motion to recess, but at this point.
We're going to take 5 minutes.
This is the Wild
Does it also
West.
have to
problem.
Okay. Do we call the meeting back to order? Do we need to do that? Sorry, I distracted
We're
her.
back in session. We're at 211 Montford Avenue. Install new garage doors.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just to orient you all to where we are in Montford, this is pretty much right in the center of Montford at the corner of Montford Avenue and Cullowhee Street. The application is to install some new garage doors in this existing accessory structure, which currently does not have doors. It does have the openings, but no doors. So I just pulled up the Sanborn map just to illustrate to you all that this is the 1951 Sanborn map. The structure did not appear on the 1925 Sanborn map, so it was constructed sometime in that time frame, which is pretty typical because obviously people were starting to drive cars a lot more after the 1920s. So we see this a lot where we're like, we don't know the exact year, but just the time frame. We can sort of deduce a little bit about the style of the structure possibly in terms of how close to the period of significance it was built. But this is a photo of the existing structure and the image of the proposed doors, which are steel. I did a little bit of just kind of sleuthing around to try to get my head around when did they start using garage door materials that were not wood, and I found an interesting blog post from, forget the name of the, it's in the project folder, but
yeah,
the
I saw it.
old carriage house door, something like that. Anyways, brain fatigue. But it was interesting because it did give a span of time, which was much later than I kind of thought that materials like steel started to be used for garage doors, which was more like the latter half of the 20th century. So the standard, we've never had an application for accessory structure that was missing garage doors entirely. So, we're usually talking about pedestrian doors, and on historic structures, they've always been required to be wood. And so the standards for accessory structures read pretty much the same. And so that's the thing I've noted in my staff report is that the proposed door material is steel and not wood. And there are readily available wood garage doors. And so I've relayed that to the applicant, and I don't think this is a very complicated request other than what the commission thinks about the material. And so I'm going to turn it over to the applicant to talk to you all about her choice for the doors, if that's okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for
I'm
waiting.
excited I'm finally speaking after being here all day. But I feel really bad for you guys. So, as Alex said, and I've done a lot of research too, and then she shared an article with me.
Are you sworn in?
I'm sorry.
Are you sworn in? Have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in, and my name's Carol Cobble, and I'm the owner of 211 Montford.
Just wanted to make sure.
And so again, thank you to the commission for hearing me today. So I've learned a lot about garage doors. When I moved there were no doors. And a builder that I've had come look at the place, we don't think there was ever garage doors, but we don't know that for sure. But it just appears there hasn't been. And then it has it has the dog ears, which makes it a little bit more challenging with doors as well. So I think it's Exhibit E that Alex shared, and she did some great research. And I think it is important. It talks about that wood doors were used later, and I think in the 70s. But if you go to page 8 of that article, I think it's very interesting. And then I have looked at the standards or the design guidelines. You see, I have researched and I have read. And by the way, I did a fence too, and I did it, and Alex came out and looked at it. Thank you. So before it was put up. So I have really researched it, and I'll go to the section in just a minute, but I think this was a really good article, because one thing that I'm trying to do as well, and I had a neighbor that was here with me earlier, but she finally had to leave. But I think environmentally, look at an environmentally friendly solution is important as well. And I know that there's certain things in the guidelines with solar panels, and you do that, and you make sure they're hidden or not in a real visible place. So in this article, it talks about that now the steel garage doors dominate the industry. And this is the type of steel door I'm looking to propose. It's one that looks just like wood. So they make them now in a carriage house door that looks just like wood, and it talks about it in this history. The look of wood combined with the durability of steel. Today, the old is becoming new again, and it talks about the carriage house style making a comeback. And then it goes on to say, and you all have this in Exhibit E, since 1921, garage doors have seen massive improvements and advancements. They are safer, thanks to the sensors and all of that, from coming down and hurting someone. But they're tougher because of the materials like steel, aluminum, and composites. They offer more protection thanks to insulation options, and they also look better because wood rots and deteriorates and has so many maintenance problems. So I have gone to a very nice garage door that's, wait, does this thing? I think we saw this work.
Yeah, it should.
Right now, it's going to show us that cup.
It's probably going to be hard to see, but this one that is on a shingle house, like what the garage is, thank you. This has little windows at the top, so it wouldn't have that. But the garage door, and it's difficult to see, there's arches in there, and I can pass this around, that will work with my dog ears, because I have trouble with coming up to make the design work. So it is, if I read the guidelines, and I go to page, let's go to page 34, it talks about, this is for carriage houses, and again, there's nothing that really explains when you don't even have doors. I mean, there's no doors, so I'm not really replacing anything that I know of. So I've tried to really do the spirit, because I want my house to look good. However, if you look at the other pictures I submitted, no one can even see the garage doors. They're probably at least 20 yards from the street. I have a gate that Alex approved back 3 years ago. So, and when that gate there is closed, you cannot even see, and it's in one of those pictures. So, but I can see it, so I want it to look good. So I have chosen a nice carriage house door that fits with the era. So if I read this, it says original style and character of carriage houses. Even this is really not a carriage house, it's more of a garage. And other accessory structures, doors, original style should be maintained. And that's what I'm trying to do. And then if you go, I think, to the door section, I can find it. And I was having trouble hearing people earlier, and I'm not talking to the microphone, but hopefully y'all can hear me. If a window or door is completely missing, replace it with a new unit based on available documentation of the original. But I don't have anything. Or a new design compatible with the original opening and the historic character of the building. And this is compatible with the arches. May I walk around and... it's this, it's got arches in there. The only thing that's different is that looks more barny, and my house doesn't look like a barn, so there's diagonal, and I'm just doing them straight up. So, and then if you think about it, roofs were made of wood when my house was built. So in 1901, when my house was built, mostly roofs were done with wood shingles, but technology has advanced and asphalt shingles came into effect, and we have the architectural shingles and they look good. So I think garage doors have advanced, and I would really appreciate if you all would consider it, because I think it is based on the spirit, and I've been listening very intently all night to a lot of the things you're saying, and I really feel like I've gone by the design requirements. And my neighbor, one of my neighbors sent a letter, I don't know if I can submit it, the one that lives, my garage is my driveway's off Cullowhee, and the person that lives right behind it submitted a letter saying you couldn't see it. I don't know if this is helpful. Can I share this? I've got copies for everybody. But she was very supportive, and she's the one that lives at the end of that driveway. And my other neighbor lives across the street, but she had to go take care of her small children, so she couldn't testify for me.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, is the wood garage door just not compatible with your dog-eared opening?
Well, if I tried to do a wood door like this door, it would be cost prohibitive.
Okay.
And then the maintenance is outrageous. I've had them before. And one other thing, if I can add one more in, these are insulated as well. And another thing is the insulation helps protect the original structure when you insulate it. But obviously it hadn't had doors on it forever, so.
Any public comment? Close the floor for public comment. Commissioners, any comments, questions, motions?
Just a reminder on the letter, it's the same thing I've said before, you can accept it into evidence. It just doesn't have as much weight when the person themselves is not presenting, but it can still be considered.
Okay, and no problem. It was nice of her to send.
good.
Okay.
Are we ready for a motion?
I would like to point out, just so it's on the record, because I don't think, Alex, you talked about the age of the garage, that it was built sometime between 1925 and 1941, is that correct?
1951.
Oh, 1951. Based on the style and based on the two-bay wide garage, I think it's most likely to probably be post-World War II. Just based on its overall form, two-bay configuration. So I think noting that it was constructed between 1925 and 1951, but most likely after World War II is an important fact. And I've just looked up the National Register nomination for the Montfort Historic District, just curious. It doesn't identify this garage, but it does give a period of significance for the Montfort Historic District of 1880 to 1929, which puts the garage outside the period of significance for the historic district. What that suggests to me is that the garage is not especially historically important or character defining, because it does not fall within that period of significance.
I would say counter to that, the commission in my time with this board has required even mid-century or later cottage style houses that were replacing non-original windows, like vinyl windows, they required them to be wood, even if they weren't contributing resource or necessarily within the period of significance. So I just want to, if you all make that decision, I think that's, a different path than the commission has taken before. So I think you'd have to be comfortable either distinguishing this particular building somehow from all the other historic buildings, and saying like we're only going to require wood doors and windows on buildings that were built before the end of the period of significance, in my opinion.
And just to clarify, so is when they're not in the period of significance, is that the same as saying it's a non-contributing structure?
According to the National Register.
Generally, yes. There are nuances to that, but yes.
But in our guidelines, it talks about non-contributing in the non-crit guidelines, it mentions something about non-contributing structures. And in the application, do you call it a non-contributing structure? You call it just an accessory structure?
Yeah, I just called it, I just applied the accessory structure standards.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Is that appropriate? I still felt it was gray in that it didn't specifically say it had to be wood for a garage door. I mean, and the whole thing of I'm not replacing any that were there that were wood, but you guys are the expert. I mean, I literally did. I studied this right and left, and I Googled about everything under the sun that I could Google, because I want to do the right thing.
Alex, if it's new construction and it was garage door, would it be required to be wood?
No, the commission has allowed,
Like
temporary
clad windows,
materials
and we've
for
had clad
new
windows on stuff, like aluminum clad windows and things like that on new.
Yeah.
One of it was on an alley, it was a dark color on a new house. I remember it. I think it was steel with wood.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
people do not propose wood on, new construction projects. But it's just been the MO of the commission to interpret the standard to be for a historic building, that the compatible material would have been wood. So we've just never run into this particular case where someone was missing a garage door. We've run into places where, like, I'm trying to think of a great example, but like, let's say your house was built in 1930 and you had someone had put a bank of vinyl windows on the back of it. If you came and you said, commission, I want to replace all these windows, the commission in the past has said, well, okay, then they have to be wood. The new replacement units, in order for them to be compatible, they would then be wood if it were a historic structure. So that's been the interpretation of the commission in the past. And I'm just,
If it was
That's replacement.
If it was a historic structure, so there's a difference between historic and non-historic, and contributing and non-contributing.
right, and the commission hasn't necessarily
So
differentiated.
here's number 3 on page 69, guidelines to non-contributing structures. Alterations and additions to non-contributing buildings shall be compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the neighborhood, the building, and its environment. So the materials seem somewhat specific to me. It's not an addition, but it is an alteration to an existing non-contributing structure. I don't.
Does it matter that it's not visible from the road?
Hasn't mattered in the past.
So when the commission in the past has differentiated between historic and non-historic, did the commission use the 50-year rule? What did the commission use to determine historic versus non-historic?
I guess I wasn't thinking of this building as not contributing from the get-go, because it's not, well, first of all these old National Register nominations are awesome because they don't identify any accessory structures, which is super helpful. But
Considering it's literally all we look at in Watford these days is accessory structures.
but so yeah, I mean, theoretically, like we're looking at not contributing structure standards, and yes, the commission would have said, okay, well, the most historically appropriate material for this historic building, based on that it's not contributing, but it's still a historic building, then it would be wood, unless we knew otherwise. Like let's say it were a industrial style building where we knew the windows probably have been steel. And again, I'm not trying to say that the commission couldn't find a differing opinion here. I'm just, I like to say where just in my experience with the commission. And I understand that there's no existing doors there to reference, so that certainly creates a different thing. But even, like, let's say there were steel doors there now and they needed to be replaced, it wouldn't have been the practice of the commission to say, okay, well, that's existing material, so it could stay that way. Do you know what I mean?
That's interesting because that, in my experience, that's typically been the practice because it has no additional impact. It does not adversely affect anything, to use the language of 106, where the impact is, you've got a net zero change, just replacing like for like.
Yeah, this body has always been, you know, if you're going to request to replace or something, that it's got to be, you're going back with a more historically appropriate material if it's not that way at present. But that's not written anywhere. It's just been the interpretation of this commission.
Okay. I mean, I'm inclined to approve the steel doors because it's a non-contributing building and alterations shall be compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the neighborhood, the building, and its environment, where the installation of a steel door in this application does not negatively affect the neighborhood, the building, or the environment.
And here, I have this on how this door that I've picked is environmentally friendly. May I submit this too? Or do you care? I mean, does it matter? I mean, I'm big on
They can't really consider this necessarily. It's not irrelevant, obviously. Just
Neighborhoods.
I understand. I just wanted to share.
It's not. I think what's valuable about neighborhood settings, I just read it, is it does, carriage houses, garages, and other accessory structures are in that.
Yeah, number, page 34.
Early garages were typically single bay structures located in the rear yard at the end of the driveway. That's certainly the setting is consistent with this. It's not a single bay situation. We already know it was built sometime later, which I think supports your timing of it in terms of the.
Post-World War II.
Yeah.
And I think that because it didn't have anything on it up until now, kind of also muddies the waters a bit.
That's a very good point, because it's not a replacement of an existing material. If there were wood doors there now, we would have an argument to say we could require wood, but there's no evidence.
Absolutely. We're just in like all gray areas.
Every single application. All the greatest. Yay.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I'm convinced.
But I don't.
This is a unique situation that there's several factors here that make this exception.
Those factors being that there weren't doors ever.
There weren't doors ever. The building form and nature of the accessory dwelling and the time period when it was built are not contributing to the neighborhood feel, and they don't align with the intent of the guidelines. For all of those reasons.
Well said.
Yeah. You're usually a purist.
Say no doors.
No doors? Oh, your purity goes all the way to no doors at all.
There's not, you can cut through him.
He wants to entertain no doors. And it's purist. Will's sort of a purist typically in his interpretation of the.
Are we ready for a motion? Everybody,
We're all at the point where we're just sitting here with our
I'm
hands
prepared. I am prepared to make a motion. Madam Chair, based on the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, the application and project description of 3 pages, Exhibit B, the materials checklist and door specs, 3 pages, Exhibit C, the property photo, Exhibit D, additional photo received September 11, 2023, Exhibit E, the overhead door company history, received September 8th, 2023. Exhibit F, the Sanborn fire insurance map, received September 8th, 2023. Exhibit G, letter from neighbor, received September 13th, 2023. Exhibit H, the environmental door information, received September 13, 2023. And the commission's actual inspection and review of the subject property by all members. Anybody know? Okay. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following: that the application is to install new garage doors within existing door openings on the accessory structure. It does not appear as though the structure ever had doors. The new
Add the word steel.
new steel, that the application is to install new steel garage doors within existing door openings on the accessory structure. It does not appear as though the accessory structure ever had doors to begin with.
I would say it's fine to leave that as is, but I would say that this would be more appropriate to put in number three, under number three.
Okay, then I'll take it out and I'll say it in number 3. All work will be in accordance with the attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. The design standards for carriage houses.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you have to specify the door that she said, if it's going to be that door.
Oh.
You know, just like we would say this kind of. Are
And
you
it's
sure
in the
that's-
drawings I submitted. It
So
just, it was more of a drawing, the way he sent it to me
But I think
versus
the
a
name-
picture.
model,
name of the door.
model and the
Oh,
name. Is
it's
that-
in the
is that-
description I sent.
Okay.
It should be in the application.
Okay. I guess we
tried.
don't need-
It was the model number and the color and everything.
The design standards for carriage houses, garages, and accessory structures on pages 34 to 35, windows and doors on pages 84 to 85, and non-contributing structures on pages 68 to 69 of the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards, adopted April 14th, 2010, and amended December 9, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. The application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. The replacement doors are compatible with the size of the openings in the garage. B, it does not appear as though doors were ever on the structure to begin with. C, the new doors are compatible with the original openings and the historic, and the character of the non-contributing building.
The last one is about non-contributing building.
Okay, then I'll say the character of the building. The new doors are compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the neighborhood, the building, and its environment. And number 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application.
Sorry, did you add a reason talking about when you think the era of construction?
D, although the building was constructed between 1925 and 1951, its size, scale, massing, and 2-bay configuration suggest that it postdates World War II.
And hence, steel be an appropriate material?
Hence, steel is an appropriate material for the garage doors. Number 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special character of the Montford Historic District.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Based on the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. This was my first time here, and it's been a real pleasure.
Sorry it took us so long to get
up
so
here.
much tonight.
It's
like I'm never doing anything else.
What do you
else.
define good?
The whole time. Not to. All right, where's Santee Street?
Sure, thank you, have a great night.
Oh.
All right.
Down to the particular.
I turned into a like an hour ago.
I hope I don't have to take anything else.
At this point, I
We
don't
can
care.
do this. Setting a record tonight, maybe. All right, moving on. 101 Santee Street. This application is to give this is just context on parcel map on the left and the bottom right. This primary structure was approved 2021, I believe. And it's a very tight lot. You probably remember this one.
Yep.
It's an oddly shaped lot because the lot lines angle towards each other at the back, so it narrows a lot at the back, and it already was kind of, the grade change from Pearson Drive down to Santee is just a bit dramatic. So we knew that someone building on the site was obviously going to have to do some finagling, but in the original approval only included a low boulder retaining wall on that would be the southwest portion of the house. So like the house is facing the street. Obviously you can see at the very top left where it says Santee, so that's the front. And then on the bottom left corner of the house, there was this little kind of very moderate little wall that would have wrapped that corner. However, once the project was under construction and they'd done all the grading, it turned into a different story. And so they needed a more substantial wall. So I worked with the contractor to amend the original approval to construct a terrace wall. So it was supposed to be an 8-foot wall with at least 4 feet of fill in front of it. So only max 4 feet would be visible above grade of that portion, and then there would be another wall, like 2 or 3 feet out in front of the taller wall, so there could be landscaping installed. And then it was supposed to be faced with stucco. As you can see from the photos that were included, that's not what actually got built. This is looking at the front of the house. You can kind of see the wall on the right there. And then this is looking at it a little more closely. So it's a lot longer, and it's also a different material and does not have the terracing in front of it because there's no space for that between the foundation of the house and the wall. So it's verti-block, which has come before this board before, and the commission did not find it to be compatible with the character of the neighborhood. And so that's where we are today. The architect is kindly assisting the property owner with this application since they have been along since the beginning. So Jakub Markulis, the architect, is here with us today. This is kind of the little summary of solutions they're proposing is to stain the wall, plant juniper shrubs or something similar on the top of it, and then to also grout the wall. I don't know at this point what the right solution is. I think, theoretically they could face the wall with stucco, but that surface is probably not going to look very uniform on top of this verti-block that does have this, faux rock texture. I guess you'd probably have to have a pretty more than one layer of stucco probably applied over time to get a smoother effect or finish. The only thing I think that this wall has going for it is that the house is mostly in front of it. But otherwise, I wouldn't say that this is an appropriate wall material for Mofford. So that is where we are with this application. And as we just got finished talking about walls.
Is there room for a veneer like on a CMU wall?
I would assume so, but I'll leave that to Jakub to talk about with you. But yeah, so they could do a stone veneer or brick veneer, but brick walls, are obviously not that common in the district. Even brick retaining walls are not that prolific, but they are allowed per the
Well, if
standards.
there's a goal of finding a solution that lets that be the backup for something, I don't know how the constructability of that works, to put like some kind of a masonry veneer on top of it. I think you're more likely to get a better outcome with a sort of a thick-set stucco kind of a condition in that case, because you could attach a lath to it.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood. So this was submitted and then they built something that was not approved?
Right. What they built was out of compliance with what the approval was.
In response to differing site conditions than we anticipated.
I think the site conditions were still the same. It's just that when they got into the grading,
Right.
they
that's what I'm
realized
saying, the grading, it
Yeah,
just
the-
wasn't, the grading didn't quite work the way we thought it was gonna work.
Yeah, exactly.
And it made the cut there taller.
Exactly.
Alex, what was the original material?
It was like a stacked boulder wall because it was low enough to not need engineered plans and all of that. So
Presumably, this would have been engineered.
yes,
City would have
this
an
required
engineering
engineering.
permit.
I don't know that I can't remember. It's been so long that this one's been in our permitting system. I don't know whether they have applied for the engineered permit set yet, but I know Yakub has been looped into that, so he can answer that question.
So why are we not looking at this like we did with the pool brick wall, like the same non-approved?
It's not different. It's an after the fact request. It's just that they got approved to build a version of a wall, so I was just giving you kind of the timeline, 2 versions of a wall, and then they built something that was not in compliance with either of those things.
So it'd be the same
Same consideration. Is what they did
as in compliance with
congruous?
Right, and I would
Okay,
say
so
this one is about materials. I don't think the siding of this wall is inappropriate.
No.
Yeah.
And, as we've heard, a lot of testimony, retaining walls are more common in Montford.
Right, and the remaining lots in this district, to be sure, most of them have pretty crummy topography that are just resulting
There's a
in.
reason there was no house on it already.
Yep, but somebody wanted it really badly because
Yep.
these lots are not cheap.
No, they're not easy.
This is just, okay, thank you.
Right,
Okay, thank you.
okay. Have you been sworn in?
Stop.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great.
So I think,
That's how it printed.
Okay.
yes, I think Alex gave a pretty good summary of what has happened. Maybe a small correction. I think the original certificate of appropriateness actually called for a wall that was CMU with the stone veneer. I don't think we've ever had the boulder wall as an option. So, and I think what happened, I wasn't part of the decision making. I wasn't consulted, by the builder. Hence, we have the situation here. But I think their thinking was that maybe that very block wall looks close to what a CME wall would look like with the rock veneer. They kind of obviously, should have talked to me before that, and I would probably steer them away from it. But here we are. We have this wall in place, and I guess what we're proposing is, we're trying to do is, to do it in a cost-effective way. We have this wall, it sort of looked like rock, and if we do enough, detailing around it, maybe we can get it to look more like something that's more consistent with
the surroundings are. And I guess the main issue with the Verde block that is that it appears modular. It appears like it's pre-manufactured. But if we were to grout the joints, which are deep, and I guess if we just fill them in with grout and also apply some kind of a stain to color it in a more natural way, and combine with some planting that could hide a good portion of it, that the hope is that it's going to look more consistent with the guidelines and the surroundings.
Questions for the applicant?
Is it possible to face the Verde block with another veneer, with a stone veneer?
I think that would be possible. I'd say, that maybe the surface would need some preparation. Maybe they would have to chisel off some of the
block,
the fall block. Maybe install some kind of, anchor system. It would obviously be expensive, but it's an option. Yeah.
Would chipping away the face of the Verde block in any way compromise its structural stability?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, the block itself has a pretty good thickness. I mean, the advantage of the system it is gravity based. It's heavy. It's not going anywhere. It's compared to a CMU wall, it's much less prone to failure.
Okay.
I would say, and yeah, it is engineered as it is installed. I think the builder has even submitted I think he has submitted engineer drawings to the city for that. So I would say that structurally this is a better wall than a CMU wall, but yeah, it's just a matter of what the surface is.
Another question about tinting. If the commission were to approve tinting, is it possible to do that in a way that is variegated so that it's not a solid color?
I think that it has been done many times. You will find a lot of pictures online, and I think that there's products that are kind of designed for that, and I think I guess the idea is that it's not a solid color, that it's actually a stain, that it's supposed to emulate a natural rock look.
Because I've seen like formed concrete walls that are painted, and if they're if it's either an integral color in the concrete or it's a coating that's applied later. If it's done in a single color, it looks just as bad, no matter what the color is. But if there is some variation in the color, then it is more likely to emulate a natural rock.
Yes, I mean it would be a stain.
It would be a stain
as opposed to paint, which paint covers. It's a layer that covers the.
Seems like there is an application technique that might vary the saturation too.
Yes.
Of the stone that might create the kind of look that you're talking about.
It will seep
Yeah.
into the concrete itself.
So we find ourselves back on page 37 of the Montfort Standards. Item number 5 says, walls may be stone, brick, or concrete. All materials must be finished. Non-traditional materials will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So,
if I can make a comment about it, is because it doesn't clearly state whether the rock can be a cultured product, like a fall rock. There's no distinction in the guidelines, as far as I can tell.
I mean, technically, this is concrete.
It is concrete, and at the same time, it's a rock imitation. So, rock imitation.
It's non-traditionally concrete and stone. Just to, go as far away from purist as I can possibly get, Will, from your benefit.
Yeah.
I have done it. I mean, I don't think the proposed improvements to the wall, I think move it in a better direction. If you don't think so, Alex? Grouting the joints, I think, probably goes farther than you think.
I agree with that. I don't agree with the staining. I think
You
that
don't?
I think that the gray looks more like the stone that's typically found in this area than the brown. I can think of one wall that has some brownish stone, like predominantly brown in the district, but most of them are gray or blue. kind of
Well,
gray.
yeah, the historic examples would have been weathered at this point to where it's hard to tell. They're mossy, dirty.
Yeah, but none of them are like brown.
Right, that's a pretty strong brown, but this,
Yeah.
I mean, a stain would come in a range of colors if we thought it would soften the concreteness of that look.
I mean,
It could
I
be a
guess-
color choice, but I would say if it was my preference, I would probably leave it also unstained. I think it has enough of the, I mean, probably all seen the pictures that were included in the application. This is the color of the
It's
wall.
got some variety to it.
It is, and I think that with time, there's going to be some obviously some weathering happening with it, so it will continue to look more and more like actual rock over time. So I would agree that staining is probably not required, although we could with the right choice of color or lightness of it, it could add to the natural look.
I think the other thing, like I was saying, that helps this is that it's obscured by the house a great deal. So I think you can make a finding for this particular site that it's not highly visible to a right of way. It's not like along the front property boundary or something like that. So I think you could distinguish it in that way.
I think another fact that we need to consider is the very dramatic topography, and that a structurally sound wall is necessary. And if vertiblock is less likely to fail than, say, a traditional CMU, that the engineering of the site warrants a material like this. I mean, I'm not going to discount that, but I don't know if everybody on the board agrees with that.
Well, I can think of a case where there's a pretty massive retaining wall on the backside of the Randolph School property on Gunter. And that wall was proposed to be replaced, and it was all stone. Very cool looking wall, but we learned through that process that it was not actually historic. I think it was built in like the 50s, but
Well, it was failing significantly.
Yeah, the commission approved for that whole wall to be rebuilt of CMU with a stone veneer. So, and that was like way taller than this wall. It was like 20 feet tall in some sections.
And you can engineer CMU to work where it's not going to fail.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm just saying maybe that's not a reason that, because I think we know that it could work in a different, just
CMU would have worked here. It could have been engineered to be.
Yes,
to not
absolutely,
fail.
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the chances are that, obviously, all depends on the installation, how well the builder follows the drawings. We all have seen a lot of walls, that are leaning. So, I think it's way less likely that it's going to happen with this wall. But yeah, CMU could have worked as well. That if I was consulted with the decision, I would steer the builder towards a CMU wall with rock veneer. But,
why weren't you there, Yakub? Just teasing.
I don't know.
It's hard enough work to draw it. He didn't care what it could do.
I'm sure you did, but yeah, no, I'm just teasing you.
We haven't allowed people under our guidelines to put a wall, a CMU wall back up that's not very visible from very many people. And this is visible from the street, because that's where I saw it.
I'm not saying it's not visible, I'm just saying it's not highly visible, like I think that we're bordering.
But we've
from
done that
property.
for other people where there's a cheaper alternative that they wanted to do, but it doesn't follow the standards. And I kind of feel this is the same way, where there is and maybe it can be a trend, I don't know, this isn't a Montford wall, and that's kind of our right. It's not following the historic properties in the district, the character of the traditional relationship of walls and fences in the district.
I disagree with that. I think it's on a property boundary and it's a retaining wall. So I think the siting of the wall is a non-issue.
The material, the way.
The material, I do think, is what
If
we're all
it came
trying
to us in the original way, and this was an option, or if CMU with veneer, we would have said a veneers.
Sure.
Which is what we did at the Randolph project.
That's what we did with this one.
Right, well.
It just didn't happen. So.
So what if it was stuccoed?
It would probably be very hard to make it into a very smooth, straight, flat surface.
Do you think it'd be easier to veneer it with a stone?
It would be easier. I'm not sure exactly what the conditions are. I mean, I know that it is a pretty tight space between the wall and the house as it is. I mean, you can probably see it on other photos.
The lowest part.
I'm sorry?
That's the lowest part of the
That-
wall.
It's-
Inches.
Yeah, no,
back
that's
border.
like when it gets closer to the back of the house. Yeah.
No, it goes higher back there. Yeah, see, it's higher, so that's that.
Oh, I see.
What if, this is gonna sound maybe crazy, but what about a partial veneer? A veneer of the portion of the wall toward the front of the property that's most visible. By the time you get back to that part where, you've got inches, that's not as highly visible. So the site conditions might merit a partial veneer, but not an entire veneer.
If I were a property owner, that would make me insane to look at, but that's just me. But I don't know, like, how much latitude did Carol give you to?
Make a
To-
monetary decision.
Yeah, like with everything, it's costs are really high as they are. It's probably it's near impossible to build a house these days because of the cost, and so I can sympathize with the fact that Kirill wanted to have a solution that will be affordable, it'll be strong, and it's appropriate for the size that's required. Veneer, of course, is going to be a big cost for him. I would probably try to avoid it. I think that I can't. My personal opinion. I'm not sure how much better would the result be. Towards the end, if we had that veneer applied to this wall, what it would have been. Much better than, worth the money spent. I mean, it's in terms of like how the house appears from the street and, and the character of it. I think with the modifications, I think we could do a lot in planting and maybe even building some smaller planters along the base of it out of natural rock with planting could be something like that.
Would it seem okay to the commission if you approved it to be a stucco finish, and then they can test that, see if that works?
I would be inclined to test
Stucco or a stone
like
finish?
two things.
Stucco and a
Either
stone
like
veneer?
do a little section of stucco with like a 5-foot stucco, something that's got some thickness to it. Obviously, there would Well, the other thing I think they should test is grouting the joints.
I think that testing, the grouting of the joints has already been done. So, I mean, the test has been done.
You've already tested it. We just can't see it.
Yeah, not yet, because at the time of the application, we didn't have it done, but I do have a photo with me. I do have a photo. I don't know if there's a way to put it up here or, I don't know.
See, I mean, there's some color variety, unless I'm just looking at dirty stuff there.
Good.
Huh?
I think the grouting the joints with planting the top to soften the edge.
Yeah.
Is like, I think, two solutions that I think would look good. I think covering it up, I don't think you're gonna be able to make it look any better.
Yeah. You don't have a picture.
Is it
of
steps
farther
back?
away.
If you look at the profile, it looks like it's stepping back with like every two courses. I mean, how are you gonna do that with stucco?
Yeah.
Or veneer? Your veneer is it's just gonna follow the same contour, so, I think that you gotta soften the top like you did, I guess it's a photoshopped image with the juniper. Right?
Yes,
Yeah,
so there was.
that softens that harshness,
Yeah.
which is kind of
Sort of
what we all take
camouflages
objection
the
with,
modularity of that wall.
And then when you grout it, it's gonna look like it's like a stone wall, which is in character of the neighborhood and.
Question, Jakub, do you have room between the property boundary and the top of the wall to plant the shrubs?
I'm pretty sure we do. Maybe it would be worth trying to maybe stretch a string along the property line and see, but I think that there should be.
Yeah, it looks like you're showing it on your site plan as if you have space, like you're showing the shrubs on above this, but I just wanted to ask, since I know
Yeah.
it's really tight,
It is, but I think that obviously the wall has been built on the property side of the property line. So, and I'm pretty sure that there's, just walking around over there and looking at it, it looks like there should be enough room to the planting on top.
Are there thoughts about the grout and that being okay, or what's everybody think?
This is.
Grout.
Yeah.
Grout is great.
I mean, it's hard to see in this little photograph, I think, but
It's a small section and
Yeah.
it could be, I would say that it could be filled in a little bit deeper. I mean,
I think
More
the
so.
shallower the joint, the better.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
seems like it would just really soften
Yep.
and, you'd lose some of the definition of that sort of modularity that we wouldn't have seen in a traditional stone laid.
Yeah.
Okay, how are we feeling about grout?
It's hard to say from that photograph yet, but I think it's worth some effort to see if it's gonna work before we start to stucco a wall
Yeah.
or figure out how to put some stone veneer on there. It seems like a lot when I don't think we're that far off from the guidelines. We've got concrete, which is an approved material. We have a set of site conditions that warrants a, significant amount of retaining.
So has just the small section been grout?
yeah, yes, it's a small area only.
I think I'd like to see like
Could we-
a better photograph of a larger grouted section as a mock-up.
Is it too much effort to do that and go look at it?
I think that's
Is it
important. 'cause
worth
I
the
can-
effort?
I
I mean,
agree
is
that this
it-
looks okay, but I can't really tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and it feels worth the effort before we go
The
through a
wall's already
significant
there.
amount of hardship.
Yeah, the wall's already there, so we might
Right.
as well.
You can go back out and visit it, couldn't you?
Right,
There's a section, look at it.
Yeah.
in person.
Jakub, a normal,
Yeah.
4-foot wide mock-up section,
Yeah.
like we would typically do.
Yeah, we would probably have done it by now, except, Kirill was away out of the
Yeah.
country for long enough that he was not able to do a decent, amount of it. But yeah, definitely that's something that we would be willing, I'm pretty sure he would be willing to do, expand the area where he's done the grouting, maybe fill the grout joints a little bit more.
let you work with the builder to get it how
Yeah.
you think you like it.
Yeah, I could, yeah,
with your
guide him on this
judgment,
too,
and
yeah.
then Ready for us to come out and look at it?
So you're gonna ask for,
Continuance?
Yeah, how does that?
Yeah, I think if that's the best way forward, I would,
Do you think, so like you have to continue to a date specific, so if you continue to October, then obviously that wouldn't make sense unless you thought that there could be additional work done to the wall between now and then, so.
I would have to check with Kiro whether he has like a finish date that he's shooting for with the construction, but I
You
think.
can just continue to the next meeting and then.
Yeah, to
if
the
you
next
need to
meeting, I
continue
would
again,
probably be,
Okay.
work fine for him.
I move we continue this application to the October meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Does this be January?
Let's tired.
They all run together.
Yeah, I think you have, if he needs to go, do we need a motion to?
We don't have to have a motion, but we'll have to note for the record, we still have a quorum, so it doesn't break the quorum.
Okay. Well, since I still working.
See if we can get through this.
Yeah, we're gonna try to power through. Laptops are gonna,
Deep breath.
yeah, thank you.
But we're just gonna note for the
get a
record
cookie dough
that I can't read his name.
And some chips,
Yeah.
like a sandwich.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Commissioner Ellen
Let's
Bogan
go.
is leaving the meeting.
Yeah,
at-
just make a note of what time he left.
At 10:05.
Okay,
We still have a quorum.
10:05. All right. Emphasis on that part. All right, so 240 Pearson Drive. This is also a previously approved project. So this is a big, almost 1 acre parcel on the north side of Montford. It's a William H. Lord, really incredible house. We worked with the applicants. Why is it being so? Okay. Yeah, this is like Gail's cat. You've gone too late. Okay, I'm just gonna try to continue. Okay, so this project was like, we came before the commission as like a whole rehab project of this house, had been not given any TLC in a long time, and I think was converted into a different, like family group home or something. In there too, because I asked him just to supply some up-to-date photos so you all could see some of the renovation work. As part of a previous approval, there were a handful, just because there were some amendments and stuff that came through, but they also got approval for the swimming pool that you see on the site plan behind the house. This was a way easier swimming pool to review than the other one because this lot is so big and the house is so big, and it really was very diminutive within the landscape. So anyways, you see the pool there. They got approval to build pool decking. And same with that section that you saw that's to the north of the pool on the site plan that maybe is going to come back up, we'll see. They got approval for that additional section of decking. It's just that the CA is expired, so that's thing one. Thing two is the accessory structure. So all the work to the accessory structure got approved also. And it's got existing original garage door opening and doors, and then there's a little small pedestrian door in that same elevation. There was a shed roof overhang, as you can see, that was like, you can see the section of roof that comes down below the dormer. That was at some point taken off. So the proposal involves, to this elevation, widening the door opening to 12 feet and installing new doors, replacing the pedestrian door with a custom wood door, and then adding skylights on this portion of roof. This is the east elevation. Only change on this side is, I'm sorry, they want to reconstruct the shed roof overhang on the front elevation as well, but it's a little bit wider than what was previously on the building. As you could see just from the photo and from the Sanborn map, shows the dashed line of that previous shed roof existing there. So this side is removal of the barn door on the second story and replacing with the 4-light window. Or the 2/2? No. The dormer stays the same. And then rear elevation, just adding some skylights here. And this is, I think, maybe my favorite, or no, sorry. Where is it? I like this little side elevation is cool because it encouraged me to learn a little bit about venting in old barn structures. And so there's the 3 little things on the bottom are vents. And so they're proposing to make those kind of in the window openings, just add a window below them. Take out the barn door on the second story, put in a plate glass window flanked by 2 new window openings that would have the 6/1 windows in them.
And that's the side that does not face the front. That's the
Right, this side and the back face the neighboring property and neighboring property. So they're interior to the lot. You can kind of see the structure from the street. It's set pretty far back off the street. I did note in my staff report that I have concerns about a few things, and because these were all things that I noted in my staff report the last time around. The commission made a different decision about the door opening on the front was my main concern, because the standards are pretty clear about maintaining character defining features of accessory structures. And so I did note that before. So it started off as like 16 feet wide being proposed, and it shrank eventually down to 12, which is what ultimately got approved. And then there were some other things going on that are not part of this application, but it basically got scaled way back into what you're seeing now is what was approved.
this is a request to
Re-review.
renew the design that was already approved
Exactly.
because the CA expired.
Yep, it's just
There's
that.
no proposed changes to what was approved before.
No, with the exception of the deck, that was approved at staff level.
Right.
But both things are things that have already gotten approval, so.
We spent a great deal of time
Yeah.
on this.
I think he probably remembers.
Probably sat in his room for the length of time.
And when I told him that we had to do it all over again, he was very sad, I think.
I'm just to clarify that, this is a different,
Yeah,
this is a different commission.
Yes.
But there's a significant amount of time spent on the accessory
We
structure.
can move right along.
Yeah, on the
I do
pre,
remember pushing back on the skylights, as roof guideline number 3 says, to avoid the primary public right of way. You can see that from Tacoma, you can see it from Pearson.
it's in my staff, I noted it as this concern in my staff report.
She did,
Just the ones that are on the front-facing elevation are of concern to me, not the ones on the north side. To me, that's the rear elevation that's facing the neighboring lot. I don't think seeing them, I mean, I just, to me, it's more of an issue of the character defining side of the building where they're proposed. But, yeah, but it did come a long way as from the initial proposal that came through last time. It had a second dormer, it had a lot of stuff going on. So. What else?
Any questions
for me? Okay, thank you. Mark,
Mark, you're up.
this is just my
You
slide.
get sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
Isn't that the poll from 2 years ago?
He stayed sworn in for 2
Yeah.
years.
I've got your,
Be nice if your CA
just
didn't
my
expire
slides, but then
either.
also all your stuff pulled up here.
Yeah.
Need to-
And I found a contractor I liked in that time.
Wait, before, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't really have too much more to say. I think we're here to answer questions. For me, it's just a resubmittal of something that was approved by this commission 2 years ago. I'm not really sure what else I can add. If there's any other questions you guys have, I'm happy to help out. And I don't think you're having any public comments, so.
We can probably breeze through that part pretty quick.
Yeah. And I do feel actually I need to owe you guys an apology because I think mine was the first pool in Montford, and I think it's caused you guys a lot of problems since then with other pools, so.
It was weird.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't, you weren't a catalyst though, it was sort of just like all at once. It was very
That was a
interesting.
big, but this is such a beautiful, I mean, it was such a great project because it was such a beautiful property and it was needed so much love and it looks.
My main house.
Yeah.
Well, and
The
I
whole
did
thing.
put in here, I'd like to say that, we did win a Griffin Award for
Yes.
historic preservation. We're hoping to do the carriage house in that same sentiment, so.
It's really a nice transformation. Yeah.
We have so many neighbors who are very thankful for that house not being pink and overgrown anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at the pictures of the old house.
Yeah.
So, here for any questions. You guys have been here way too long as it is, and I don't want to make that any longer, so.
No, you are allowed your time and space also.
Yeah.
We appreciate your patience.
Yeah, this was a doozy.
This was not an easy agenda to arrange. There was no.
Or to get through.
Good work.
And you warned me, Alex. You said it was going to go late. I didn't believe it'd be this late, but you did warn me.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the skylights on the front. How can that work with the standards? How are you seeing that working?
I would have to go look at the old minutes for our meeting, but as you remember, we had originally proposed an additional dormer to match.
On the back?
On the back.
Right.
That was
But it
not
had
to.
glass all the way around.
It had some glass for some lighting, and I think with the discussions of this commission, we came back and had the skylights approved.
Sort of an understated workaround to not adding a dormer.
Yes.
To get some light on that side of the.
Yeah. That was it's my recollection of those skylights.
But we also have some, go back to what we're looking at there is the
That's the
back,
the
right?
back.
That's not what faces the street.
What faces the street really is this one.
Right.
That faces the street. And you
And
can,
then the the side with the dormer on it faces the bulk of your yard and your pool.
Exactly, that
Yeah.
one. I mean, if you,
So if you look at the real picture, the photograph.
if you want to see, do you have the pictures I sent?
Yeah. I don't know if she put them
Yeah,
in there.
they're,
Don't go there.
Don't go there, we're not going backwards, sorry.
yeah, all of your documents are in this folder.
Okay, oh, sorry.
Scratching, wrong pool.
No, that's okay. They're-
Where are the photos that I sent? This one. So if I scroll down, I get nothing.
Oh, come on, internet.
Okay. Oh, that's just my laptop.
No.
Take it.
There's the old pink house, in case you remember. I mean, that's the view from Tacoma. You can just barely see the roof line there. And then, where is the other one from the street? I don't think you included it here. Oh, there it is. So that's the view from Pearson.
That's why they were approved. You can't see them. I mean, you can see the building.
For sure. And
You can see the roof when you drive by. You're a few feet over, it's there, and there is a front to the building. We're changing a original barn door for a window on an obvious front of the building, which is character defining of a barn, a horse barn. It's probably was a horse type situation there. And I think, I know I'm going to vote against the skylights because it does change the tone of the relationship between the two houses. And that's a pretty big deal, a skylight on that side. The back is fine, changing out the window for that front wood window, the hay window. Is part of adapting it for the use, but I'm not seeing a way to ignore changes to the roof that are visible from the primary right-of-way and installation of skylights, guidelines 2 and 3 standards for roofs. That's my opinion, or my reading.
Commissioners, anybody else comment, question?
And the decking around the pool, I don't see anything in the standards to slow that down.
So it's just
I
one
think
thing.
it's, what did you say?
The standards didn't have anything that I saw pushing against the decking around the
Oh,
pool.
yeah, no, we reviewed it as like a landscape feature, and it's, the arborist report's been updated, they're, installing it specifically to not protect the trees.
Mhm.
Annie, everybody? Are we good?
I'm reading the minutes from the May 2021 meeting, sorry.
Just to sort of work all the way through the skylights.
Did you open the floor for public comment? Can't remember.
We did.
I thought you just said, obviously, there's no one here for public comment, but did you actually open?
No, I did not. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Any invisible person.
Or invisible.
Close the floor for public comment.
I also have an opinion tonight.
Accessory structures were, okay, 34.
Oh. I hear what you're saying about the, I see.
Wait,
It's funny to go back and read the minutes from.
Well, yeah, that makes it pretty clear, number two.
I think the minutes are only really useful in that the commission struggled with a lot of stuff, and then this is where they landed with the.
Yeah, I mean,
improvements.
I know, just in reading what I said before, I think, Will, you had the same concerns then that you do now. And I didn't share those same concerns. I
That's
felt
right.
like, based on the sort of history of
I remember.
the work that was done to sort of address other bigger comments that we had at the onset, felt like where we landed was a pretty good spot.
I mean, guideline number 2 says original style and character of carriage houses and other accessory structures, doors, windows, and openings shall be maintained. I mean, I can understand some of the modifications and see how they are necessary to make the building livable usable by modern, by current standards. The hay door. Changing the pedestrian door to a window, that I have a,
Still a door. Just got glass. It's wood with glass.
oh, okay, never mind. Okay, then I read it wrong, and it's late, and I'm sorry. The thing that I have a hard time, that, which is apparently not an issue, is the skylights on the front. I'm with Will on the skylights on the front. Other than that, I could approve it.
I didn't read far enough through the minutes, but Will must have gotten good enough with the skylights because you made the motion to approve.
I read that.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I think it was a long night too, right? That was on Zoom. Wasn't it on Zoom?
That was on Zoom, and if I remember correctly, it was one of the first line items too, so you guys were fresh.
You have got, you've got like, your attitude is great for 10:30 at night.
This is my sixth
is
time
not his
here.
first
doing
show.
that.
That's I think that means you gotta make a motion.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
Just
don't,
saying.
Andy, come on, you can't freeze now. Don't freeze. Oh.
There was a Juliet balcony on the back, there
Yeah.
was the wraparound. It got redesigned at the commission, and that's probably not the way to do things.
Let's not go back to that.
Well, we discussed it, and then we came back, we had a
Yeah.
continuance and came back.
I mean,
correct?
Yeah, we looked at it more than once.
I will give you that. So Will, I agree with you that yes, I am sure that as you're driving down the street, you can see it. It is also set so far back from the right of way that you got to be looking for it. You got to be looking to really see those modifications. I mean, I am ambivalent. I am on the fence about it because a very strict interpretation of the design standards would say, absolutely no. But if that building were rotated 90 degrees so that it faced the street, I think that would be a problem. But because it is not facing the street, and because it is set so far back from the right of way,
It's also inset from the edge, like, this is, if this is 12 feet, you're 8 feet from the edge of the roof before the skylight.
it's also tiny.
It's not very big.
I
I
mean-
think you would struggle to see it from the road for any length of time for it to register as anything significant. Unless you're well tornadoes.
We're supposed to go by and look. That's what it is. Not look, 15 and a half.
Yes, you did go by and look.
You
I
have the
mean,
leads, you can see it, because these are winter pictures. I've got
Yeah.
pictures from last week.
I mean, you can see the root, like, I just,
But you do, it's like, I think, where? Sun was out.
If you're kind of going like this,
driving, swerving, going up the driveway. No, I don't want to minimize.
All right, then maybe we can.
Make a motion?
Hear some more.
I think everybody else is
All right.
saying
Make a
nothing, saying
motion.
everything.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Do it.
Based on the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, the application and project description of 3 pages, Exhibit B, the site plan and elevation drawings of 8 pages, Exhibit C, photos of subject property, 9 photos, Exhibit D, photos of subject property, 10 pages, received September 6, 2023, Exhibit E, arborist letter. Is this, yeah, I was like, is this the right one? Exhibit F, the updated arborist letter of 2 pages received September 1, 2023. Exhibit G, the window and skylight specs and window schedule, 7 pages. Exhibit G, there is no Exhibit G. Exhibit H, 1917 Sanborn Fire Insurance map received September 8, 2023. Exhibit I, 2021 approved major work certificate of appropriateness, 2 pages received September 11, 2023. Exhibit J, May 2021 meeting minutes of 23 pages. Exhibit K, August 2021 meeting minutes of 21 pages. And the commission's actual inspection and review of the subject property by all members. Anybody know? No? Okay. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. That the application is to construct a new 44-foot by 20-foot by 28-foot by 19-foot section of elevated wood pool decking along the western side of the existing swimming pool. Modifications to the existing accessory structure, including widening existing 8-foot wide door opening on south elevation to a 12-foot wide door opening, and install a new painted wood garage door, install new Marvin custom 6-light wood door, and construct shed roof overhang on south elevation. Replace existing wood door on second story of east elevation with new Marvin Ultimate SDL 2/2 double hung wood window matching the existing windows. Replace existing wood door on the west elevation with new wood single light window, and construct 2 new openings on either side with 6/1 double hung wood windows. Construct 3 new openings with new 2-light wood casement windows on the west elevation. Install 5 Velux side lights on the roof. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. The design standards for carriage houses, garages, and accessory structures found on pages 34 to 35, windows and doors on pages 84 to 85, and landscaping and trees found on pages 40 to 42 of the Montfort Historic District Design Review Standards, adopted on April 14, 2010, and amended December 9, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. This application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. The architectural features are that are character-defining elements of accessory structures, including windows and doors, are being retained and preserved. New and modified window and door openings are on non-character-defining facades of the accessory structure. Skylights will be located on sections of the roof that do not face the primary right-of-way, and the new section of pool decking will be wood, not highly visible within the site, will be elevated off the ground so as to not impact nearby large mature trees, and compatible with historic neighborhood in material and scale. That the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montfort Historic District.
Second.
All approve?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Based upon the foregoing.
A kind one.
But motion still carries, right? Okay. Based on the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the be issued.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Will. Motion carries. Finito.
Thank you
Good
very
night.
much for hanging in there.
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, thank you guys for.
Your house is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Hopefully I make it more beautiful.
We're not done.
Yes.
That was the shortest one, wasn't it?
It was.
I think it was.
It's helpful we already approved it once.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, still got stuff to do. Sorry, people.
Bring those sandwiches back out.
Yeah.
I didn't take the sandwiches away, Jackson. All right, let's go. Sorry, I'm going to go out of order here. Walton Street, item B. This is the National Register nomination. Already gone through the whole landmark designation process, but Claire wasn't here then. Walton Street Park and Pool are located at the very south end of the South Side neighborhood. And the National Register nomination was submitted to the SHPO earlier this year, but not with the updated information about the ballpark and the basketball courts being modified. So this is the revised version that's listing those as non-contributing based on the fact that they either aren't there anymore or
Weren't on the property to start with.
well, or like the basketball court has now been moved from its. So this is just, you just need to make a recommendation to the SHPO on this, so.
I move we recommend approval to the SHPO.
Okay.
Second.
All approve? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, great. And then the Woolworth Building, this is just a very preliminary review. We don't need to have discussion today on it. It's I mean, I think I might have done a 7-hour meeting, so we can keep going if you guys want to break the record, at least in my time here, but maybe we should try for that on another day, never.
When there's drinks.
Yeah.
Or something else.
But, so that's just to put it on your radar. The preliminary application is in there. It's a little more fleshed out than some of our preliminary applications that we get. Usually it's like, here's the address and a couple of sentences, but.
This was pretty thorough.
Yeah, this one was more thorough than that, but I did confirm with the author is Clay Griffith, and it is not meant to be a final report. It's just the preliminary application. So I will be emailing you all with a couple of things in the next couple of days. So that will be to schedule a site visit for going to the Woolworth together and taking a look around, and then also to.
Is there an upstairs?
Yes.
Yes. There's
And to-
apartments.
Above the main Haywood Street level?
Yeah, it was
There's a
offices.
basement
It
level
yeah.
and apartments above.
Yeah, the upstairs used to be like storeroom and office space
Yeah, yeah.
for employees. And the other thing I'm going to bug you about is potentially the new date, which I know you can't make, and I know you can make for the October meeting. I know you can't make, so.
What's the new date?
What is the new date?
We have
October
a-
16th
We have
is,
executive committee on Monday, right?
yeah, we do. So I'll send out an email just to see if we can get quorum for that date. It's a Monday.
Monday the what?
The 16th. I've got to be in Durham the week.
That's the big show. Your
I
big
don't know if it's a big show. I was going to drive down there the day after the HRC meeting, do my presentation and drive back, and Janice convinced me that was a terrible idea.
Good.
Well, I'm going to the conference too. I'm like, you're not leaving on that day, you know. I said, I was trying to find coverage for me.
I
And I was
fly-
like, wait a minute, you're going to be there?
Home that morning, I think,
Okay.
which has happened before, and I ended up stuck in the airport.
Okay, well,
and
we'll list you as a maybe then, so.
Okay, so if you don't have quorum, I have company coming.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. If we can't get a quorum for that day, that's not the day, so we'll figure it out one way or another. But anyways, just putting that on your radar. So that is it.
All right, motion?
Motion to adjourn.
10:34.